Chapter 299. There were many immortal islands in the East Sea, but there were only a few that could compare to the blessed grotto heavens. Without a doubt, the first place was Dongwangong's Zifu State. From this name, one could see how extraordinary it was. The first place was indisputable. The rest were Xianqing's three immortal island, the three immortal island that gave birth to the three Shao immortals. These were the immortal islands that could give birth to innate god fiends. There weren't many of these immortal islands. Now that he heard that Xianqing was also from the East Sea, Sanshao naturally felt a sense of familiarity. The concept of the primordial world was still very strong. Otherwise, the East wouldn't look down on the West so much. As innate god fiends from the East Sea, Xianqing took good care of Sanshao. After all, in the East Sea, other than the Water Clan, there weren't many innate god fiends left. Each of them was quite precious and was his natural ally. In theory, below the East Sea was the Water Clans. Above it was the innate god fiends. However, now that the innate god fiends were weak, most of the blessed lands on the East Sea were occupied by the innate god fiends from the land. It was really annoying. These were all their wealth. One had to know that since it was called an immortal island, there were definitely many innate spiritual objects and all kinds of treasures on the island. Now that these immortal islands were occupied by outsiders, their losses were simply immeasurable. Who knew if there would be any unimaginable treasures on those immortal islands? Thinking of this, no one would be able to bear the loss. Therefore, the innate god fiends born in the East Sea had common interests. They could form an alliance and defend the rights and interests of the outer East Sea together. The past was a problem left behind by history, even if it was in the past. In the future, if there were cultivators from the land who came to the East Sea to make a living, they couldn't control those in the sea. But on the surface of the sea, they had to get their consent. There were still masters on the East Sea. In fact, there weren't as few innate god fiends in the East Sea in the past. They could be considered a very powerful force in the primordial world. At that time, the East Sea was completely dominated by them. Even the Dragon Clan, the master of the four seas, had to avoid them and didn't dare to compete with them. At that time, none of the innate god fiends on land dared to come to the East Sea to dominate it. They didn't want to live. They were once the number one force in the East Sea. He was the leader of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of the East. But it was a pity that the glory of the Violet Palace realm didn't last long. Dong Huangtai alone had destroyed the number one power in the Eastern Sea, turning the Purple Mansion into the dust of history. Because of this, the Eastern Sea's innate gods were all wiped out, and no one dared to rise again. That was what led to the current situation. Senior brother is from the Three Immortal Island. Junior sister, have you heard of it? Xianqing replied with a smile. This. Is senior brother's dojo also called Three Immortal Island? It's actually the same as our dojo. Qiong Xiao could not help but exclaim. Xiao's nonsense is a joke. Senior brother, you are talking about the Three Immortal Islands overseas, also known as the Three Immortal Mountains overseas. It is a legendary place of good fortune in the East Sea. It is not inferior to the top grotto heavens in the untainted land. It is far from our Three Immortal Islands. Before Xianqing could speak, Yin Xiao took the lead to explain. I didn't expect senior brother to be from the Three Immortal Island. How enviable. After explaining to Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, Yin Xiao turned around and said to Xianqing enviously, the Three Immortal Island overseas was a legend in the East Sea. It had always existed in rumors, but no one had really seen it. All the living beings in the East Sea had only heard of its name, and never seen its whereabouts. People like Yin Xiao thought that it was fabricated by their predecessors. Qiong Xiao and Bai Xiao had never heard of it. Now that the legend had suddenly become reality, the shock of the three knights could be imagined. What's the big deal? It's just a place where people live. Xianqing's words were asking for a beating. Straw huts and palaces were also places where people lived, but how could they be the same? Yin Xiao was speechless when she heard that. Senior brother, can we go to your dojo to take a look? I've never seen the number one sacred ground in the East Sea. I really want to take a look. Bai Xiao said excitedly after learning about the origins of the Three Immortal Island. Of course. The Three Immortal Island is so big. I can't see it all by myself. It's not impossible to lend one to you. It's not just you guys. Even the other junior brothers and sisters who want to come to the Three Immortal Island are welcomed by me. Xianqing nodded and said affirmatively. If the disciples of Jie School came to the Three Immortal Island, not only would Xianqing not reject them, he would also look forward to it. The Three Immortal Island had a destiny, and was destined to become a gathering place for itinerant immortals. Since Xianqing had become its master, he naturally accepted its destiny. If he wanted to turn the Three Immortal Island into a gathering place for itinerant immortals, he would naturally need the help of the disciples of Jie School. Xianqing's junior brothers might not be as good as the disciples of Chan School in terms of the righteous path. However, in terms of unorthodox methods and strange techniques, few people in the primordial world could compare to them. These were precisely what Xianqing needed. What was an itinerant immortal? Immortals who had no sex and no worries were called itinerant immortals. Without any inheritance, they would inevitably be lacking in combat strength compared to the disciples of large sections. In order to make up for their shortcomings, the itinerant immortals racked their brains and tried their best to display their strengths. With limited knowledge, they created miracles and opened up the 100 arts of immortal cultivation to perfect the immortal Tao. It could be said that the 100 arts of immortal cultivation were the foundation of itinerant immortals' survival. In the future, as itinerant immortals, if they did not master one or two skills, they would be too embarrassed to come out and meet others. The predecessor of the 100 arts of immortal cultivation was the strange technique that the disciples of Jie School came up with. Gathering the disciples of Jie School to the Three Immortal Island, and gathering their wisdom would definitely bring endless inspiration to Xianqing. In this way, would the 100 arts of immortal cultivation be far away? With the 100 arts in hand, Xianqing's position as the master of the earth immortals would be stable. Once the witch and demon calamity ended and the immortal Tao flourished, he would be able to enjoy endless luck and live a carefree life. Let's go. After coming back to his senses, Xianqing waved his sleeves and the void changed. In an instant, the four of them arrived outside the Three Immortal Island. Rumble. Sensing Xianqing's aura, the Khanate Three Talents Array automatically activated and opened a passage to welcome the return of its master. This island-protecting array is really extraordinary. In the passage, Yin Xiao looked at the Khanate Three Talents Array in front of her and felt goosebumps all over her body. The might of that grand formation was simply too powerful. A casual attack from it would be enough to completely obliterate her. This is the Khanate Three Talents Array. Although it can't be compared to Master's Immortal Slaying Sword Array, it's still a top-notch array in the primordial world with endless power. Only pre-saints can break it, Xianqing introduced as he walked. Chapter 300. Wow, the environment here is not inferior to Kunlun Mountain at all. When they arrived at Penglai Island, Sanshao could not help but exclaim. The innate spirit qi on the island was unimaginably dense. It had already formed spiritual clouds floating in the air. From time to time, spiritual rain would fall, nourishing everything. It was extremely mystical. This was a scene that could not be seen in the outside world. Furthermore, the primal chaos essence energy floating in the void was even more than that of Golden Ao Island. It was not inferior to Kunlun Mountain. There were probably not many holy lands in the great desolate world that could compare to it. After all, it was the top immortal island in the great desolate world. Even if it could not compare to Kunlun Mountain, it would not be too far off. That is, innate spirit root? A pool of innate spirit roots. Oh my god, that's too much. The most precious and eye-catching thing on Penglai Island was undoubtedly the pool of pure world white lotuses. The moment San Shao stepped onto Penglai Island, he was attracted to it, and could not help exclaiming. First senior brother is really rich. No wonder he doesn't like some of the treasures of Jie School. After a while, San Shao came back to his senses and said in shock. There were at least 100 lotus flowers in the pool. Even if they were all inferior grade innate spirit roots, they were still a shocking amount of wealth. Furthermore, they were not. In the middle of the spiritual pool, the 12th grade lotus flower shrouded in sacred light looked very majestic. It was definitely a supreme grade innate spirit root, which was rare in the great desolate world. With this pool of lotus flowers, Xianqing could be considered a top tycoon in the Great Desolate World. Apart from the powerful cultivators at the front of the Purple Cloud Palace, almost no one could compare to him. This is the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus, one of the 4 Great Lotus platforms of the Great Desolate World. It is a supreme grade innate spirit treasure, and also a supreme grade innate spirit root. It is one of the top innate spirit treasures of the Great Desolate World. The sect guarding treasure of the Western sect is its brother from the same sect. Furthermore, the Pure World White Lotus is a top sect guarding treasure of the Great Desolate World. It can purify all the filthy qi in the world. It has great benefits in the cave abode. Seeing Sanjiao's curiosity, Xianqing introduced it. Among the numerous connate numinous treasures, there were only a few that could compare to the 4 Great Lotus platforms. Their status among the connate spirit treasures was equivalent to the status of Zenyuanzi and Kuanping among the pre-saints. Eldest senior brother is truly blessed. With such a supreme treasure in hand, the future of the great Tao is bright. After knowing the origin of the treasure in front of him, Sanjiao's heart was filled with envy. With such a supreme treasure by his side, it would be hard for him not to be strong. Do you like it? If you like it, I'll give each of you one. Xianqing smiled and said generously. As long as the Tree of World was there, it could cultivate the white lotuses of purification without limit. Therefore, this thing was really not considered precious in his eyes. He didn't feel any heartache when he used it as a favor. This is too valuable. We can't accept it. Although he was a little moved, Yin Xiao still rejected him. It was true that they were Xianqing's martial brother and sister, but their relationship was not that good. It's fine. Senior brother doesn't lack this item. I'm giving it to you as a token of my appreciation. You mustn't refuse. If the Tao of itinerant immortals was to prosper, the help of San Xiao and Yin Xiao would be needed. It was better to build a good relationship now than to be clinging to Buddha's feet. It was not only them. Among the disciples of Jie School, Xianqing would give appropriate help to the disciples with good character. Building a good relationship with them would definitely bring great benefits in the future. This was called investing in advance. Xianqing would not do a business without capital. Alright then. But Xianqing, Yin Xiao and Yin Xiao nodded and walked towards the Chaos Spirit Pool. The 3 of them looked outside the pool for a while, and then each picked a 6th grade white lotus. Seeing this scene, a hint of admiration appeared in Xianqing's eyes. These Sen Xiao knew how to behave. The 6th grade white lotus was only a middle grade connate spirit treasure. It was far inferior to the 9th grade white lotus in the pool. Xianqing let them choose. Normally they should choose the best, but they didn't. This undoubtedly won Xianqing's favor. Giving away 3 superior grade connate spirit treasures in a row. Even Xianqing would feel heartache for a while. Of course, even if San Xiao chose the 9th grade white lotus, Xianqing would not say anything. After all, he was the one who said it. They did not do anything wrong if they did as he said. However, in that case, Xianqing's impression of San Xiao would not be good. Thank you, senior brother. After picking the white lotus, San Xiao returned to Xianqing's side and thanked him happily. It's okay. Xianqing shook his head and said. Next, Xianqing brought San Xiao to tour 3 Immortal Island, causing the 3 of them to be amazed. Dong dong dong. On this day Xianqing was taking a nap. Suddenly, a melodious bell sounded in his ears, waking him up. Has 1,000 years passed just like that? That bell was the sound of the immortal gathering bell. Since it sounded, it meant that 1,000 years had passed. The Tongtian sect would hold a sermon on Golden Ao Island and answer the questions of the disciples at the same time. Immediately, Xianqing's figure moved and rushed to the Green Turing Palace. In fact, with his cultivation level, it was no longer useful for him to preach to the general public like the Tongtian sect leader. However, this was the first time the Tongtian sect leader held a sermon after coming to the East Ocean. As the eldest disciple of the Jie School, he could not be absent. It would be fine in the future. If nothing major happened, he, the eldest disciple of the Xian sect, would not have to run to Golden Ao Island. Along the way, Xianqing looked around and saw that it was full of aquatic creatures. They were rushing to Golden Ao Island, afraid that they would not be able to get a good seat if they were late. The Tongtian sect leader's sermon was not only for the disciples of the Jie school. All the living beings of the primordial world could come and listen. However, they could not go to the Green Turing Palace to listen to the teachings of the saint like the disciples of the Jie school. They could only find a random place on Golden Ao Island to listen to the lingering sound of the saint's sermon. Saints still had the word saint in them. They had the responsibility of educating all living beings in the primordial world. Their principles could be heard by anyone. In the past on Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones often sat down and discussed the Tao. It attracted countless living beings of the primordial world to come and listen. There was no lack of liches among them. Even so, the three of them did not chase away the people who came to listen to the Tao. Saints still had to care about their image. Education without discrimination. Although it was the philosophy of the Jie school, it did not mean that the other saints did not have to abide by it. It was fine if one did not preach the Tao. However, if one preached the Tao, one did not care who came to listen. One just had to preach the Tao in peace. Saints preached on behalf of the heavens. It was not a joke. Don't make any noise in the saints' Tao field. After arriving at Golden Ao Island, Xianqing swept a glance at the living beings on the island and said sternly. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Junior Brother Water, Junior Brother Hua, please maintain order. Don't let them offend Master. Xianqing turned around and said to the child of fire and water. Chapter 301. The children of fire and water were connate life forms nurtured by the connate fire and water gourd. They could control the power of water and fire, and were quite extraordinary. After they were born, they were taken in as children by the Grand Master of Heaven to take care of his daily life. In fact, although it was said to take care of his daily life, the saint did not need outsiders to serve him. These two children had always been used as messengers by the Grand Master of Heaven. Of course, they should not be underestimated just because they were children. These two people were called children, but they were actually disciples and were very favored by the Grand Master of Heaven. Perhaps even some outer sect disciples were not as important as these two in the Grand Master of Heaven's heart. Speaking of which, if they were not favored by the saint, how could they be chosen as children? Therefore, every child had great potential. Haotian Jade Pool was just two children of the Tao ancestor, but in the future, they ascended to the limitless position of the Celestial Emperor. This was something that even the saint did not expect. Yes, eldest senior brother. The children of fire and water bowed to Xianqing and went to maintain order. It might not be a bad thing for the Jie school to come to the East Sea. At the very least, with the saint overseeing it, the East Sea will be completely stable. The usual disputes will undoubtedly be reduced by a lot. Xianqing released his spiritual will and scanned the East Sea. He sighed. In the past, on the East Sea, there was endless killing and disputes. It was either for immortal islands, spiritual herbs, or connate spirit treasures. In short, everything of value could make the living beings of the East Sea fight to the death. The East Sea did not have a powerful person overseeing it. It was a completely lawless place. All the forces were mixed together, and it was extremely chaotic. As for the ancestral dragon, he would not care about the matters on the sea. After all, he was no longer the overlord of the world. The era that belonged to him had passed. After all, he had to avoid suspicion and interfere less in the disputes on land. But now, the Grand Master of Heaven had come, and everything had changed. The entire East Sea was cleared, and the soldiers stopped fighting. He did not have to do anything. He just sat quietly in the Aquamarine Palace. The countless cultivators of the East Sea would be wary of his existence and restrain themselves. They would not make a move unless they had no other choice. The Grand Master of Heaven's arrival in the East Sea had a direct or indirect impact on the East Sea that was definitely beyond imagination. 100 years later, the Grand Master of Heaven's preaching ended. All the living beings on Golden Ao Island retreated to avoid disturbing the saint. Next, it was time for the disciples of Jie school to ask the Grand Master of Heaven for instructions. The difficulties in cultivation had nothing to do with the living beings of the East Ocean. All of you may leave. After another 100 years, the prime of Tongtian finally finished explaining the problem to his disciples. He waved his hand and said, "Yes, Master." Everyone bowed to the prime of Tongtian and left together. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. On Golden Ao Island, Xianqing stopped the disciples of Jie school who were about to leave. Senior martial brother, is there something you need from us? Everyone stopped in their tracks and bowed to Xianqing before they asked in confusion. Nothing serious. Senior brother, I just want to ask if you've found a place to stay? Xianqing asked as he helped everyone up. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. There are countless deity islands in the East Sea and they are rich in resources. We have already found a place to stay. There were indeed many Eastern Sea immortal islands. Therefore, these disciples of Jie school could find some good immortal islands if they went out for a stroll. Although the immortal islands they found could not be compared to Golden Ao Island, it was enough to support themselves. Moreover, living alone would give them more freedom. It was much more comfortable than staying on Golden Ao Island. Cultivation was all about being free and unfettered. Suppressing one's nature would only cause one to deviate from the great Tao. It was extremely disadvantageous to one's cultivation. The prime of Tongtian had noticed this, and that was why he had ordered his disciples to leave. Otherwise, did he really think that a saint would not be able to solve the problem of Golden Ao Island not being big enough? Saints were existences that stood at the peak of the primordial world. With a wave of their hand, they could create countless small worlds, and even create a major kiliocosm without harming themselves. It was not a big deal to expand the area of Golden Ao Island. The reason why he did not do so was for the sake of the disciples' future. It's good that you found it. Senior martial brother, you can rest assured. Hearing this, Xianqing nodded. He was not worried that these junior brothers would snatch other people's islands. How stupid must they be to do such a disgraceful thing under the nose of a saint? Did they really think that the prime of Tongtian would not kill? Fellow junior brothers, can you please draw the locations of your islands on the map, so I can know where your dojos are located? As he spoke, Xianqing took out a scroll and opened it in front of everyone. This was the map of the East Sea. Of course, this was not the complete map of the East Sea. It was only a part of it. With Golden Ao Island as the center, it spread to a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. All the immortal islands and sea areas were in it. As for the real map of the East Sea, it was the treasure that suppressed the fate of the East Sea. It was in the hands of the ancestral dragon. How could Xianqing covet it? Junior brothers, see if you can find the location of your islands on this map. Throwing the map of the East Sea into the air, Xianqing said with a smile. This map recorded everything within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Xianqing did not believe that a group of Taijingxian and Golden Immortals could run so fast. The island they chose could be hundreds of millions of miles away from Golden Ao Island. After looking at the map of the East Sea, everyone stepped forward and marked their positions. All right, this way, it will be much more convenient for you to contact each other in the future. Xianqing turned his hand and hung the map of the East Sea on a conspicuous cliff in Golden Ao Island, so that everyone could see it clearly. This map records the dojos of the disciples of the Jie sect. It's not appropriate to call it the map of the East Sea. Why don't we call it the map of the Jie sect's immortal residence? Xianqing said after thinking for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, wisps of green light fell from the void and landed on the map of the East Sea. That was the fate of the Jie sect. This map was the distribution map of the disciples of the Jie sect. Its birth was beneficial to the Jie sect. Naturally, it attracted the favor of the Jie sect. After a burst of green light, the map of the East Sea had changed greatly. There were countless immortal islands on it, and it was densely covered with stars. It had completely turned into the map of the Jie sect's immortal residence. This map was originally an ordinary painting, but now, after being modified by the fate of the Jie sect, it had become a postnatal treasure. As soon as the picture appeared, the Golden Turtle Island suddenly shook. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged into the void. Its target was the dojos of the disciples of the Jie sect. This was the ability of the Jie sect's immortal residence map. It connected the spirit veins on Golden Ao Island to the surrounding islands of the disciples of the Jie sect. It provided them with connate qi and improved their cultivation environment. Chapter 302. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Seeing this, the disciples of the Jie school thanked Xianqing. This was a pleasant surprise. They had gained so much just by reporting the name of the place. They had really made a profit. Could it be that there were people who would dislike their own dojo for being too good? Ahem. There's no need to be so polite. This is what I should do. Xianqing coughed twice and said calmly. He did not expect the changes in the Jie school's immortal residence map in advance. His original intention was to record the location of the disciples of the Jie school, so that he could find them in the future. But who knew that such a change would happen? However, these were not important. This did not stop him from pretending that he knew everything. After all, if Xianqing could not calculate it, the disciples of the Jie school would not be able to. With a thought, Xianqing suddenly formed a Dao seal, and pointed at the Jie school's immortal residence map. Suddenly, a bright light erupted and shot into the sky. Above the sky, a huge picture of the Jie school's immortal residence was formed. It covered the sky and the sun, causing the endless living beings of the East Sea to look up and see it clearly. Everything recorded in this map is the territory of the Jie school. If outsiders violate it, they will be killed without mercy. Fellow Taoists of the East Sea, please bear this in mind. After doing all this, Xianqing said coldly. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire East Sea. He was warning the cultivators of the East Sea. The disciples of the Jie school were of different levels. The strong ones, such as Xianqing, were existences who had attained the Daoyuo Dao fruit. The weak ones were worse. Their cultivation level was only that of a golden immortal. Moreover, there were many such disciples. When the Jie school first came to the East Sea, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be people who were bold enough to kill some disciples with lower cultivation levels. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was very good to his disciples. As a result, the disciples of the Jie school, regardless of their cultivation level, had at least one connate spirit treasure to protect themselves. Some disciples even had several connate spirit treasures. They were all very rich. To be honest, even Xianqing could not help but have the urge to snatch them. Not to mention those cultivators who lived in the East Sea for a long time. They were cunning and fierce, and their courage was first class. They might even dare to attack the disciples of the Jie school. Even the Grand Master of Heaven could not pay attention to the movements of the disciples all the time. It wasn't that he couldn't, but that he wasn't willing. Disciples also had their own freedom. How could there be a teacher watching them all the time? What kind of propriety was that? Moreover, saints also needed to cultivate. Perhaps one day, when the Grand Master of Heaven fell into Tao enlightenment, something would happen to his disciples, and he would not be able to sense it. With Mount Buzhou suppressing the long river of time and space, any cultivator below Daoyuo Jingxian who died was truly dead. Even the saints could not reverse the flow of time and revive them. As the saying goes, it is better to be safe than sorry. It is always good to take precautions in advance. All right, junior brothers, if you have matters to attend to, you may leave first. With this map, it will be much more convenient for you to visit each other in the future. Xianqing said to his junior brothers with a smile after he put away his superpowers. Yes, senior brother. The disciples of Jie school bowed to Xianqing again and left. However, Xianqing did not leave Golden Turtle Island but stayed. Duobao, bring me all the void stones in the treasury. At the same time, help me perfect my plan. After everyone left, Xianqing said to Duobao. The void stone was a peerless treasure that was coincidentally produced when the void was destroyed. It had a trace of the charm of the void great Tao, and was extremely precious. However, that was in front of ordinary people. In front of Xianqing and the others, this item was just a small thing. In the treasury of Jie school, the void stones were not ranked. There was a huge pile, just like ordinary stones. It was nothing. After a while, Duobao returned to Xianqing's side with the mountain-like void stones. Senior brother, I brought you the void stones you wanted. Is there anything else you need help with? Duobao asked curiously after putting down the void stones. His senior brother could be said to be omnipotent and knew everything. It was really strange that he needed his help today. Senior brother, I have a big plan. If it succeeds, not only will it be very beneficial to Jie school, You and I will also obtain some merit. Xianqing led Duobao to his cave abode as he spoke. What is the plan? Senior brother, tell me about it so that I can have a plan in my heart and know where to start. Hearing Xianqing's words, Duobao's eyes lit up and he asked curiously. Merit. That's merit, you know. Ever since Duobao was born, he had never obtained any merit. Now that he heard that Xianqing's plan could actually allow him to obtain merit, how could he not be excited? Probably no one in the primordial world would not be excited in the face of merit. He had long heard that the heaven-earth merit was mysterious and unpredictable. It could directly increase one's cultivation level, increase one's luck, and reduce one's tribulation. Without merit, one could not even become a sage to be. He had yet to personally experience such a miraculous treasure. Therefore, today, even if he had to do his best, he would help his senior brother complete that plan and see the wonders of the heaven-earth merit. Although Feng Zichen could obtain merit easily, that was because he had the backing of the huge knowledge of the later generations. If Duobao wanted to obtain merit, he had to create something out of nothing. It was naturally extremely difficult. Duobao, how long do you think it will take for our junior brothers to travel to and from Golden Ao Island from their dojos? If we visit our senior brothers again, how long will it take for us to travel back and forth? Without answering Duobao's question, Xianqing asked him an unrelated question. Duobao had never thought about these questions. For a moment, it was difficult for him to answer. He could not help but ponder. Xianqing did not rush him, and waited for Duobao to think about the answer. After a while, Duobao had an answer in his heart and said slowly, as the sword ancestor attained the Tao, the primordial world evolved further, causing space to become more stable. Even a primordial immortal would find it extremely difficult to shift the void. At the very least, one has to have perfected Tai Jingxian cultivation. Therefore, junior brothers, if you want to come to Golden Ao Island, you can only use an escape technique. With their speed and distance, it will take at least 100 years to travel to and from Golden Ao Island. Depending on the distance, it will take at least a few years to thousands of years to visit fellow disciples. As he spoke, Duobao seemed to have understood something and his voice stopped abruptly. Have you noticed the problem? Master will preach the Tao every 1,000 years. As for the junior brothers, they will need hundreds or even thousands of years to travel. In that case, how can they have enough time? They will either give up listening to the Tao in order to cultivate or give up cultivating in order to listen to the Tao. But how can that work? Cultivation and listening to the Tao complement each other. The lack of either will affect the progress of cultivation. This can't be taken. Chapter 303. That's right, Xianqing was talking about the teleportation array of the later generations. This was an array formation that had never appeared before the primordial world. In the later generations, the cultivators' realms were low. Most cultivators could not cross the earth, destroy regions, and cross realms. Thus, the teleportation array was born. Now the primordial world was vast and boundless. The Tai Jingxian had spent countless years, but could not travel all over the primordial world. The Daoyuo Jingxian could not see the end either. Many cultivators below the Daoyuo Jingxian could only go around in one place for their entire lives. They did not know how vast the primordial world was, and how big the world was. Therefore, this was the best time for the teleportation array to be born. This is troublesome. However, since eldest senior brother has thought of this, I think you have already thought of a solution. Then eldest senior brother's plan is related to this. After Xianqing finished speaking, Duobao asked cooperatively. That's right. My big plan is related to this. Xianqing nodded. He was very satisfied with Duobao's cooperation. The Jie school is famous for our array formations. If we claim to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. Therefore, I plan to use my strength and create an array formation. Distort the void to achieve the effect of void teleportation. This way, we can let those junior brothers who have not reached the perfected Tai Jingxian do not have to travel long distances to come to Golden Ao Island. If they want to come, they can just go through the space array. It's simple and fast. It can also save a lot of time. In addition, if this array formation can be popularized in the primordial world, I wonder how many living beings will benefit. This is all our merit. After returning to the cave abode, Xianqing explained to Duobao. Senior brother, you are so talented. I can't compare to you. Using the matter of the Jie school to see the entire primordial world, and come up with such a thing that benefits the billions of living beings in the primordial world. Senior brother's wisdom is really admirable. Senior brother is really a virtuous person. At this moment, Duobao was a little excited. As he spoke, he bowed to Xianqing. I will never forget senior brother's kindness. Xianqing told him this technique. Obviously, he wanted to share it with him. If this technique was successful, he would definitely be able to share some merit. In this way, his future great Tao. Merit was the ticket to the door of a quasi-saint. With merit, one might not be able to become a quasi-saint, but without merit, one would definitely not be able to become a quasi-saint. What Xianqing did was equivalent to giving Duobao a chance to prove his Tao. How could Duobao not be excited? Don't thank me yet. Whether or not this matter will succeed is still uncertain. It's too early to thank me now. Seeing how happy Duobao was, Xianqing couldn't help but pour cold water on him. He, Xianqing, was not a good person. No matter what he did, he had a purpose. Now that he was treating Duobao so well, he naturally had a different purpose. What he did was just compensation. If nothing unexpected happened, Taoist Duobao would be the teacher of the future earthly sovereign. But now, Xianqing was here. He could not snatch the position of the emperor's teacher from the Grand Pure One, but he could not lose the position of the emperor of Earth's teacher. As such, Duobao had no choice but to suffer. However, Duobao was his junior brother after all. Xianqing felt a little guilty for robbing him of his merit. Therefore, he planned to make some compensation to Duobao. From now on, whenever there was a matter of great merit, Xianqing would bring Duobao along to make up for his losses and reduce the guilt in his heart. Xianqing's birth contained all kinds of schemes of Fengzichen to seize the good fortune of heaven and earth for him. It could be said that this was his nature. How could he be open and honest? His every move was naturally filled with schemes. Senior brother, you must be joking. For you to think of me for such a matter of great merit, you are already worthy of my gratitude. Moreover, is there anything you can't do? Duobao didn't care much about Xianqing's cold water. As Xianqing had said earlier, Jie school was the best in array formations in the primordial world. They already had the concept of array formations. If they couldn't realize it, it would be really embarrassing. They might as well kill themselves. Alright, stop praising me. It's better to create the array formation as soon as possible and distribute it to the junior brothers during Master's next lecture. Shaking his head, Xianqing said. The two of them were array formation masters and had many treasures. Not long after, a huge spatial array formation was set up in front of them. Rumble. The moment the array formation was set up, a powerful force erupted, distorting the void and causing space to become chaotic. Waves of tyrannical void power surged out, wreaking havoc in the boundless void. There's still one last step. As he spoke, Xianqing formed a hand seal and entered a spatial coordinate into the teleportation array formation. These were the coordinates of Penglai Island. Whether the teleportation array formation could succeed or not depended on whether it could teleport people to the destination. With the coordinates, the chaotic void power immediately reacted. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a force that went straight to Penglai Island. Boom. When the changes in the array formation stopped, a deep passage appeared in front of Xianqing and Duobao. Without hesitation, Xianqing walked in. When Duobao saw this, he hurriedly followed in. This passage wasn't long. In just a short while, the two of them walked out and arrived at a place of creation. It was Penglai Island. Is this senior brother's training ground? Indeed, it's a beautiful place with boundless creation. It's a rare sacred ground in the great desolate Aeon. This was Duobao's first time coming to Three Immortal Island. Hence, he was immediately shocked by Penglai Island's atmosphere. Don't look at it first. Once we're done, we'll have plenty of time for you to look at it. Xianqing smiled as he looked at Duobao, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. Duobao, although this teleportation array formation has been created, it hasn't reached a perfect level yet. It can't be used for two-way teleportation. Now you should stay here and think about how to set up a teleportation formation on Penglai Island and connect it to the teleportation formation on Golden Turtle Island. Without giving Duobao a chance to refuse, Xianqing instructed directly. The general framework of the teleportation array formation was already completed. Next, it was time to deal with some details. It was very simple. Naturally, Xianqing didn't need to do anything. He could just leave it to Duobao. Yes, senior brother. Duobao replied excitedly. The more he participated in this matter, the more merits he would receive after the event. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. Oh right. Senior brother still has some world-cleansing white lotuses here. Later, go to the Primal Chaos Spirit Pool and pick a rank 9 white lotus. Take it as a gift from senior brother. Unlike Sanshao, Xianqing's relationship with Duobao was much closer. Xianqing didn't feel bad giving him a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. World-cleansing white lotus? The legendary Khanate 4 great lotus platforms. Such a supreme treasure is actually in senior brother's hands. It's really a great creation. Then I won't stand on ceremony. In terms of the relationship between Duobao and Xianqing, a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure was indeed nothing. There was no need for Duobao to stand on ceremony. Chapter 304. Also, this teleportation formation is not right. What I want is a formation that can automatically teleport people over after the formation is activated. It's not a formation that opens a void passageway and allows me to walk through it myself. So, Duobao, do you understand what I mean? Thinking of something, Xianqing, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped and turned to Duobao. After many years of research, the teleportation formation was on the verge of perfection. What Xianqing had to do now was to realize all the functions of the teleportation formation in his memory. If only he was primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian. If he had an idea, he could directly turn it into reality. It would not be as troublesome as it was now. No, it was not troublesome now. It was Duobao who was troublesome. I understand. This is not difficult. Duobao nodded and replied energetically. The general structure of the teleportation formation had been completed. What was left was to fill in the details. Of course, it was not difficult, but it was cumbersome and troublesome. Therefore, Xianqing would not do it, and left it all to Duobao. Now Duobao was thinking about the scene of him obtaining merit. No matter how troublesome it was, he would not feel tired. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go to the side to rest. Waving his hand, Xianqing walked to the side leisurely to rest. He was now comprehending nature and the veins of heaven and earth in order to enhance his understanding of the Tao so that he could break through to a higher realm. On the other side, Duobao was constantly adjusting the teleportation formation so that it could reach what Xianqing said. Just like that, 100 years passed in a hurry. Senior brother, according to your request, it's done. On this day, Duobao ran to Xianqing and said excitedly, "It's done? So fast? Then I'll go take a look." With that, Xianqing stood up and walked towards the teleportation formation with Duobao. A clear light flashed, and Xianqing and Duobao disappeared from Penglai Island. When they reappeared, they were already at Golden Turtle Island. Not bad at all. However, there is a drawback to this teleportation formation. I wonder if you've noticed it, Duobao. Xianqing nodded and praised first. Then he changed the topic and directly said the drawback of the teleportation formation. Drawback. Senior brother, please enlighten me. Duobao cupped his hands and asked seriously. He felt that this teleportation formation was perfect without any flaws. It could be said that this was his most perfect creation ever since he started cultivating arrays. But if Xianqing said there was, then there must be. Be it in terms of cultivation or formation skills. Xianqing was more than one level higher than him. Since he said that there was, then there must be a flaw in this teleportation array. It was just that his cultivation was too low to notice it. There's no need to be so serious. The flaw isn't in the formation, but in other aspects. You designed this teleportation array very well. Even if I were to do it myself, I wouldn't be able to do it better than you." Seeing how serious Duobao was, Xianqing smiled and comforted him. "Other aspects? What does senior brother mean?" This time, Duobao was somewhat puzzled. Since there was no problem with the array formation itself, where was the drawback? "Look." With that, Xianqing stretched out his hand and grabbed at the teleportation array. Rumble. The teleportation formation shook violently for a moment. Suddenly, it rose from the ground and turned into a formation map. 9 long banners fell into Xianqing's hands. This teleportation array diagram is a post-celestial treasure. This void streamer was also an acquired cardinal treasure. This teleportation array of yours used a total of 4 post-celestial treasures. If we were to build dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of teleportation arrays, how many post-celestial treasures would we need? Duobao, have you ever calculated? Shaking the teleportation array diagram in his hand, Xianqing looked at Duobao in amusement. When Jie School was first established, even if it was not as good as the later generations, there were tens of thousands of disciples. But now there were no less than 1,000 disciples in the sect. In other words, if each disciple of Jie School was equipped with a teleportation array, they would need at least 4,000 post-celestial treasures. Did they really think that post-celestial treasures were cabbages? That was a treasure that was comparable to a connate numinous treasure in terms of power. It was also the main weapon of connate life forms. Connate numinous treasures were the standard of connate god fiends. Only a few connate life forms had connate numinous treasures, and they were all low-grade. Most connate life forms only used post-celestial treasures and post-celestial numinous treasures. It could be seen that post-celestial treasures were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. Of course, with Jie School's foundation, they could still take out more than 4,000 post-celestial treasures. However, it was a little difficult to take out 4,000 space attribute post-celestial treasures. Although 4,000 post-celestial treasures are a lot, with the foundation of Jie School, we can still gather them. That's not a disadvantage, right? After a while, Duobao said hesitantly. Of course, Jie School can take them out. However, Duobao, have you ever thought about how many factions in the primordial world can take out so many post-celestial treasures? This teleportation array was created to benefit all living beings in the primordial world. If it can't be popularized in the primordial world, what's the use? There are many ways to make it convenient for the disciples of Jie School. Why do you have to put in so much effort to study teleportation arrays? Looking at Duobao's indignant expression, Xianqing could not help but emphasize his tone. Benefiting all living beings, enlightening all living beings, or promoting the evolution of heaven and earth. Only such a magnificent feat could bestow merit that could be considered great merit. As for the rest, it was just merit. It was very useful to cultivators below Daoyuo Jingxian. However, to Daoyuo Jingxian, it could only be said to be better than nothing. It would not be of much use. Therefore, if the teleportation array could not be popularized in the primordial world, it could only be circulated among the disciples of Jie School. In that case, the merit obtained by Xianqing and Duobao would undoubtedly be much less. Not to mention the ticket to the quasi-saint realm. Even if Duobao wanted to rely on this to prove his Dao to Daoyuo Jingxian, Xianqing felt that it was a little difficult. I didn't think it through. Please forgive me, senior brother. After hearing Xianqing's words, Duobao immediately thought it through and hurriedly said, Duobao, broaden your horizons. Don't just look at Jie School. You have to look at the scenery of the primordial world. Daoyuo Jingxian looks at the primordial world of the universe and sees through the mysteries of the world. If you don't broaden your horizons, how can you prove your Dao to Daoyuo Jingxian? After thinking for a while, Xianqing warned Duobao. If he wanted to prove his Dao to Daoyuo Jingxian, his heart had to be big and his horizons had to be wide. He did not care about the gains and losses of the moment. Instead, he had to calculate the gains and losses of the endless future. Without the will to devour the heavens, how could he achieve great achievements? Senior brother, you're right. Duobao bowed and said. This was the experience of his predecessors. It could save him a lot of detours. After this matter is over, go to the East Ocean Moor and see the scenery outside. Broaden your horizons and increase your knowledge. Don't stay on Golden Ao Island all the time. You can't raise an expert in a greenhouse. Chapter 305. Heaven and Earth were called Tao. It would definitely be beneficial to go out and take a look. Perhaps, as he continued walking, he might even make a breakthrough. Yes, after this matter is over, I will go out and take a look. Even if Xianqing did not say so, Duobao would still go out and explore. How could he see the future without experiencing a storm? Senior brother, what should we do with this teleportation array now? Duobao pointed at the teleportation array in Xianqing's hand and asked. It's okay, look. As he spoke, Xianqing waved his hand and took the void stone from afar. He simplified the teleportation array in front of him and created a new array. This new teleportation array was formed by an array and 9 void banners. Although there were more, these 10 Dharma treasures were all acquired spirit treasures. The cost of refining was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. As long as any Khanate life form was not too bad, they could still put together a set of teleportation arrays. Duobao, take a look at my teleportation array. What do you think? Xianqing asked as he handed the teleportation array in his hand to Duobao. Yes, this array is indeed much simpler than the previous array. The materials needed to refine it are also much less. That's right, isn't the power of this array a little weaker? After sizing up the array in his hand for a while, Duobao said hesitantly. The array formed by 4 acquired cardinal treasures became an array formed by 10 acquired spirit treasures. Although there was no change in the function, the power would definitely be reduced correspondingly. The previous teleportation array was completely formed by acquired cardinal treasures. It could teleport at will within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. It was very comfortable. However, this array formed by acquired spirit treasures could only teleport at will within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Its power was 10,000 times weaker. This showed the difference between the two sets of array formations. Is it too small? I don't think so. Within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, it is enough for golden immortals and cultivators below to use. As for the Tai Jingxian, they have already cultivated to Tai Jingxian. If they can't gather 4 spatial acquired cardinal treasures, then let them fly slowly by themselves. Xianqing shook his head in the face of Duobao's question and replied nonchalantly. This teleportation array was originally prepared for low-level cultivators. As long as the distance was not too far, it would be fine. Primordial Unity Golden Immortals naturally had better choices. The first set of teleportation arrays was prepared for them. Furthermore, the difference between the two formations was not limited to this. Xianqing's deep scheme was hidden within. The first set of teleportation formations was of extremely high quality and could automatically absorb innate qi. In other words, this set of teleportation arrays did not need to be consumed at all when activated. The owner's own magic power could be self-sufficient. The second set of teleportation arrays was different. Their quality was not high, and they could only be activated with the help of external forces. And this external force could be magic power, or it could be the Khanate creation pill. That's right. Xianqing was forcing them to use the Khanate fortune elixir. Ever since the Khanate creation pill was born, it had always been praised by all living beings in the primordial world. Even Daoyuo Jingxian praised it. Even the quasi-saints nodded to themselves. Frankly speaking, this was one of the best medicinal pills in the great desolate world. When these words reached Xianqing's ears, he really wanted to curse. Good medicinal pills? Good medicinal pills, my ass. This Khanate creation pill was a supreme treasure pill. What the hell was this? He refined the Khanate creation pill to be used as a currency in the great desolate world, so that it could be easily circulated and obtain great fortune, great merit, and great luck. It was not for them to use it as a medicinal pill to assist in cultivation. Wasn't this going astray? Therefore, Xianqing wanted to reverse this situation and restore the Khanate creation pill to its original use. Therefore, Xianqing wanted to let all living beings in the great desolate world know clearly. Although the Khanate creation pill could assist in cultivation, It was not a medicinal pill, but a currency. Fellow Taoists, it is a currency. Spend it. What's the use of keeping it? Spend it. Spend it as soon as possible. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Making money with money is the way of the king. Saving money can't make a fortune. At a certain moment, Xianqing really wanted to transform into an unscrupulous profiteer and shout at the great desolate world, tempting them to spend the Khanate creation pill as a currency. Now the opportunity had finally come. He created the teleportation array, not only for the welfare of all living beings in the great desolate world, but also for his own selfish reasons. If you don't want to spend it, then I'll force you to spend it. I don't believe that you can resist not using the teleportation array in front of you. Not only that, this was only the first generation teleportation array. It wouldn't be long before Xianqing would launch the second generation teleportation array. The teleportation distance would undoubtedly be further. At that time, Xianqing would not generously give away the second generation teleportation array for free. Instead, he would use the second generation teleportation array to cover the entire East Sea at his own expense for the living beings of the East Sea to use. Of course, this was not free. If you want to teleport, you can, but give me the Khanate creation pill. The further the teleportation, the higher the level of the Khanate creation pill needed, and the more expensive it would be. I'll force you to spend the Khanate creation pill. As long as the Khanate creation pill was not used as a currency and circulated in the great desolate world, Xianqing would not be able to obtain the luck of the currency. He would only be able to obtain the luck of the Tao of alchemy. How could Xianqing tolerate only getting 1 out of 2 portions of great luck? How to force the living beings of the East Sea to spend the Khanate creation pill? Xianqing still had a series of plans. In the future, these plans would be imposed on the living beings of the East Sea one by one, making them experience the fear of being dominated by profiteers. Did they really think that Xianqing had been in the East Sea for so long and had nothing to do? He had long been planning in the dark. From this moment on, he would transform into the #1 profiteer of the great desolate world, squeezing the wallets of the living beings of the East Sea at all times. Until he was satisfied. The entire East Sea would become Xianqing's testing ground to verify his way of currency. If he succeeded, he would apply the results to the great desolate world. If he failed, it was not a big deal. He could just push it down and start again. There were so many living beings in the East Sea. There was no way to harvest all of them. It was fine as long as they didn't take root. Senior brother, you're right. I was too narrow-minded. Duobao's voice woke Xianqing up from his thoughts. It's okay. You're still young. You just need to experience more. This is the accumulation of experience. Xianqing smiled and comforted him. A few days later, Xianqing and Duobao set up an altar on Golden Ao Island and placed the first set of teleportation array diagrams on it. The heavenly path is above. Disciple Xianqing, disciple Duobao. Today, I see that the great desolate world is vast and boundless. The living beings from all over the world do not know the vastness of heaven and earth and the vastness of the universe. Therefore, the two of us took pity on them and created a special formation, which we named the Transportation Formation. It connects the north and south, the east and the west. Chapter 306. Let all living beings in the primordial world communicate with each other. Let all living beings in the primordial world know the vastness of the world and the vastness of the universe. Let all living beings understand each other and eliminate the estrangement. May the heavenly Tao be the judge. Below the altar, Xianqing and Duobao reported to the heavenly Tao with solemn expressions. In the deepest part of the boundless void, in the unknown place, the heavenly Tao reacted. A wisp of golden light descended from the void, illuminating a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It illuminated the surroundings of Golden Ao Island. The Xianhuang merit was here. After working for so long, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Vast merit descended from the sky and split into 3 portions. 20% landed on the teleportation array, while the remaining 80% split into 2 and landed on Xianqing and Duobao respectively. With a thought, Xianqing hid the merit into the auspicious cloud and left it for it to use. Duobao did the same. He put away the merit, and did not use it to increase his cultivation level. In the primordial world, very few people who aimed at the great Tao used merit to increase their cultivation level. Even if there were no side effects, they would not use it. After all, in the hearts of the primordial world's great mystical abilities, the cultivation level increased by external forces was not as practical as the cultivation level obtained by one's own hard work. Mingyi used merit to increase his cultivation level, but his strength after that was hard to explain in a few words. Before using merit to increase his cultivation level, he could still fight against Tai. But after that, he could not even take a few moves. The drawbacks of using merit to increase one's cultivation level could be seen from this. As for the saints, why did they dare to absorb the power of merit to increase their cultivation level? That was because they had the Hongmeng purple qi in their bodies. Apart from that, the great mystical abilities could not figure it out. Like them, the Nuwa of the three pure ones did not like to use merit to cultivate. Why did she suddenly use merit to cultivate? In any case, only the saints had such treasures. Outsiders did not have them. Other than helping people become saints, outsiders did not know what other functions it had. Therefore, after the 6 of them obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, if there was any abnormal behavior, the great mystical abilities could not help but associate it with the Hongmeng purple qi. Buzz buzz buzz, after a series of tremors, the teleportation array was upgraded from an acquired cardinal treasure to an acquired merit cardinal treasure. Its power was comparable to a connate spirit treasure. The teleportation range had also been expanded to the limit. In an instant, one could travel back and forth within the Eastern Sea. Not bad. Nodding his head, Xianqing waved his sleeve, and threw the teleportation formation map behind Golden Turtle Island. Rumble. After a loud bang, the teleportation formation slowly spread out. It absorbed the connate qi from all directions and formed a huge teleportation formation on Golden Turtle Island. The next time Junior Marshall Brothers come, enter your coordinates into the formation, and set up a set of teleportation formations on your respective immortal islands. This teleportation array will be perfect. In that case, it will be much more convenient for Junior Brothers to travel to and from Golden Ao Island. Xianqing nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the teleportation formation that was still running. Teleportation array? This array formation is interesting. After the teleportation matrix appeared, in the eastern heaven, in Emperor Shi's palace. With a thought, the innate 8 trigrams appeared in Fushi's mind, channeling the power of the 8 trigrams and deducing the secrets of the universe. All kinds of mysteries appeared in Fushi's eyes, allowing him to understand all the structure of the teleportation matrix in an instant. Not only that, under his powerful strength, the teleportation matrix was constantly breaking down, turning into the most basic runes, rearranging and combining, and deducing a new and stronger teleportation matrix. Star-level teleportation matrix. A super teleportation matrix that could cross stars and even galaxies. A world-level teleportation matrix. A teleportation matrix that could cross realms. Needless to say, its power was incomparably powerful. To be able to create the Zhouxing formation, Fushi had already proven his achievements in the Tao of formations. He was definitely at the peak of the Eldritch world, and was not inferior to the Tongtian sect leader. With just a glance at the small teleportation matrix, he could naturally completely understand it, and innovate to create a stronger teleportation matrix. The 9 Heavens Celestial Lord is indeed extraordinary. The Xian sect has a successor. Fushi praised as he came back to his senses. What kind of ingenious thinking to come up with such an exquisite array formation. This 9 Heavens Celestial Lord Xianqing is really a wonderful person. He has great wisdom. In the Eldritch world, in the Pangu Palace, silver-white light bloomed in Dijiang's eyes. Strands of Tao patterns appeared and constantly intertwined in the air, forming an inexplicable array formation and distorting the void. This was the spatial Tao pattern, the manifestation of the Tao of space in the world, carrying all of his mysteries. In the Tao of formations, although Dijiang did not have any achievements and was far inferior to Fushi, however, in the comprehension of the Tao of space, he was the true number 1 in the Eldritch world and the supreme master of space. No one in the eldritch world could compare to him. He could play with the entire void. Therefore, this kind of array formation that used space had no secrets in his eyes. He could fiddle with and modify it. In just an instant, a teleportation matrix was created out of thin air by Dijiang. Without using any heavenly treasures, it just appeared out of thin air. After another moment, the teleportation matrix suddenly changed. Endless runes appeared and disappeared in it, becoming more profound, more mysterious, and more powerful. Rumble. In the next moment, the void in the major tribes of the sorcerer tribe suddenly distorted, constantly combining and splitting, forming a huge teleportation matrix. This was the Void Dominator. Under Dijiang's supreme power, the void changed at his will and automatically formed a teleportation matrix. He did not even need materials and directly created something out of nothing. It was really shocking. The appearance of the teleportation matrix was obviously more useful to the demon race and the sorcerer tribe than to the Jie school. To the Jie school, the teleportation matrix could only make it more convenient for the disciples of the Jie school to travel and save a lot of time. It was not considered a big use. However, to the sorcerer tribe and the demon race, it was different. The teleportation matrix could strengthen their cohesion and consolidate the rule of the higher-ups. Although there were many Daoyuo Jingxian in the sorcerer tribe, it was obvious that they had more ordinary clansmen. It was simply endless. To put it bluntly, the demon race was a huge alliance. There were countless races in it, each with their own divine abilities. Among them, the powerful races lived in the heaven realm and bathed in the light of the stars day and night. As for the weaker races, they lived on the stars in the heavenly cycle. The distance between the heavens and the stars was unimaginably far. The sorcerer tribe had 12 major tribes and countless small and medium-sized tribes all over the primordial world. The distance between them was also extremely far. The Tai Jingxian could still travel freely, but it would be extremely difficult for those clansmen with low realms to go out and walk. In this way, after hundreds of millions of years, between clans and tribes, the higher-ups would not matter, but the lower levels would inevitably be estranged. If the heart was scattered, it would be difficult to gather it again. Therefore, the appearance of the teleportation matrix was especially important. Chapter 307. The various races interacted with each other. The various clans understood each other. It allowed the clansmen to interact freely, bond with each other, and improve communication to eliminate the estrangement. It allowed them to unite and maintain the stability of the clan. At the same time, it could maintain the vitality of the clan. Whether or not they could maintain their vitality was related to the rise and fall of a clan. Only a clan that was full of vitality could continuously improve. A clan that could not maintain its vitality would eventually become the dust of history. Although the teleportation array was not powerful, it had an extraordinary meaning. It was enough to bring earth-shattering changes to the primordial world. Its impact was not only limited to the Magi and Demon clans, but also the entire primordial world. As the teleportation array spread in the primordial world, the east and west were connected, and the north and south were connected. The impact of the cultures and specialties of various places would definitely cause the Khanate creation pill to really circulate. It would completely replace bartering, which was an extremely ancient trading method, and become the only currency in the primordial world. If one wanted to be rich, they had to build roads first. Only when transportation was convenient could wealth circulate. Only then could the Khanate creation pill display its value and gather supreme luck for Xianqing. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years had passed. Dang dang dang. On this day the immortal gathering bell rang again. The melodious sound of the bell echoed in the entire East Ocean, marking the grand event of the East Ocean. The Grand Master of Heaven's lecture was about to begin. All of a sudden, all living beings gathered and rushed towards Golden Ao Island. The number of people was several times greater than the last time. They almost filled the entire Golden Ao Island. The separation of the three pure ones happened too suddenly. There were no signs. The Grand Master of Heaven moved to the East Ocean even more suddenly. As a result, the living beings on the primordial world did not react in time, and missed the last lecture. This time, they calculated the timing and rushed to the East Ocean in advance to wait for the saint's lecture. No, it should be moving to the East Ocean. The Magi and demon clans were in constant conflict. The atmosphere in the primordial world was getting tenser and tenser. A war could break out at any time. The living beings of the primordial world were not fools. They would not foolishly stay on the ground and wait for death. The overseas region became their choice. The East Ocean was the first in the four seas. With the ancestral dragon and the Grandmaster of Heaven guarding it, it naturally became their first choice. Fortunately, the East Ocean was big enough. No matter how many living beings came, it could accommodate them all. Screech. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry came from afar. Then, a five-colored light rapidly approached from the horizon. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Golden Turtle Island and disappeared into the crowd. That is, Kong Xian. Xianqing narrowed his eyes and recognized the identity of the person. It was the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian. I didn't expect him to be here too. Judging from his cultivation, he's still a Tai Jingxian cultivator. I think it's more difficult than I thought to attain the Tao with the innate 5 elements. I reckon that the Phoenix clan can no longer help him. That's why they sent him here to try his luck. Looking in the direction where Kong Xian disappeared, Xianqing silently speculated. Since they both cultivated the connate 5 elements Tao, Xianqing knew very well how difficult it was to attain the Tao. Blocking the tribulation of Tao was too difficult. In the untainted land, almost no one could attain the primordial 5 elements Tao with their own abilities. If Kong Xian did not have any outstanding performance to attract the attention of the other 4 sacred beasts, it would be impossible for the Phoenix ancestor to succeed alone. Obviously, Kong Xian did not have any outstanding performance. Therefore, he came out to ask for the guidance of the sage to find the way to attain the Tao. However, the connate 5 elements Tao was within reach for Feng Zichen. With the help of the 5 elements sacred beasts and the support of the 5 elements ancestral witch, the connate 5 elements Tao belonged to him. It was still useful to form good karma with others. Surprisingly, the Grandmaster of Heaven also talked about the mysteries of the connate 5 elements Tao in addition to the Shangqing Great Tao. When the countless living beings on the island heard this, they became intoxicated. Their understanding of the world increased by a little. Master is cherishing talent. Xianqing immediately understood the reason behind the Grandmaster of Heaven's abnormality. Kong Xian was the first peacock in the world. The Phoenix ancestor was born from the origin of the connate 5 elements. He was a god fiend that represented the connate 5 elements Tao. He was the top connate god fiend in the untainted land. With such talent, it was inevitable that the Grandmaster of Heaven, who had always liked to take in disciples, was moved. However, this had nothing to do with Xianqing. Whether Kong Xian became the Grandmaster of Heaven's disciple or not, it would not affect him. If he succeeded, he would just have another junior brother. If he failed, he would not lose anything. Junior brothers, please wait a moment. After the lecture, Xianqing stopped the people of the Jie school, who wanted to leave. Greetings, eldest senior brother. May I know why eldest senior brother has stopped us? After bowing to Xianqing, Zhao Gongming took a step forward and asked him on behalf of everyone. Senior brother, there is a set of array formation here. Go and set it up. Let me see if you have slacked off on your cultivation recently. As he spoke, Xianqing waved his hand, and thousands of materials for setting up the teleportation array appeared and fell into everyone's hands. There was no more and no less, just one for each person. Looking at the materials in their hands, everyone was stunned for a moment. They did not know what Xianqing meant by suddenly doing this. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and set it up. You only have 3 years. Junior brothers, if you have not set up the array formation after 3 years, don't blame me for being ruthless. Go to the East Sea Abyss by yourself and come back after killing 10 ferocious beasts of the same realm. If you can't do it, then don't come back. Seeing that everyone was a little stunned, Xianqing said leisurely. His voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale, and they were at a loss. As a disciple of a saint, and with a connate spirit treasure in hand, It was not too difficult to kill 10 ferocious beasts of the same realm. However, that was the East Sea Abyss. The East Sea Abyss was one of the most dangerous places in the Untainted Land. It was also one of the largest gathering places of ferocious beasts in the Untainted Land. There was no lack of Daluo Jinxian, and even sage to be super ferocious beasts inside. That was the Untainted Land's meat grinder. It was the battlefield that truly belonged to Daluo Jinxian. The Daluo Jinxian of the Dragon Clan were fighting a bloody battle with the Daluo level ferocious beasts there. If the Tai Jinxian went, it would be good enough if they could survive, let alone kill the ferocious beasts. Danger. Ever since they joined the Jie sect, the danger had nothing to do with them. But today, Xianqing's words made them feel a sense of crisis that they had not felt for a long time. Ah. Seeing that Xianqing was not joking, everyone looked at each other for a while. Immediately, they did not dare to delay and picked up the array formation to study it. As for resisting, they did not dare to. Chapter 308. If they didn't resist, they would at most head to the East Ocean Abyss. If they resisted, they would be disrespectful to their elders. Not to mention Xianqing's cultivation. Just this crime alone was enough to make them face the wrath of the Grandmaster of Heaven. At that time, they would face an even more terrifying punishment. Senior brother, isn't this a little too much? Looking at his nervous junior brothers, Duobao hesitated for a while and said to Xianqing, "Too much. Apart from being novel, the teleportation array is not a difficult array. As a disciple of the Jie school, you can't set up a teleportation array in 3 years. What does that mean? I think I don't need to say more. You should understand Duobao. Array Dao was the foundation of the Jie school. If a teleportation array couldn't be set up in 3 years, it meant that that person didn't have the heart to cultivate. What was the use of keeping such a disciple? Other than leading a bad atmosphere, there was no other use. One day of being a monk, one day of ringing the bell. Xianqing was the eldest senior brother of the Jie school, so he had to bear the responsibility. It was the same for the benefits of his junior brothers, and it was the same for the assessment of his junior brother's standards. How troublesome would it be to refine more than 1,000 teleportation arrays? He could use this opportunity to let the disciples of the Jie school refine them. On one hand, he could test his junior brother's standards. On the other hand, he could complete the refining of more than 1,000 teleportation arrays. It was a good method to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, these junior brothers didn't disappoint Xianqing. They all set up the teleportation arrays within 3 years. Especially Zhao Gongming and Yun Xiao. They completed Xianqing's instructions in less than a month, far surpassing the rest. Good. It seems that all of you have not neglected your cultivation all these years. This makes me very gratified. You have to know that on the path of the Great Tao, you will fall behind if you don't advance. Now that you have left Golden Ao Island and lost Master's restraint, I was really afraid that you would slack off and delay your cultivation. But now it seems that all of you have performed very well and didn't disappoint Master. Looking at everyone, Xianqing's face was full of smiles. Junior brothers, you have worked hard. I happen to have some divine water of chaos here. I'll give it to you. Duobao, take this bottle of divine water of chaos and share it with your junior brothers. As he spoke, Xianqing took out a bottle of divine water of chaos and handed it to Duobao. Although the chaotic divine water was not one of the top 10 divine waters of the primordial world, it was not much inferior to them. In fact, it was even slightly superior. It was an extremely precious treasure. This was the divine water created by the Chaos Spring on the 3 Immortal Island. There were a total of 3 pools of mystic clear, and the number was still increasing. Therefore, even though this item was precious, Xianqing didn't feel bad about using it as a reward. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed to thank him. Junior brother Gongming, junior sister Yun Xiao, junior brother Lu Yu, come forward. After helping everyone up, Xianqing called out the names of 10 people in a row. If there was a punishment, there would be a reward. Xianqing had said that there would be a punishment for failure. Now he wanted to reward those who performed well. He wanted to encourage everyone to work hard and cultivate. As for those 10 people, they were the first 10 people to finish setting up the teleportation formations. The 10 of you are the top 10 in this test. I'll give you these 10 creation Tao pills as encouragement. I hope that you will work hard in your cultivation in the future, and strive to attain the great Tao as soon as possible. Taking out 100 creation Tao pills, Xianqing gave them to Yun Xiao and the others. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving the creation Tao pills, the 10 of them thanked him in unison. Their tone was filled with excitement, to the point that there was a slight tremor in their voices. 10 creation Tao pills were equivalent to 10,000 years of cultivation for a Daoyuo Jingxian, and 10 million years of cultivation for a Tai Jingxian. In other words, refining them would increase their cultivation by 10 million years out of thin air. How could Yun Xiao and the others not be excited? There's no need to be envious. From now on, every 5,000 years, I will conduct an assessment for you. The top 10 will all receive 10 creation Tao pills. Those who fail will reflect on their mistakes for 1,000 years. Those who fail twice in a row, I don't need to say anything more. Go to the East Ocean abyss yourself. Seeing the envy in everyone's eyes, Xianqing said with a smile. They had been living a comfortable life for too long. If he didn't give them some pressure, how could they be willing to work hard and cultivate? Thinking about it, after this incident, the strength of the Jie sect would increase exponentially. Before long, many Tai Jingxian would be born. Yes, we will follow senior brother's orders. Everyone said in unison. Other than a few disciples, most of the disciples of the Jie sect agreed with the reward and punishment measures. They were all young people and had a competitive heart. Who would be weaker than others? They would definitely fight for the top 10, no first place. The morale of the disciples soared, and the providence of the Jie sect increased a little. Good. In the Green Turing Palace, the Grand Master of Heaven noticed the changes in the outside world, and couldn't help but cheer. However, this way, Xianqing will be at a disadvantage. With that thought in mind, the Grand Master of Heaven took out a jade seal from his chest. Tong, go and give this 4-elephant seal to your senior brother. The Grand Master of Heaven ordered the fire and water child. The treasures to reward the disciples should have been provided by the Grand Master of Heaven. But now, Xianqing had taken on the responsibility and paid out of his own pocket to reward his junior brothers. In this way, he would inevitably be at a disadvantage. However, how could the Grand Master of Heaven sit and watch his beloved disciple suffer? He immediately decided to give Xianqing a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure as compensation. As the name suggested, the 4-elephant seal was a Khanate numinous treasure born from the Khanate 4 elephants Tao. That's right, the 4-elephant seal was one of the 9 Khanate numinous treasures that Feng Zichen had been searching for. It was a Khanate numinous treasure that could preside over the chaos array. In Xianqing's hands, even if others used supreme-grade Khanate numinous treasures to exchange for it, he would not exchange it. Haha, for elephant seal. I really didn't expect that there would be such benefits to integrating the Jie sect. Holding the 4-elephant seal, Xianqing was extremely excited. In this way, he had already found 5 Khanate numinous treasures to preside over the chaos array. There were still 4 more to make the array perfect and become the top array in the primordial world. However, this matter could not be rushed. It still depended on fate. Duobao, come to my place. The matter of the Jie sect had come to an end. It was time to continue with his big plan. Therefore, Xianqing called Duobao over. Duobao. In recent years, I've been thinking about it and feel that the current array is too inconvenient. I want to improve it. Therefore, I specially asked you to come over and help me. I wonder if you're willing? On Penglai Island, Xianqing said with a serious face. Improve the current array? Senior brother is really talented. Ordinary people can't think of it. I'm far inferior. Hearing Xianqing's words, Duobao replied excitedly. Chapter 309. Improving the array formation. Just from the name, one could tell that it was a big deal. The impact would definitely be far-reaching. If he succeeded, he would definitely have great merit. Senior brother, how can you teach me? Duo Bao bowed to Xianqing and asked respectfully for advice. He was not a fool. How could he not see that Xianqing was promoting him? Otherwise, Xianqing could have done the improvement of the array formation and the creation of the teleportation array by himself. There was no need to bring a burden like him and share the merit for nothing. Duo Bao did not believe that Xianqing could not do it himself. If even he could do it, how could Xianqing's achievements in the Tao of formations exceed his by so much? It was definitely easy for him to do it and do it better. Duo Bao still had this bit of self-awareness. Duo Bao, how much do you know about the Tao of refining? Xianqing did not answer Duo Bao's question. Instead, he asked an unrelated question. When I was on Kunlun Mountain, other than daily cultivation, I often asked my two uncle masters for advice. Although I'm not too proficient in the Tao of refining and the Tao of alchemy, I still have some insights. After thinking for a while, Duo Bao replied humbly. However, looking at his smug face, it was obvious that he did not only have some insights as he said. Xianqing and Duo Bao were undoubtedly lucky. When the Grand Master of Heaven took them in as disciples, they were the only two disciples in the entire Kunlun Mountain. Therefore, the two of them were the disciples of the Grand Master of Heaven, but they were actually taught by the three pure ones. This was a treatment that the disciples who came later could not enjoy. Therefore, they were lucky. It was also because of this that in addition to having some achievements in the Tao of formations, the two of them also had some achievements in alchemy and refining, especially Xianqing, who could be said to be a great master of three Taos. He had already fused three Taos and walked out of his own Tao. He could be said to be a great master of a generation. Xianqing had such great achievements. Duo Bao, who was not weaker than him, would obviously not be that bad either. Cut the crap. How much do you know about the Tao of refining? Seeing Duo Bao's humble look, Xianqing could not help but pat him and scold him jokingly. This, I can't say either. However, none of the disciples of the Chanism can compare to me in terms of refining weapons. Duo Bao simply could not think of how to describe his own refining realm. He could not help comparing it to the Chan school disciples. He was not bragging. When he was young, Heavenly Lord Yuanshi taught him the way of refining weapons one-on-one. This was a treatment that even the disciples of Chan school could not enjoy. This treatment was exclusive to Duo Bao and Xianqing. Moreover, later generations had already proven that Duo Bao was undoubtedly the most talented disciple among the disciples of the three religions. It was only natural that the disciples of Chan school could not compare to him. There was nothing to be surprised about. All right, I got it. Hearing Duo Bao's words, Xianqing was almost unable to estimate his blacksmithing realm. He could barely be considered a first-rate blacksmith. Currently, the cultivation of the disciples of the Chan school was not high. As a result, their achievements in the way of refining weapons were not very strong. They were far inferior to those of the later generations. It could be said to be inferior to the best, but more than enough to be inferior. Duo Bao was stronger than them. In terms of refining weapons, he could naturally be considered top-notch in the primordial world. The three pure ones share the same origin. They are one family. Alchemy, blacksmithing, and array refinement. These three great Tao are of course one family. They share the same origin. You cultivate three great Taos. I think you should have discovered that there are many similarities between the three great Taos. After a while, Xianqing talked about the relationship between the three great Taos. Yes, these three great Taos are all based on the Khanate runes. They are constantly evolving. It can be considered the same path, but there are three different results. However, their essence is still the same. Duo Bao agreed with Xianqing's words. The Khanate runes were the foundation of everything. All the Khanate Taos were constructed from them. The three pure ones created their own three great Taos through the Khanate runes. However, due to their different philosophies, the three great Taos were expressed differently. It's good that you understand. The array formation I'm talking about is related to the way of refining weapons. Nodding, Xianqing told Duo Bao about his plan. The current array formation has huge restrictions regardless of whether it's Khanate or postnatal. If you want to activate it, you have to rely on the advantage of a numinous treasure or the power of heaven and earth. It's extremely troublesome to move it. Moreover, the power of the array formation is too great. It can easily envelop a radius of 10,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, or billions of miles. It causes great damage to the primordial mountains and rivers. Also, when the array formation is set up, it will cause a huge commotion. Unless the enemy takes the initiative to enter the array formation, it will be very difficult to force the enemy into the array formation. In this way, the array formation will lose its effect. Then what's the use of it? These were the drawbacks of the current array formation. Xianqing had spent several years concluding them. Now he told Duobao one by one. Just as senior brother said, most array formations can only passively defend, and can't take the initiative to attack. This is indeed a problem. Duobao went through the array formation he had mastered in his mind, and realized that it was indeed the same as what Xianqing had said. He could not help but agree. Therefore, I want you to imitate the method of refining weapons and refine the array formation into a Dharma treasure. There's no need for the main array formation. As long as you pour in Dharma power or put in a creation pill, you can activate it. In this way, the array formation will become similar to a Dharma treasure. It will undoubtedly be more convenient and easier to control. Most of the drawbacks that I mentioned just now can also be solved. Seeing Duobao frowning and thinking, Xianqing waited for a while before telling him the solution. That's right. Xianqing was talking about the array disk of the future. It could be activated with only spirit stones. In the primordial world, there were no spirit stones. There were only connate creation pills. According to Xianqing's plan, the only way to fully activate the array disk's power was to use the connate creation pill. He did not believe that with the array disk, the primordial world's living beings could still endure not using the connate creation pill. This was the second part of Xianqing's plan to stimulate the consumption of the primordial world's living beings. Refining the array formation into a Dharma treasure is a good idea. But will this work? Although he felt that Xianqing's words made sense, Duobao still seemed a little hesitant. Refining the array formation into a Dharma treasure simply subverted his understanding. This idea was too unbelievable. He really did not know how Xianqing's brain worked. He could actually think of such a method. How do you know if it works if you don't try? Anyway, you have nothing to do. Just try a little more here. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Just take it as accumulating experience. Xianqing expressed his understanding of Duobao's hesitation. After all, his idea was indeed too shocking. He could guarantee that this method would definitely succeed. But he could not say it to Duobao. Chapter 310. He could not say that the later generations had already used facts to prove the feasibility of the array disk. Wasn't that looking for trouble? By the way, most array formations use connate numinous treasures as the main array. You can start from this aspect and deduce the feasibility of the array disk. The birth of the array disk was the result of the later generations optimizing the array formation for convenience and simplicity. That was the inevitability of the development of the era. What Xianqing and the others did today was nothing more than following the trend of the times. Even if Xianqing and the others did not do anything, the array disk would be born in the future. That was the general trend and could not be defied. Instead of letting outsiders benefit, it was better to leave it to his own family. Therefore, the Jie school would accept this merit. Yes, senior brother. No, I've already done everything. Senior brother, what are you doing? Duobao nodded, indicating that he understood. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. From what Xianqing had said, it seemed that he was going to leave everything to him. What should Xianqing do? This is your good fortune. It's done. The merit is boundless. If it doesn't work, it's nothing. Just go back and cultivate hard and wait for the future. Xianqing already had enough merit on him. The merit from setting up the array disk was not of much use to him. He might as well give it to Duobao as compensation. Then, junior martial brother will accept your offer. Seeing that Xianqing's attitude was firm, Duobao did not refuse. There was no need to be polite. He just had to remember this matter in his heart. There would be a day when he would repay him in the future. All right, there's no need to be so serious. It's not a big deal. Waving his hand, Qianqing smiled and comforted him. However, his expression changed and he said seriously, "However, it's better to hurry up and refine the array disk. Let's try to refine it as soon as possible. There are countless wise people in the primordial world. If I can think of something, it doesn't mean that they can't. If it's too late and someone else proposes it first, you can't blame others. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Wise people could obtain enlightenment from such a major matter that followed the trend of the times. Whoever created the array disk first, and created it more perfectly, this merit belonged to the person who obtained it. What Qianqing could do was to tell Duobao about this matter in advance. As for whether or not Duobao could refine the disk array to perfect the array Dao in this period of time, that would depend on his own ability. Whether it succeeded or not, Qianqing wouldn't care. The opportunity had already been given to Duobao. If he couldn't grasp it, then he couldn't blame Qianqing. He could only blame himself for being incompetent. Senior brother, don't worry. Duobao will definitely do his best, and be the first to refine the array disk. I will not let the reputation of Jie School's array Dao be ruined in my hands. Duobao was still very confident in himself. It's good that you know what you're doing. That's right, when refining the disk array, you can experiment with the teleportation array. This array was created by you, so it will be much easier to improve it. After thinking about it, Qianqing suggested to Duobao. Yes, senior brother, I know. Duobao nodded to show that he understood. That's it then. Senior brother, do you have anything else to do? I won't accompany you here. With that, Qianqing waved his hand and turned to walk towards the quiet room. Now Qianqing also had a lot of things to do. The plan to stimulate the consumption of the living beings in the East Sea still needed to be perfected. In the quiet room, a ball of immortal fire that was surrounded by clear light appeared. The Dao runes lingered, and it was extremely terrifying. It set off waves of heat, causing the void to distort. This was the Nine Heavens immortal fire, a supreme true fire that was born in the origin of the heaven realm. Its power was boundless, and it was ranked among the top 10 true fires of the primordial world. The essence soul was light and agile, close to the sky. The body was turbid, close to the ground. Therefore, the Nine Heavens immortal fire that was born in the origin of the heaven realm contained the connate clear spirit Dao. It specialized in burning the essence soul of people. It was extremely ruthless. Qianqing was from the same sect as the heavens. He basically had all the abilities of the heaven realm. Therefore, the Nine Heavens immortal fire was his innate divine ability. He could control it as if it was instinct. Great Dao Furnace appear. With a command, the Great Dao Furnace appeared. It rumbled and floated above the Nine Heavens immortal fire. Then, Qianqing formed a Dao seal and controlled the Nine Heavens immortal fire. At the same time, he took out several connate spiritual materials and placed them into the Great Dao Furnace. Yes, that's right. Qianqing was refining artifacts. He planned to take advantage of this period of time to refine some postnatal spiritual treasures and postnatal supreme treasures. As for what to refine, he had an idea. He planned to imitate connate spiritual treasures. In the early years before the three pure ones established their sects, their connate spiritual treasures had been left in the treasury to collect dust. At that time, Qianqing liked to run to the treasury whenever he had nothing to do. As a result, the connate spiritual treasures in the hands of the disciples of the three sects were all in Qianqing's hands. Therefore, he knew the functions of the Dao inscriptions contained in the connate spiritual treasures. With these accumulations, it would not be difficult for Qianqing to imitate these connate spiritual treasures. The difficult part was how to make these imitated connate spiritual treasures have the power of the original ones. Fortunately, Qianqing was not imitating connate spiritual treasures to pursue power, but to verify his Dao of refining artifacts. It was not too troublesome. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years had passed. The immortal gathering bell rang again, disturbing the peace of the East Sea, and also waking Qianqing up from refining artifacts. Has it been 1,000 years? After returning to his senses, Qianqing stretched, but did not plan to go to Golden Ao Island. Now the Jie sect was on the right track. It did not matter if he, the eldest senior brother, returned or not. It took nearly 1,000 years to refine 9 Khanate spiritual treasures and 3 Khanate cardinal treasures. Not bad. In the future, Yin Zhongzi of the Chan sect was famous for imitating Khanate spiritual treasures. I think he is inferior to me. Looking at the spiritual treasures he had refined, Xianqing said proudly. The 3 Khanate cardinal treasures were made by Xianqing based on the Khanate cardinal treasures in the hands of the 3 pure ones. They were the Khanate Taiji diagram, the Khanate Panga banner, and the celestial slaying sword formation. The 9 Khanate spiritual treasures were made by Xianqing, based on 9 powerful supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. They were the 8-view palace lantern, the 3 treasures jade rui, the purple lightning hammer, the floating flame flag, the Wuji apricot yellow flag. These 12 spiritual treasures floated in mid-air, surrounded by Dao runes. They were shining with spiritual light and releasing wisps of divine radiance. They looked extraordinary and almost looked real. Of course, it was only in terms of appearance. These imitated spiritual treasures were naturally far inferior to the original in terms of power. They could only be considered average and were worthy of his grade. This power is indeed a little weak. After a while, the novelty gradually faded. When Xianqing looked at these spiritual treasures again, he could not help but feel a little disdainful. He felt that their power was too weak. As imitations of Khanate spiritual treasures, they should be one of the best among those of the same grade, even if they were not of a higher grade. Chapter 311. How could it be like now? Its power could only be considered ordinary. Other than its appearance being similar to a Khanate numinous treasure, there was nothing else special about it. It really disappointed Xianqing. It also let down the Khanate spiritual materials that he had paid. One had to know that if Xianqing used the materials that he had used to refine these numinous treasures to refine other numinous treasures, the power of the resulting numinous treasures would at least double. In that case, Xianqing would suffer a huge loss. It shouldn't be. With my strength, even if I didn't put in much effort, I shouldn't have refined such a weak numinous treasure. Moreover, I put in effort. There must be a problem. There must be a problem that I didn't notice. Xianqing was a refiner. He had used many precious Khanate spiritual materials to refine the numinous treasure. No matter what, it should be one of the best among the same grade. In this situation, something must have happened that he did not know about. Then, Xianqing calmed down and began to deduce silently. Yin-yang Dao patterns appeared and turned into a yin-yang taiji diagram that surrounded his body and rotated endlessly. Under the contrast of the yin-yang taiji diagram, Xianqing's aura changed drastically. He became more and more ethereal and unfathomable. He was as cold as the heavenly Dao and was infinitely close to the Dao. Dao deduction technique. The Dao derived yin and yang to form heaven and earth. That was the deduction technique recorded in the Grand Pure Dao scripture. Combining the Dao of yin and yang, one could observe heaven and earth, explore the principles of the universe, and observe the universe. All secrets could not be hidden. Fuxi was the peak of the Dao of deduction, and the Grand Pure One was not bad either. It was not that he did not do anything, but that he did nothing. Throughout the history of the primordial world, although the Grand Pure One rarely made a move, most of the benefits of the primordial world were in his hands. In silence, he seized everything and became the biggest winner. It had to be said that this was a true algorithm master. Those who were good at fighting had no outstanding achievements. It was probably referring to people like the Grand Pure One. Then, as the deduction technique passed down by the Grand Pure One, the power of the Dao deduction technique could be imagined. Khanate Dao luck? After a while, Xianqing retracted his spiritual will and looked enlightened. Khanate numinous treasures were treasures born naturally in heaven and earth. At the same time, they were one of the manifestations of the Khanate myriad Dao in the world. Khanate numinous treasures and zenith heaven golden immortals could be called Dao appearances. They were the images of Dao in the world. Therefore, they naturally occupied a wisp of Khanate luck. As long as the great Dao was not destroyed, the innate Dao luck would not be lost. This wisp of Khanate Dao providence could be said to be the foundation of the Khanate numinous treasure and Dao Yuo Jingxian. Wasn't Xianqing making the imitations of the primordial spiritual treasures to divide their primordial Tao luck? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Although innate spiritual treasures did not have spiritual intelligence, they were not easily bullied by Xianqing. Behind them, the will of heaven and earth was in charge. Therefore, under the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, the power of the innate spiritual treasure imitation refined by Xianqing was greatly reduced, far beyond his expectations. Master, please show your power. After thinking for a while, Xianqing raised the replica of the immortal slaying sword formation, and suddenly bowed towards the void. As Xianqing's voice fell, sect leader Tongtian, who was comprehending the great Tao in Green Turing Palace, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He could not help but open his eyes and look towards Penglai Island. What kind of cultivation base did the Grandmaster of Heaven have? How could the matter on Penglai Island be hidden from him? In just an instant he understood the cause and effect. You have a lot of ideas. Sensing Xianqing's plan, the Grandmaster of Heaven shook his head and laughed. Immediately, he suddenly pointed at the immortal slaying sword formation beside him. Go. Buzz. 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 The immortal slaying sword formation vibrated for a moment, and suddenly activated a blood-red sword light. It was extremely sharp and cut through the endless void. It came to Penglai Island and in front of Xianqing. Thank you, Master. Seeing the sword light, Xianqing's face was filled with joy. He quickly bowed towards the void. Then Xianqing performed a spell and guided the immortal slaying sword light into the immortal slaying painting in his hand. Boom. As the sword light entered the body, the immortal slaying painting suddenly changed. The dazzling sword light exploded, and boundless murderous intent surged, reflecting Penglai Island into a blood-red color. Rise! Xianqing stretched out his finger, and the Dharma power in his body surged out and poured into the immortal slaying painting, fully activating its power. Innate Tao patterns appeared, densely packed, and formed 4 blood-red long swords around the surroundings, covering the void in all directions and isolating the past from the future. On the swords, blood-red murderous intent flowed, emitting a terrifying power. The 4 swords appeared at the same time, destroying all life and cutting off all future, creating a situation where there was no chance of survival. This was the immortal slaying sword formation. The projection of the real immortal slaying sword formation. Xianqing used the pirated immortal slaying sword formation as a basis to communicate with the real immortal slaying sword formation, and borrow its power. In the void, it formed the projection of the immortal slaying sword formation. This formation was extremely powerful, and contained endless murderous intent, as if it could destroy the world. Although it was far from the real immortal slaying sword formation, it was not inferior to an ordinary supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. The method is good, but it's a pity. Looking at the immortal slaying sword formation in the sky, Xianqing suddenly sighed and slowly dispersed the formation. Then something surprising happened. A gust of wind blew past, and Xianqing's imitation of the immortal slaying sword formation suddenly turned into ashes and scattered between heaven and earth. The immortal slaying sword formation was an innate spiritual treasure, and its power was definitely beyond imagination. How could a small acquired spiritual treasure withstand its power? Previously, it was still supported by the power of the immortal slaying sword formation, and could barely maintain its form. But after the power of the immortal slaying sword formation faded, the acquired spiritual treasure naturally could not maintain its form and collapsed. Tisk tsk tsk. A one-time Dharma treasure. An explosive weapon. I seem to have accidentally refined something amazing. At this moment, Xianqing sighed with melancholy. It was an instant of brilliance and extreme brilliance. At the cost of exhausting itself, it could erupt with power that was comparable to a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although it was only a chance to strike, it was enough to attract attention. If the acquired spiritual treasure refined by Xianqing could borrow the power of a corresponding innate spiritual treasure, it would become a spiritual treasure that was explosive. Similarly, if the acquired spiritual treasure could borrow the power of a supreme-grade innate spiritual treasure, it could also erupt with power that was comparable to an innate spiritual treasure. It was just that the price was a little high. The materials used to refine these spiritual treasures were not cabbages that could be found on the roadside. They were all spiritual materials that were nurtured by heaven and earth, and each of them was precious. Xianqing did not care about the consumption of one or two of them, but he could not bear the consumption of dozens or hundreds of them. Sigh. This spiritual treasure is really useless. Not to mention the consumption of spiritual materials, just borrowing the power of the innate spiritual treasure was a little helpless. Innate spiritual treasures had owners. If he wanted to borrow their power, he had to first get the consent of their owners. It was fine to borrow power once or twice, but if it happened too many times, no matter how good their relationship was, he would gradually get tired of it. Chapter 312. Without a connate cardinal treasure in hand, this kind of refining technique was completely meaningless. No, it was not completely meaningless. At the very least, it gave Xianqing a lot of inspiration. A disposable numinous treasure was very promising. This was completely the prototype of a talisman. It was just that it was in the shape of a numinous treasure. Although the price to pay was a little high, its power was also very extraordinary. What Xianqing had to do now was to try his best to unleash the strongest power at the lowest price, and let the disposable Dharma treasure really spread in the primordial world. As for imitating a connate numinous treasure, forget it. The gains did not make up for the losses. It was better to focus on researching disposable Dharma treasures. Xianqing still had the ability to act as soon as he thought of it. In his sea of consciousness, his essence soul trembled, and contacted Hongmeng Daozhong on the Ziwei star. Boundless Dao runes crossed layers of space and descended here, causing Xianqing to fall into the deepest state of Dao enlightenment. For a moment, Xianqing's comprehension increased greatly. Countless ideas flashed in his mind, and all kinds of insights surfaced in his mind, allowing him to have a clearer understanding of disposable Dharma treasures. He also had many more ideas to improve it. Just like that, Xianqing was immersed in improving the disposable Dharma treasures. Time passed just like that without anyone noticing. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Boom. On this day, black and yellow merit suddenly fell from the sky, causing a boundless phenomenon and waking Xianqing up from his Dao enlightenment. That place, it's Duobao. Looks like the array disk has been completed. Looking in the direction of the commotion that attracted merit was where Duobao was. There was no need to think too much. The array disk must have been completed. Otherwise, the heavenly Dao would not have given so much merit. Just as Xianqing was thinking, the merit in the sky moved. It was like a golden waterfall, mighty and majestic. If not for the fact that the three immortal island was protected by the connate array, it would have attracted the attention of many powerful beings. When the merit fell, 20% of it landed on Xianqing's head to reward him for teaching Duobao. The remaining 80% of the merit landed on Duobao. He put it away and stored it in his sea of consciousness to protect the clarity of his spirit platform. Looking at the time, it's not far from the day of Master's lecture. I should start the next stage of the plan. Looking at the newly refined Dharma treasures in front of him, Xianqing smiled. He waved his hand and put them away. Then he walked towards Duobao. The amount of spiritual materials required to refine this magic treasure was 90% less than the previous one. Of course, due to the lack of materials, the prowess of the artifact had also been reduced correspondingly. However, it was not a big problem. There was nothing perfect in the world. Xianqing was already very satisfied to be able to achieve this step. After Xianqing's modification, the power of these acquired spirit treasures had undergone earth-shaking changes. When an inferior acquired spirit treasure erupted with its full power, it was equivalent to the full power strike of an early Daoyuo Jingxian expert. The full power of a middle-grade acquired spirit treasure was equivalent to the full power strike of a mid-stage Daoyuo Jingxian expert. And so on. Activating the acquired spiritual treasure with all his strength was equivalent to Daoyuo Jingxian attacking. Of course, these acquired spiritual treasures only had one chance to strike. After that, they would vanish into thin air. Otherwise, the power of these acquired spiritual treasures would be too strong. They would be even stronger than innate spirit treasures. This was unrealistic. As for the acquired supreme treasures, perhaps because Xianqing had not broken through to the sage-to-be, no matter how hard he tried, he could not raise the power of the acquired supreme treasures to the sage-to-be level. He could only reach the level of a half-step sage-to-be. However, this did not matter. If he really reached the sage-to-be level, the acquired supreme treasures would be useless. Without a doubt, the acquired supreme treasures at the sage-to-be level were used to deal with Daoyuo Jingxian and the sage-to-be. But facing them, the strong naturally had no fear. But the weak did not even have the chance to make a move. In the face of absolute strength, the weak could not even take out their weapons. Senior brother, look. Seeing Xianqing, Duobao ran to his side excitedly and handed the silver array disc in his hand to him, as if he was presenting a treasure. This was a space array disc. The first array disc in the primordial world. Duobao spent thousands of years and countless spiritual materials to finally refine it. This array disc was originally an acquired supreme treasure. Later, with the blessing of merit, it had been promoted to an acquired supreme treasure of merit. Its function was similar to the space array diagram, but it was more convenient and simple. But at the same time, there were gains and losses. In terms of power, the array disc was undoubtedly much smaller than the array diagram. It was about 10 times more. Very good. You didn't disappoint me. Duobao, can you do me another favor? Xianqing first nodded to express his appreciation for Duobao. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said to him, Yes, what other orders do you have, senior brother? Please tell me. Duobao will do his best to complete it. Now, no matter what Xianqing asked Duobao to do, he would probably not refuse. It's not a big deal. I urgently need a batch of space array discs now. So, I'll have to trouble you to help me make a batch of space array discs here. Before Master's sermon begins, make as many as you can. I need them urgently. These space array discs were related to Xianqing's next plan. Therefore, he had to continue to catch Duobao as a strong man. Ah. Again. Hearing this, Duobao's face could not help but turn bitter. All these years, he didn't know how many spatial array discs he had refined, to the point that he wanted to vomit. If it weren't for the fact that he had merit to support him, he would have quit long ago. Now he had finally been freed. Before he could rest, he was caught by Xianqing again. His bitter expression was already good enough. Of course, even so, Duobao did not refuse. He forced himself to focus, grabbed the materials, and continued to refine the disc array. Duobao, you're using this to refine weapons. Master has so many primordial cauldrons. Why don't you ask for one? After a while, Xianqing suddenly realized that something was amiss. The Dao cauldron that Duobao used to refine treasures was actually only at the postnatal cardinal level. This was too inconceivable. That's many treasures. Many treasures, many treasures, many riches, many treasures. One was born with fate with connate numinous treasures. How could he not have a Xiantian cauldron? After all, the true body of many treasures was the treasure-snatching rock outside the Purple Cloud Palace. The treasure-snatching rock that held countless connate numinous treasures. It could be said that more than half of the connate numinous treasures in the entire primordial world had been placed on the treasure-snatching rock. Countless years ago, when many great masters were still young, they had used various methods to collect connate numinous treasures on the treasure-snatching rock. That was why many great masters did not lack connate numinous treasures. Otherwise, with the exception of a small number of innate saints, the rest of the great mediums should be poor. They would only have their connate numinous treasures with them. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chapter 313. After obtaining the innate spiritual treasures from the treasure-snatching rock, those great mediums directly left the chaos beyond the heavens. Only Tongtian sect leader thought of the treasure-snatching rock's extraordinariness and took it away before leaving. As for those great mediums who had yet to leave, when they saw this scene, they could not help but feel regret and secretly scold themselves for being stupid. The treasure was right in front of them, but they did not realize it. They deserved to be inferior to others. Think about it. How could the treasure-snatching rock be used by a Tao ancestor to store innate spiritual treasures? An ordinary innate stubborn rock was undoubtedly a supreme treasure. It was a pity that they were so stupid that Taoist Shangqing obtained this fortune. Thinking about it made their hearts ache. However, Taoist Shangqing obtained the treasure-snatching rock and wanted to refine it into a spiritual treasure. Unfortunately, the treasure-snatching rock left the chaos beyond the heavens and was infected by the primitive spiritual qi, giving birth to a trace of spiritual intelligence. As such, Taoist Shangqing could not bear to do it and placed the treasure-snatching rock in Mount Kunlun, allowing it to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth and invade the spiritual opportunity of the sun and moon, waiting for the day when it could transform. This was the origin of many treasures. Those innate spiritual treasures had stayed on many treasures for an unknown period of time, and had long left indelible marks. And these marks were fate. It was the indelible fate that those innate spiritual treasures had with many treasures. Back then, the number of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock was simply innumerable. Even though some of them were taken away by those great mediums, there were still many left. They were scattered into the wilderness by the Tao ancestor, and left for the fated person. Many treasures was the fated person. If the innate spiritual treasures lying on the treasure-snatching rock in the past did not meet their destined owner, when they saw many treasures and sensed that familiar aura, they would automatically fly into his hands. Therefore, no matter where many treasures went, there would be innate spiritual treasures throwing themselves into his arms. This was the fate of the past, and outsiders could not be envious. For such a person, it would be unreasonable if he did not have a cauldron of innate spiritual treasures. Senior Marshal Brother, there were no cauldrons of innate spiritual treasures on the treasure-snatching rock in the past. Therefore, I am not fated with them and cannot take them easily. Many treasures replied with a bitter smile, as if he had thought of something bad. The more powerful one was, the more one needed to be restricted. Duobao's fortune was so heaven-defying that it naturally had all kinds of drawbacks. Duobao could take any primordial spiritual treasure that was not on the treasure-snatching rock, but he could never refine it. Otherwise, it would definitely damage one's luck and cause a calamity to befall them. Perhaps in the future, Duobao had probably taken a connate numinous treasure that he should not have taken. That was why he had caused the calamity to befall him. As a result, he was involved in the God-conferment tribulation and was suppressed by the Grand Pure One. Otherwise, how could myriad treasures, who had the providence of so many connate numinous treasures, encounter a tribulation? Being free and unfettered was the treatment he deserved. It was also later on that myriad treasures scattered all his connate spiritual treasures, and his providence returned to its peak. This allowed his cultivation to soar all the way, and he became a top-notch great medium, shaking the 3 realms and 6 Tao with his might. There were gains and losses, and that was it. You're still complaining? Do you know how many people in the primordial world envy your luck? Seriously, seeing Duobao's look of disdain, Xianqing pointed at him and was speechless. Almost half of the connate spiritual treasures in the primordial world were fated with him, but he was still complaining. A full man did not know the hunger of a hungry man. If outsiders were to find out about this, who knew how jealous they would be? Senior brother, you don't understand. The feeling of not being able to refine a connate spiritual treasure when it is right in front of you is tormenting. It's simply heart-wrenching. Shaking his head, Duobao's expression was a little melancholic, as if they did not understand. Due to his nature, Duobao had an extraordinary love for connate spiritual treasures. When he saw them, he wanted to take them for himself. However, there were some connate spiritual treasures that he could not refine. This made him, who loved treasures very much, feel very uncomfortable. Xianqing could only sneer at Duobao's pretentiousness. Why didn't he feel troubled when the connate spiritual treasure threw itself at him? Now he was complaining. He was still too greedy. However, Xianqing did not say anything. That was Duobao's nature. He could only change it himself. Outsiders could not interfere. The path of the great Tao was long. If he wanted to walk for a long time, he had to abide by his heart and be firm in his beliefs. However, it was not a good thing to suppress one's nature. It would breed external demons and affect one's Tao heart. The balance between the two could only be grasped by oneself. Outsiders really could not help. You're using this postnatal cardinal treasure to refine artifacts. How about this? I'll teach you a mystical ability. In the future, even if you use this technique to refine pills and artifacts, it will be much better than using postnatal cardinal treasures. This was the era of the Khanate. Wasn't it a joke to use postnatal cardinal treasures in this era? Was it worthy of refining a postnatal cardinal treasure into a Khanate spiritual object? Moreover, how could a postnatal cardinal treasure be compared to a Khanate spiritual treasure? The difference in essence would definitely lead to a huge difference in the things they refined. Based on this thought, Xianqing could not stand it anymore. He wanted to impart a supreme mystical ability to Duobao, so that he could escape the embarrassment of using a postnatal cardinal treasure. As for a cauldron-type Khanate spiritual treasure, Xianqing did not dare to give it. If it ruined Duobao's Khanate Dao luck because of this, it would be a huge sin. When the day came when Duobao could possess a Khanate spiritual treasure as he wished, it would mean that he had reached perfection and achieved Dao. That would be the primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jingxian. Comprehend it well. Xianqing pointed at Duobao and imparted everything about the heaven and earth furnace to him. The heaven and earth furnace used heaven and earth as the furnace, yin and yang as the coal, and creation as the fire to refine everything in the world. Whether it was refining artifacts, refining pills, or fighting enemies, it was very useful. It could be said to be omnipotent. At first, this mystical ability was the most ordinary mystical ability. However, after Feng Zichen verified it with heaven and earth many times, it had already undergone a transformation and sublimated into a supreme mystical ability. Senior brother is so talented. After digesting the information in his sea of consciousness, Duobao's face was full of admiration. Abandoning all external objects and borrowing the power of heaven and earth to form a spiritual treasure. Its power was not inferior to a Khanate spiritual treasure. This technique was called using Dao to develop artifacts. It was the highest achievement in the path of refining artifacts. In the primordial world, there were very few people who could do this. They were all great figures who shocked the primordial world. For Xianqing to be able to do this, one could imagine how powerful his methods were. I didn't create this mystical ability. It was created by my good friend, the Zichen clan. Therefore, without his permission, you must not spread this mystical ability. Ignoring Duobao's flattery, Xianqing said with a serious face. He believed that it would not be long before his two bodies, Xianqing and Feng Zichen, would meet in the East Sea. Now he had to make some preparations in advance to avoid trouble in the future. Chapter 314. Today he would inform Duobao about this matter. Tomorrow, he would inform the disciples of Jie School. Before long, the news that Xianqing and Feng Zichen were best friends would spread throughout the East Ocean. At that time, the exchange of numinous treasures between the two of them would not seem so abrupt. The sea-calming divine pearl had to be given to Feng Zichen to increase the grade of the chaos bead. As for the one origin Dao talisman, it had to be given to Xianqing to help him establish the Dao of talismans. In this way, it was very important to publicize the relationship between the two of them in advance. After all, it was normal for good friends to exchange numinous treasures in the primordial world. Zichen clan. Primordial sword ancestor. Senior brother is actually good friends with the sword ancestor. This is really unexpected. Feng Zichen's name was known by everyone in the primordial world. Duobao naturally knew about it. He created something out of nothing and opened up a Khanate Dao. It was difficult not to know such a person. His home is on the edge of the East Ocean. What's so strange about him being familiar with me? Shaking his head, Xianqing said indifferently. This was deliberately done by him. The more carefree he appeared, the more it reflected the close relationship between the two of them. Don't worry, senior brother. Without the sword ancestor's permission, I will never teach this divine ability to others. Duobao hurriedly promised. I'm not worried about you. Nodding, Xianqing urged. All right, I've already taught you the divine ability. It's time for you to get down to business. Hurry up and help me refine the teleportation array disk. The more the better. Senior brother, the gap here is a little big. Without waiting for Duobao to reply, Xianqing waved his hand and took out the void stone. Then he used the heaven and earth furnace to refine the teleportation array disk. The teleportation array disk was of great use to him. When Duobao saw this, he did not dare to hesitate. He quickly used the heaven and earth furnace that he had just learned, and began to refine the teleportation array disk. After all, he was a top-notch Khanate godfiend. His comprehension was extremely high. Even a supreme divine ability like the heaven and earth furnace could be learned in an instant. It's about time. It's time to go to Golden Turtle Island. At a certain moment, Xianqing sensed something. He pinched his fingers and calculated the time. He realized that there were still 100 years before the Grandmaster of Heaven's next lecture. Duobao, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. After 60 years, take the teleportation formation disk that you refined and look for me outside Golden Turtle Island. Xianqing turned his head and said to Duobao. Then, he put away the teleportation formation disk that the two of them had refined over the years and rushed to Golden Turtle Island. Before Duobao could reply, Xianqing's figure disappeared. It could be seen that he left in a hurry. Daoyuo Jingxian drifted outside of time and space. Distance had long lost its meaning to them. To them, as long as time and space were not sealed, they could cross thousands of rivers and mountains and go back and forth between the past and the future with a single thought. In the blink of an eye, they traveled hundreds of millions of miles. To Xianqing, the distance between Penglai Island and Golden Turtle Island was only a step away. Therefore, as soon as Xianqing finished speaking, he had already arrived near Golden Turtle Island. However, after Xianqing arrived, he did not directly enter the island. Instead, he wandered around Golden Turtle Island. At this moment, there was still 100 years before the Grandmaster of Heaven's sermon. However, the primordial creatures that had come because of its reputation had already filled the nearby sea. Xianqing looked over and saw that all he could see were the primordial creatures. They were densely packed and could not be seen at a glance. It was a vast expanse of darkness. If this was not the Saint's Taoist field, Xianqing believed that the people here would have already started fighting. It would definitely not be such a quiet, peaceful, and harmonious scene. However, it did not matter. What he wanted was to have more people. This place was just what he wanted. It was also very suitable for the next step of his plan. This is it. After wandering around the nearby sea for a while, Xianqing's eyes lit up. He found a place that he was satisfied with and immediately stopped there. Then he gently tapped his right foot. Auspicious clouds suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea and spread out evenly. They were about 10 feet in radius. Then Xianqing's hand shook. The teleportation formation disk that he had refined earlier automatically appeared on the auspicious clouds and was placed side by side. It was like a small stall. That's right. Xianqing's plan was to set up a stall here to sell the teleportation formation disk, while there were many people here. Of course, selling the teleportation formation disk was just a side benefit. His real goal was to promote the circulation of the Khanate creation pill. Humans had a herd mentality. As long as he set up a stall here and earned the Khanate creation pill, there was no need to think too much. There would definitely be people who would follow suit and set up a stall here in order to earn the Khanate creation pill. Humans were all profit-seeking. It was hard for people not to be tempted when they saw the benefits. Of course, in the primordial world, there was no lack of people who were dedicated to pursuing the Tao. However, those who pursued the Tao also needed to cultivate. The reason why the Khanate creation pill could become a currency was that it had extraordinary value in itself. It could help people cultivate. No one could refuse it. Therefore, Xianqing's plan to set up a stall was very promising. In this way, the circulation of the Khanate creation pill would definitely be greatly accelerated. Thus, Xianqing would obtain the luck of the primordial world currency. This was his real goal. Setting up a stall was just a method. If the effect was obvious, he would open a shop or even a chamber of commerce. Xianqing was willing to try any method that could make the Khanate creation pill circulate. Even if he had to become the biggest profiteer in the East Sea, he would not hesitate. As for setting up a stall alone, would it have such a great influence? Xianqing expressed that there was no problem at all. The Jie school did not have many things, but they had many disciples. As long as the stall was effective, believe it or not, all the disciples of the Jie school would take out the treasures that they did not need and sell them in the East Sea to stimulate the circulation of the Khanate creation pill. He believed that the next time the living beings of the primordial world came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven's sermon, they would find that the vicinity of Golden Ao Island was filled with stalls. The treasures sold by the stalls would also make them willingly take out the Khanate creation pill. With this thought in mind, Xianqing took out a wooden sign and wrote down the function of the teleportation array disk in detail. He also marked the price and sold it publicly. The teleportation array disk is within hundreds of millions of miles. As long as you put in the spatial coordinates, you can reach it in an instant. Price: 100 Yinyang creation pills. And Xianqing's strange actions naturally attracted the attention of many people. Teleportation array disk. What's that? Why have I never heard of it? Within hundreds of millions of miles, you can reach it in an instant. There's actually such a treasure in the world. Doesn't that mean that even if we don't have the cultivation of Tai Jingxian, we can still use this treasure to travel through the void? Seeing the introduction of the teleportation array disk, everyone was puzzled at first. Then they gradually understood. In the end, everyone completely understood the function of the teleportation array disk. Chapter 315. This teleportation array. It was really used for escaping. Bah! A supreme treasure that could be used to hasten one's journey. With it, he would not have to fly slowly on his own in the future. As long as he activated the teleportation array disk, he would arrive at his destination with a whoosh. It was really too convenient. At the same time, with the teleportation array disk, he would be much more relaxed when fighting with others. If he really could not win, he could use the teleportation array disk to leave. He would not be in such a sorry state like before, or even lose his life. This treasure called the teleportation array disk was very useful. Looking at the teleportation array disk, for a moment, everyone's breathing could not help but become heavy. Their eyes were also filled with desire. Obviously, they were excited. Looking at their eager eyes and listening to their heavy breathing, if Xianqing did not have Daluo Jinxian's cultivation, he would really be afraid that they would pounce on him and snatch him away. No one doubted that the teleportation array disk's function would be fake. Because on Xianqing's body, the vast and profound aura that was like the great Tao, was all showing his cultivation. Daluo Jinxian. No matter how useless a Daluo Jinxian was, he would not come out to deceive them, Tai Jingxian, and Golden Immortals. Because he really could not afford to lose that person. To be able to deceive cultivators of the same level was called ability. To deceive cultivators with higher cultivation than oneself was courting death. And Daluo Jinxian deceived cultivators who had not attained the Tao. If word got out, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the primordial world. He would not be able to live anymore. Therefore, when everyone confirmed the Xianqing realm, they also confirmed the ability of the teleportation array disk. Taoist priests, how do I use this teleportation array disk? After a while, a person mustered up his courage and walked forward to ask Xianqing. This person's body was similar to a goat. He was obviously a creature from the primordial world. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was for him to come to the East Sea. If he had the teleportation array disk, then it would not be as troublesome for him to come to the East Sea Golden Ao Island in the future. This item was especially important to him. Therefore, he could not help but muster up his courage and be the first to ask Xianqing. Since the Taoist priests had already publicly sold transmission array disks, then his question shouldn't be too abrupt, right? Looking at Xianqing in front of him, that person felt uneasy. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with Daluo Jinxian. Nervousness was unavoidable. With a single 5 elements creation pill, it can teleport you 1,000,000 kilometers away. With a single yin-yang nature pill, it can teleport millions of miles. so on and so forth. The more innate pills of fortune there are, the further the teleportation distance. Xianqing said leisurely as he glanced at the person who had just arrived. This person definitely did not have a great background. Otherwise, he would not have come all the way to the East Sea's Golden Turtle Island to listen to Tongtian's preaching. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was not the only one who would preach the Tao every 1,000 years. The two saints from Kunlun Mountain's Jade Void Palace and Shouyang Mountain's Baiying Palace were also preaching the Tao. All living beings in the primordial world could listen to them. However, one of the two saints did not accept disciples, and the other did not like demons. It was impossible for everyone to try their luck there. It was better to come to the Grand Master of Heaven. If they were lucky enough, he might take a fancy to them and accept them as disciples. Even if they were just in-name disciples, everything would be different. Their fates would be completely changed, and they would have the possibility to aspire to the great Tao. Therefore, although the three pure ones were preaching the Tao, the number of people who came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven was obviously higher than the other two saints. In fact, the number of people who came to listen to the Tao from the other two saints was not as many as the number of people who came to listen to the Grand Master of Heaven. In the primordial world, the most popular and famous saint was none other than the Grand Master of Heaven. After all, he was the only one in the primordial world who said that there was no discrimination in education and took action for it. I want one of those Taoist priests. Gritting his teeth, that person took out 100 yin-yang nature pills and handed them to Xianqing. Looking at him, one could tell that if he took out 100 yin-yang nature pills, he would probably lose half of his wealth. However, Xianqing did not give him a discount because of this. As the first person to use the connate nature pills to trade, if the connate nature pills became popular in the primordial world, he would naturally get a share of the luck. Although he did not know it himself, this was already a great blessing. He did not need Xianqing to give him anything else. Do you think it's expensive? After accepting the yin-yang nature pills, Xianqing picked up a teleportation array disc and personally handed it to him. No. It's worth it. It's definitely worth it. That person took the teleportation array disc with a face full of fear and said repeatedly. Dao Yuo Jingxian personally handed over the item. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. After today, he would have the confidence to brag to others. This was capital. Don't be nervous. What's your name? Xianqing smiled and asked. Greetings, celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens. Blessed with good fortune, Mo Yang understood Xianqing's identity and bowed to him. Greetings, celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens. Praise the celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens, the sect of alchemy, the king of heaven, the virtuous spiritual emperor, Wuxia immeasurable. At the same time, everyone bowed to Xianqing and praised him. The celestial supremacy of the 9 heavens represented the Taoist priests of the celestial sect of wonders. The sect of alchemy represented the ancestor of qi pills. The king of heaven represented the same sect as heaven. The virtuous spiritual emperor represented the emperor of the spirit clan. Wuxia immeasurable represented extreme nobility and brilliance. It was everyone's blessing to Xianqing, wishing him to become primordial chaos as soon as possible. Get up. Xianqing looked at the people in front of him and said lightly. Immediately, a gentle force appeared. It was invisible and intangible and lifted everyone up. Thank you, celestial supremacy. After getting up, everyone thanked Xianqing. Poor Wei is Xianqing, a disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. I'm sure all of you have heard of the name of Poor Wei. Xianqing smiled and introduced himself. The Tao of the Celestial Supremacy's Qi Establishment Pill was developed, and the Connate Creation Pill was developed to benefit all living beings in the primitive world. It is really a boundless merit. We have all received the kindness of the Celestial Supremacy. Naturally, we know the name of the Celestial Supremacy. Anyone who had used the Connate Creation Pill to cultivate was considered to have received the favor of Xianqing, and owed him a favor. That was why everyone bowed to Xianqing. Otherwise, why would they bow to Xianqing? Did they really think that the living beings of the primitive world were so lowly that they would bow to Daluo Jingxian when they saw him? That was impossible. Under the influence of Pangu, the pride of the living beings of the primitive world was innate. If it was not someone they recognized, even if they were killed, they would not bow their heads. This kind of innate arrogance and unyielding spirit was something that the later generations could not compare to. It could only be said that the hearts of the later generations were bad. They became more selfish and more profit-driven, gradually deviating from the heart of seeking Tao. This was also the reason why the cultivators of the later generations could not compare to the cultivators of today. Chapter 3:16. It was not that the current method was inferior to the ancient method. It was not that the cultivation environment was inferior to the past. It was that the human heart had changed and deviated from the Tao. Let's ask, how could one achieve great things if they were different from the Tao? This teleportation array disk is indeed a little expensive. Everyone remained silent, but Xianqing took the initiative to speak. Xianqing was so blunt that everyone present did not know how to respond. Expensive? Of course it was expensive. However, the immortal supremacy had personally come to sell it. How could everyone say that it was expensive? Were they still giving the immortal supremacy face? As for the immortal supremacy, saying that it was expensive, that was someone else's item. Naturally, they could say whatever they wanted. However, if they continued to speak, it would be troublesome if they angered the immortal supremacy. After all, no one knew what kind of medicine the celestial venerable had up his sleeve. Therefore, silence was the best choice at this moment. This teleportation array disk was created by junior brother Poor Wei, the second disciple of Jie School, Duobao Immortal Lord, with painstaking efforts and thousands of years. Ignoring everyone's reaction, Xianqing began to talk about the origin of the teleportation array disk. His original intention of refining this treasure was to benefit all living beings in the primordial world, so that the people of the world would no longer have to travel long distances, and so that they could travel freely in the primordial world and the endless starry sky. Letting the world see the vastness of the world, and know the vastness of the universe can be considered his merit. Originally, this treasure should have been provided to everyone for free. However, after thinking about it, we felt that this matter was inappropriate. After all, this array disk contains Duobao's painstaking efforts. If it is given away freely, the people of the world will inevitably look down on it. If this treasure is looked down upon because of this, what will happen to Duobao? Therefore, the Poor Wei set the price of 100 Yinyang creation pills for this teleportation array disk, to reflect the preciousness of this treasure. It's also good to let the world know that creation is not easy to come by. They should cherish it. There is no free good thing in this world. In the primordial world, no matter what the initial goal was, the first thing to do was to find a name that was considerate of all living beings in the primordial world, and add it to their own head. This way, they would be able to occupy the righteous status and gain the recognition of all living beings in the primordial world. It would undoubtedly be much more convenient to do things. After all, who would dare to stop him from helping all living beings in the primordial world? Did he not want to live anymore? Everyone in the primordial world could drown him with a mouthful of saliva. Also, did he really think that human Tao did not exist? When all the living beings of the great desolate Aeon unanimously cursed a person, the might of the human Tao would definitely descend. At that time, even a saint would not be able to survive. That was what Xianqing was doing now, regardless of whether his goal was to promote the Khanate creation pill or not. In any case, the transportation formation disk did indeed bring benefits to the great desolate Aeon. There was nothing to question about this. Therefore, when Xianqing used this point to talk about things, it seemed very reasonable and righteous. No one could say anything about it, and it was quite infectious. At the very least, he believed it himself. Do you understand? In the end, Xianqing even pretended to ask the silent crowd. We understand Venerable Immortal's efforts. After Xianqing finished speaking, everyone hurriedly bowed to him excitedly. Their faces were filled with gratitude. It was truly a sight to behold. As for whether or not they were truly moved, that was something that no one knew. However, this was not important. Seeing the gratitude on everyone's faces, Xianqing knew that his goal had been achieved. It did not matter if it was true or not. Alright, Poor Wei also knows that the transportation formation disc is a little expensive. 100 yin-yang creation pills is half a lifetime savings for most Tai Jingxian. Therefore, fellow Taoists who really can't afford the transportation formation disc can get a free refining method of the transportation formation from Poor Wei. The function of this transportation formation is similar to the transportation formation disc, but it's not as convenient. After all, he had to take into account the reputation of the Jie school. Xianqing did not go to the extreme and decided to spread the refining method of the transportation formation disc. Of course, Xianqing would not provide the materials. They would have to collect these materials themselves. As for whether they could set up the transportation formation in the future, that had nothing to do with Xianqing. They could only rely on their own abilities. Thank you for your kindness, Venerable Immortal. Everyone hurriedly thanked him when they heard that. 100 creation pills was too much. If they were to take it out, it would really hurt everyone. Thank you for your kindness, Immortal Lord of Many Treasures. Praise to the Immortal Lord of Many Treasures. There will be no disasters and no tribulations. Your merit is boundless. After that, everyone bowed in the direction of Golden Ao Island to thank Many Treasures for creating the transportation formation disc. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be so polite. Xianqing waved his hand. He first lifted everyone up and then continued. Fellow Taoists, if you can't set up the transportation formation on your own, you don't have to worry too much. Soon, Poor Wei will lead all of you to set up the transportation formation on the various islands of the East Sea. The entire East Sea will be connected. It will be convenient for the living beings of the East Sea to communicate. Xianqing had long planned for this. Now that the living beings of the East Sea were gathered, he would make it public. If the transportation formation was completed, it would not be too much to collect some creation pills as travel expenses, right? In this way, wouldn't it stimulate the consumption of the living beings of the East Sea? Xianqing's goal of speeding up the circulation of the creation pills could also be achieved, and the living beings of the East Sea could benefit from it. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Xianqing's words completely shocked everyone. They hurriedly bowed, and were about to kowtow to Xianqing again. However, just as everyone was about to move, they saw Xianqing waving his hand. A huge force descended and interrupted their movements, preventing them from bowing. I told you not to be so polite, but you're still so. Xianqing smiled helplessly. Celestial Lord's great virtue is really admirable. Celestial Lord. Seeing that they could not continue bowing, everyone praised him. Unfortunately, Xianqing had long been immune to praises. No matter how much everyone praised him, it could not move him. Fellow Taoists, since Poor Wei has returned to the East Sea, he has to protect the peace of this place. Poor Wei does not care about the matters of the sea. However, I have to take care of the matters on the surface of the sea. In the future, if there are any more people who commit crimes, don't blame Poor Wei's ninth heaven seal for being merciless. After a while, when everyone gradually quieted down, Xianqing suddenly said sternly. At the same time, the ninth heaven seal automatically appeared and surrounded Xianqing, releasing a terrifying power. The void was distorted, and the rules were chaotic. This was a declaration of sovereignty. As a Khanate godfiend born in the East Sea, Xianqing was the most orthodox ruler of the East Sea. In the past he was not in the East Sea, so it was fine. But now he had returned from Kunlun Mountain. This East Sea naturally had to follow his rules. Chapter 317. Today, Xianqing wanted to tell everyone in the East Sea and the countless living beings in the untainted land that the ruler of the East Sea had returned. From now on, His Majesty would cover the entire East Sea. That chaotic and disorderly East Sea would become history. Everything in the East Sea would operate according to his will. It had been hundreds of millions of years since the Duke of the East Sea had died. Today, Xianqing officially announced to the untainted land outside Golden Ao Island. He was the ruler of the East Sea. He would become the new ruler of the East Sea after the Duke of the East Sea and command everything in the East Sea. As the only perfected golden immortal among the remaining Khanate godfiends in the East Sea, Xianqing was qualified to be the ruler of the East Sea. That was because the other Daoyuo Jingxian had the status, but their realms were too weak. If they rashly took the position, it would be difficult to convince the masses and cause a lot of trouble. Only Xianqing, who had the status and strength, could replace the Duke of the East Sea who had returned to the Great Tao and become the new ruler of the East Sea. Rumble. The moment Xianqing's aura erupted, the wind and clouds in the sky above the East Sea changed. There were rules manifesting, and a vast power descended, suppressing the entire East Sea. Whoosh! Under this huge power, the entire East Sea was churning, setting off monstrous waves. All the islands were trembling, buzzing, and triggering the East Sea spirit veins. Then, in this series of changes, the East Sea underwent an extremely shocking change. A huge land suddenly appeared on the surface of the East Sea. Its figure was looming, surrounded by laws, interweaving into an endless scene, magnificent. It also exuded an ancient aura, as if it was the carrier of Tao, with boundless Tao. This was the Ziji state, the head of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of the East Sea. It was also the location of the former third most powerful force in the untainted land, the Purple Mansion. Today, after Xianqing announced that he had officially become the ruler of the East Sea, the Ziji state that had disappeared for a long time suddenly reappeared, setting off endless waves and breaking the peace of the untainted land. All the powerful figures were shocked because of this. They all looked over and stared at the Ziji state with inexplicable expressions. Ziji state. Ziji state. Duke of the East Sea, are you returning? The familiar scene reappeared, bringing with it memories from a long time ago. For a time, scenes that had long been buried in the depths of their memories surfaced in the minds of the great divine ability experts. Like a slideshow, it flashed by quickly. Finally, the image stopped on a handsome man. That person had a three-dimensional crown and was wearing a 9-colored robe. He was the head of the male immortals in the world, Dong Gong. Dong Hua was born from the true qi of Emperor Dong Hua. It ruled the East Pole and was above Dong Hua. He was in charge of the Yang Qi, and in the East he was also known as Wang Gong. It was Tung Wang Kung. Similar to the Queen Mother of the West, it was formed from the pure essence of the Great Tao in the Eastern Ming Sea. Together with the Queen Mother of the West, they nurtured the heaven and earth, nurtured all living things. Above the heavens, under the earth, 3 realms and 10 directions, men ascended to immortality and attained the Tao. He was the head of all the male immortals in the world. This was personally conferred by the Tao ancestor, with the dragon-headed cane as proof. Has the East Sea changed masters? No wonder purple prefectures would appear. Cultivator Dong Wanggong has been dead for too long. His influence on the world is getting smaller and smaller. As a result, the authority he had when he was alive is slowly being lost. I really don't know how much of his supreme authority will be left when he returns, and how much of his strength will be left. Tai is really ruthless. He actually plundered Dong Wanggong's innate origin. Sigh. What kind of cultivation level did the great beings have? The moment they saw the change in the East Sea, they understood that this was not the revival of Dong Wanggong, but the change in the East Sea. At the same time, with the appearance of the Ziji state, everything on it was clearly visible. The methods left behind by the Eastern Emperor Tai naturally could not be hidden from everyone. The Eastern Emperor wanted to completely destroy Dong Wanggong. Tai, how dare you do this? No wonder there are still no signs of fellow Taoists returning to this day. So it's all because of you. You secretly did something. On the Immortal Mountain in West Kunlun, when the Queen Mother of the West saw the scene in the Ziji state, her expression changed drastically. She wanted to kill her way to the heavenly court and fight Tai to the death. She was wondering why there were no signs of Dong Wanggong returning after such a long time. It turned out that Tai had locked Dong Wanggong's origin. How could the Queen Mother of the West not be angry? One was the leader of the male immortals. The other was the leader of the female immortals. One was born of the innate yang origin. and the other was born of the innate Yin origin. There was no need to talk about the relationship between the Queen Mother of the West and Dongwon Gong. Without the innate origin, even if fellow Taoist returns, his strength will definitely drop greatly. He will have a high cultivation level but no corresponding strength. Moreover, fellow Taoist has been dead for so long. During this period of time, everyone's strength has improved greatly, especially Tai. He is about to step into the primordial chaos Tao realm. Fellow Taoist is too far behind. Even if he returns, he will not be able to keep up with the times. And now, even the position of the Lord of the East Sea has been snatched away. Fellow Taoists left fewer and fewer backup plans. After a while, the Queen Mother of the West gradually calmed down. She knew that she was no match for the two brothers of the heavenly court. If she went to seek revenge on them, other than courting death, there would be no other result. But then, the Queen Mother of the West began to worry. Dongwon Gong had been dead for too long. It had been so long that the world had changed several times. If he did not return, he would probably become an ordinary person. It did not matter if he lost his innate origin. With the foundation of the Queen Mother of the West, she could still help Dongwon Gong recover. But if he lost his luck, it would be difficult to get it back. The Lord of the East Sea not only represented a noble identity, but also a portion of the luck of heaven and earth. This was also one of the things that Dongwon Gong relied on to quickly recover his cultivation after his return. Luck was the most precious treasure in the primordial world. As long as one occupied enough luck of heaven and earth, it was not impossible to obtain the position of a saint. Of course, as the former overlord of the primordial world, Dongwon Gong definitely occupied more than just the East Sea. Even if he lost the luck of the East Sea, it would not affect him much. However, the loss of the East Sea's luck was like a sign that marked the end of Dongwon Gong's era. His Tao could no longer affect heaven and earth. In this way, even if Dongwon Gong could return, he would only be an ordinary Daoyuo Jingxian, and no longer the main character of heaven and earth. Everything that once belonged to him would return to heaven and earth, and would have nothing to do with him. I can't wait any longer. If fellow Taoist doesn't return, everything will be gone. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother of the West turned around and rushed towards Mount Shouyang. The Grand Pure One would definitely have a way. Chapter 318. What were the thoughts of those ancient great divines? What price would the Queen Mother of the West pay in order to resurrect the Duke of the East? These had nothing to do with Xianqing. Now he was peacefully accepting the results that belonged to him. Rumble above the East Sea, specks of light appeared. They were not bright, but they were endless. They gathered into a huge torrent in the air, and surged toward Xianqing. This was the fate of the East Sea. On the East Sea, there were countless living beings. Each of them divided a bit of fate, and gathered it into the huge fate of the East Sea. And this fate was prepared for the Lord of the East Sea. In the distance, the Ziji state also trembled. Light bloomed, connecting the sky and the earth, stirring up endless wind and clouds. This was the fate of the East Sea that the Duke of the East Sea had controlled when he was the Lord of the East Sea. Now that the East Sea had changed hands, this fate spontaneously transferred to Xianqing, causing the Ziji state to reappear in the world. Puff! It was as if the sound of Tao resounded, echoing between heaven and earth. On top of Xianqing's head, a clear Tao flower bloomed. Waves of immortal light, Tao runes lingered, and the clear air of the 9 heavens filled the air. This was the flower of man. The 12th grade of the flower represented the top aptitude of the primordial world. Of course, this flower of man was slightly inferior to Feng Zichen's flower of human Tao. That was the achievement of human Tao, far from what a human could do. No matter how peerless and stunning you were, without the approval of human Tao, you would not be able to bloom such a flower. With the support of the East Sea's fate, Xianqing's cultivation made another breakthrough. He advanced from the early Daoyuo Jingxian to the middle stage. He took another small step forward on the path of great Tao. With the transfer of the East Sea's fate, the Ziji state gradually disappeared and returned to the void. However, its coordinates were imprinted in Xianqing's heart. In other words, as long as he wanted, he could use this imprint to take the Ziji state for himself at any time. However, Xianqing did not dare. Even with the Grandmaster of Heaven as his backing, he did not dare. In the sky, the Donghuang Tai was paying attention to the Ziji state at all times, in case someone revived the Duke of the East. On the ground, the Queen Mother of the West was silently guarding the Ziji state, in case someone took advantage of the absence of the Duke of the East to occupy the East Sea's #1 holy land. If Xianqing took the Ziji state, it would directly offend of the heavens. That would be too much for him. Donghuang Tai's strength was needless to say. Although the Queen Mother of the West was not as strong as the Eastern Emperor Tai, she was still a top great divine ability expert in the great desolate world. Not to mention, she was a female immortal. In the primordial world, there were not many female great divine abilities. Therefore, these female immortals were extremely familiar with one another, and had a good relationship with one another. It could be said that a slight move in one part would affect the entire situation. There was such a huge grudge between the Queen Mother of the West and the Celestial Court, but Dijun didn't do anything to her because he was worried about this. As for the #1 female immortal in the world, what kind of joke was this? He had killed all the male immortals in the world, so why would he care about a female immortal? If not for the fact that she was worried about the female great mediums of the primordial world, the Queen Mother of the West would have left with the Duke of the East under the influence of Dijun's Tai. If the Queen Mother of the West went to the heavenly court for revenge, those female great divinities might not care. However, if Dijun's Tai took the initiative to cause trouble for the Queen Mother of the West, they would definitely attack him together. In the untainted land, everyone had one or two close friends. At that time, everyone would call for their friends, and the entire untainted land would be in chaos. In this way, even the East Sovereign would have to bow his head. Think about it. How could Xianqing dare to provoke such a person that even the heavenly court didn't dare to provoke? It was better not to provoke the Ziji state. It wasn't impossible. When Xianqing was as powerful as the East Sovereign, he might be able to plot a few things with the advantage of location. However, that was the distant future. TSK. This is a little different from my original plan. After coming back to his senses, Xianqing sighed. He had only planned to use the opportunity of the gathering of the living beings of the East Sea to promote the teleportation array disk. However, he didn't expect that he would cause so much trouble on a whim. Fate was really unpredictable. However, although he sighed, Xianqing was still very satisfied with the outcome of this matter. With the identity of the Lord of the East Sea, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient for him to do things in the future, and save some trouble. At the same time, with the position of the Lord of the East Sea in his hands, Xianqing also had another bold idea. If this idea could be realized, it would bring him much more benefits than the Tao of currency. Moreover, this idea could complement the Tao of currency. Thinking of this, Xianqing made a decision in his heart. Ahem. Fellow Taoists, are you all okay? A few years later, Xianqing saw that everyone present had woken up one after another, and couldn't help but ask softly. Daoyuo Jinxian's breakthrough was extremely powerful. Everyone present was so close to Xianqing, so it was inevitable that they would be affected and injured. However, compared to the benefits they would receive, this little injury was really nothing. Observing Daoyuo Jinxian's breakthrough was also a great opportunity. As long as they could comprehend a trace of Daoyuo's Tao, it would be enough for Tai Jingxian to benefit for a lifetime. We're fine. Hearing Xianqing's words, everyone hurriedly replied. Sigh. With a sigh, Xianqing waved his hand, and the clear qi of the 9 heavens filled the air. It was vast and mighty, turning into spots of light that merged into everyone's bodies and healed their injuries. At the same time, it also helped to cleanse their Tao bodies. After all, it was Xianqing who caused the harm. Whether it was intentional or not, he had to be responsible to the end. Fellow Taoists, although Poor Wei's words just now were a little harsh, it was definitely not targeted at you. It was said for those who harbor evil intentions and cause trouble in the East Sea. After all, you also know that the East Sea was too chaotic in the past. Poor Wei is the Lord of the East Sea. Naturally, I have to return the East Sea to peace and quiet. Seeing that everyone was about to bow and worship again, Qianqing hurriedly changed the topic. It was really annoying to bow and worship back and forth. Celestial Lord is right. Most of the people who could come here were from the East Sea. Naturally, they understood what Qianqing meant. From now on, the East Sea would be settled down and they would no longer have to live in fear. After all, in the East Sea before, the only rhythm was killing. As the Lord of the East Sea, Porway has the responsibility to protect all living things. So from now on, if anyone is in danger in the East Sea, they can call my name. At that time, Porway will definitely sense it and come to rescue them. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden clap of thunder that shook the surroundings. This was to seek out the voice and rescue the people in distress. In this way, Qianqing's purpose was self-evident. Tai, Heavenly Lord of Salvation from Misery, was also one of the 6 royals of the Heavenly Court, the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Emperor. After becoming a spiritual venerable, Qianqing once again launched an attack on the power of the Eastern Pole Cyan Splendor Emperor. This was also his big plan after becoming the Lord of the East Sea. Chapter 319. The East Pole was in the East Sea, and Qianqing was the Lord of the East Sea. Qinghua had the meaning of life and symbolized the Lord of all races. And Qianqing was a spiritual venerable. The great emperor of the East Pole, Qinghua, should be fated with him. Random feelings, boundless vows. Great sage, great mercy, great wish. 10 directions, to save all living beings. In billions of tribulations, to save people immeasurably, to search for feelings, to save people from suffering. Spending billions of years, to set up a great ambition to save ordinary people, to accumulate immeasurable merit, to become the emperor of the 6 kingdoms. This was the foundation of the great emperor of the East Pole. To sit firmly on the throne of the 6 kingdoms, one must have immeasurable merit as support. Otherwise, if one's merit did not match the throne, there would be trouble. Now what Qianqing was doing was what the Tai perfected one did in the future. Using the method of saving all living beings, he accumulated immeasurable merit and increased his prestige. In this way, when the 6 kingdoms were decided, the position of the great emperor of the East Pole would belong to him. Immortal Venerable's great virtue. Hearing this, everyone was deeply moved. This time, they were really moved. Since the beginning of the primordial world, there had been many people who had made great contributions to the world and benefited all living beings. But it was the first time someone like Qianqing, who searched for feelings and came to save people from trouble, who could guarantee that they would be safe from disasters. In this way, Qianqing's promise seemed to be extremely useful. Everyone, today's teleportation array disk is the most important. We'll talk about the rest another day. After everything calmed down, Qianqing brought the topic back to the teleportation array disk. This was his real business today. Immortal Venerable, give me one. The work of the Lord of Many Treasures' painstaking efforts cannot be looked down upon by the world. Everyone had received so many benefits from Qianqing, so it was naturally impossible for them not to express their gratitude. They didn't want to buy it at first, but now they were too embarrassed to not buy it. Therefore, for a moment, everyone rushed to Qianqing's stall to buy the teleportation array disk. And such a popular scene, as well as the glowing yin-yang creation pills, attracted everyone's attention. As a result, some of the more observant people watched, the more they had different thoughts. Of course, these thoughts didn't refer to going forward to snatch it, but to imitate it. Qianqing could set up a stall to earn the Khanate creation pills, so could they. As for robbing? That was impossible. Tai Jingxian would never do something like snatching Daluo Jingxian, even if he had lost his mind. Otherwise, he would really become the laughingstock of the great desolate Ian, something that could be passed down for generations. However, this was not a good reputation. Those who were quick-witted would make a fortune no matter where they went. This sentence was not wrong in the primordial world. As soon as he had the idea, several people took action and set up a street stall in another part of the sea. No, a sea stall. As for what to sell, that was simply too simple. Ever since the Grand Master of Heaven had preached in the East Sea, there would be a large number of land creatures coming to the East Sea every year to try their luck. These people grew up in the great desolate land. When had they ever seen the scenery of the sea? Even more so, they had never seen the spirit treasures and spirit medicines that only belong to the Eastern Sea. Therefore, it was hard for them not to be moved by the specialties from the sea. And vice versa. The Eastern Sea life forms had never seen a specialty of the great desolate Aeon before. Therefore, after seeing the treasures from the land, they were also curious. After all, what grew in the sea was different from what grew on the land. From the looks of it, this was the general trend. With the right time, place, and people, how could Xianqing's way of currency not prosper? After releasing his spiritual sense to scan, all the changes in the surroundings were reflected in Xianqing's heart. A few extra vendors naturally could not escape his eyes. Seeing the vendors who were trading, Xianqing could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. His plan had succeeded. He would wait for a while to see how the reaction was before deciding whether to proceed with the next step of the plan. After a while, when the novelty in Xianqing's heart faded, he began to get tired of the days of setting up a stall. His heart skipped a beat as he said to Mo Yang, "Fellow Taoist Mo Yang, Poor Wei still has something to do and needs to rush to deal with it. I'll have to trouble you to help Poor Wei take care of this stall for a while. Is that okay?" No matter what, Mo Yang was the first person to trade with him. It could be said that he had helped him open up the situation. When Xianqing had benefits, he naturally thought of him first. "Yes, immortal supremacy, go ahead if you have something to do. I will definitely take care of this place properly." Mo Yang was first stunned. Soon after, he replied with some pleasant surprise. How could Xianqing not benefit from helping him set up a stall? What a pleasant surprise. Aside from feeling envious, the crowd also felt regret in their hearts. It was all their fault for not being observant. Otherwise, such benefits would have fallen on their heads. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Nodding slightly, Xianqing stood up and left the place. He also sent a voice transmission to Duobao, telling him to directly hand the teleportation array disk to Mo Yang after rushing here. In an instant, Xianqing arrived on Golden Ao Island. At this moment, the disciples of the Jie school had already arrived. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Seeing Xianqing, everyone hurriedly bowed. "Junior brothers, did you see what senior brother did just now?" Xianqing helped everyone up and asked. He was asking them about the stall just now. "I saw it. Eldest senior brother and second senior brother are really talented. Even if we spend our entire lives, we can't think of such a treasure like the array disk." Everyone praised when they heard that. The disciples of the Jie school were all array formation experts. When they saw the teleportation array disk, their thoughts were naturally different from the living beings of the East Ocean. What the living beings of the East Ocean saw was the convenience brought by the teleportation array disk. What the disciples of the Jie school saw was the impact the appearance of the array disk had on the entire array formation. The array disk was a further evolution of the array formation. Its appearance represented a huge step forward in the primordial world's array formation. It was broadening the Tao path. In that case, as an array formation cultivator, their future would undoubtedly be brighter and more possibilities would be possible. They had obtained so many benefits and were naturally extremely grateful to Xianqing and Duobao. Unfortunately, they had misunderstood his intentions. Xianqing asked them about their opinions on setting up a stall. What they replied was their opinions on the array disk. "Junior brothers and junior sisters, how do I treat you usually?" Everyone was so excited that Xianqing could not say that they had misunderstood. He could only change his strategy. "Senior brother treats us very well." Although they did not know Xianqing's motive, everyone still answered honestly. That was the truth. Xianqing was indeed very good to them. He even gave them some treasures from time to time. They could not find a second senior brother like him in the entire primordial world. "Then I'll help you with a small favor. Junior brothers, you don't mind, right?" Xianqing smiled mysteriously and said, I don't mind. Senior brother, feel free to speak." Everyone agreed to Xianqing's request. "Did you see the stall I set up just now? I hope that before Master preaches the next time, junior brothers and junior sisters." Outside Golden Ao Island, Each of you will set up a stall and sell some things that you don't need. Chapter 320. It was empty, lonely, and dangerous. There was no top, bottom, left, or right. There was no passage of time. It was truly boundless. This was the chaos outside the realm. The place where the great Tao lived in seclusion, the place where everything originated, and also the most dangerous place in the world. And Feng Zichen was cultivating in seclusion here. While Xianqing was developing his business in the East Sea, Feng Zichen's seclusion had also reached the most critical moment. Rumble. The chaos array operated crazily, and the great Tao divine diagram intertwined with endless laws. Vast divine power spread out. Distorting all known concepts, he refined all the chaotic energy in the surroundings and poured it into Feng Zichen's body. One could see that the flower of the heavenly Tao and the flower of the human Tao automatically appeared above Feng Zichen's head. They swayed and took root in the chaos, absorbing the power of the great Tao to strengthen themselves. Between them, the corresponding essence energy of the great Tao constantly trembled, releasing all kinds of Taoist rhymes. It was incomparably mysterious. There was also a surge of vitality, as if a Tao flower was about to bloom. The injury that the Donghuang Tai left to Feng Zichen completely disappeared at this moment. Not only that, but he also benefited from the disaster and showed signs of taking another step forward. He was about to break through to the realm of Daluo Jingxian and completely bloom the flower of the earth. However, this impulse to break through was forcefully suppressed by Feng Zichen, and he gave up this rare opportunity. He didn't want to break through at this moment. Right now, he had already bloomed 2 of the 3 flowers that represented the 3 Taos of heaven, earth, and man. He was only 1 step away from the legendary great Taoist priests. If Feng Zichen took advantage of this opportunity to break through, the Tao flower that bloomed would only be the flower of the earth, and not the stronger flower of the earth. In this way, if the 3 flowers were not perfected, he would not be able to attain the great Taoist priests. Then, wouldn't his previous efforts be in vain? Therefore, even if the opportunity to break through was rare, he couldn't break through now. He had to wait until the earth turned into reincarnation, and seize the opportunity to break through with the help of the Taoist rhymes of the earth. Only then would the blooming Tao flower be in Tao flower. Only then could the 3 flowers be perfected. With this, one could become the great Taoist priests and become the first person in the Daluo Jingxian. The great Taoist priests was the title the world gave to Pangu. The one who obtained this fruit was destined to become the origin Daluo Jingxian. Therefore, even if Feng Zichen had an opportunity to break through to Sage to be, he would refuse it without hesitation and continue to wait for the opportunity to become great Taoist priests. He could still tell which was more important. I've been in the outer realm primal chaos for so long. Standing up, Feng Zichen stepped into the chaos bead and returned to the untainted land through the chaos channel. And with his departure, the chaos array also disappeared. The chaos that had been clamoring for a long time regained its calm. When Feng Zichen reappeared, he was already above the human clan's ancestral temple. However, he did not return to the human clan. Instead, he walked straight to the East Sea. It was time to take back the sea-calming divine pearl. It was also time to hand over the One Origin Tao talisman to Xianqing. Today he was going to meet Xianqing. At this time, more than 1,000 years had passed since Xianqing passed down the teleportation array disk. The East Sea had long changed its appearance. And the one that had changed the most was undoubtedly Penglai Island. Outside Penglai Island, a wide street appeared on the surface of the sea. Inside, there were all kinds of vendors and pedestrians coming and going. It was bustling and lively. All kinds of things in the mortal world were in it. Being in the middle of the street, Feng Zichen had an illusion that he was not in the untainted land, but a street in the future. However, the colorful treasures in front of him, as well as the colorful clouds floating in front of him, reminded him that this was the untainted land. The extremely dangerous untainted land. The untainted land where he could lose his life at any time. In an instant, Feng Zichen cut off all distracting thoughts, and strengthened his heart to pursue the Tao. It's not that I like to scheme, but the world is like this. If you don't scheme against others, Others will scheme against you. The environment is like this, so what can I do? Looking at the lively street in front of him, Feng Zichen thought silently. In the untainted land, who could say who was the chess piece, who was the chess player, and who was controlling everything behind the scenes? Retracting his thoughts, Feng Zichen continued to walk towards Penglai Island. As for this street, it was the result of Xianqing. Ever since Xianqing first set up a stall that day, there had been a craze for setting up stalls in the East Sea. As long as there was a lot of traffic, there would definitely be stalls. After that, the disciples of the Jie school set up stalls outside Golden Ao Island to sell all kinds of array discs, which pushed the craze to the extreme. It seemed that if they did not set up a stall, they would not be able to prove that they were creatures of the East Sea. Stalls appeared all over the East Sea. Even the aquatic creatures in the sea were influenced and started to set up their stalls. It made the treasures of the East Sea more abundant. It could be said that the current East Sea was the place with the most types of treasures in the untainted land. Here one could find specialties from any place in the untainted land. There were so many types that it was beyond imagination. After all, the power of money was great. Some people earned connate creation pills from setting up stalls that they had never seen before in their lives. Naturally, they had bigger ideas. Especially now that there were teleportation array discs, many ideas that could not be realized in the past could become a reality. Under the stimulation of huge benefits, some people use teleportation arrays to cross endless mountains and rivers to various places in the untainted land, to collect all kinds of specialties and return to the East Sea to sell. This also caused the prosperity of the East Sea. However, as more and more merchants gathered near Golden Ao Island, it was inevitable that this place would become noisy. Afraid that they would disturb his master's cultivation, Xianqing opened up the sea near Penglai Island and moved all the merchants there. In this way, it was convenient for Xianqing to manage, so that there would not be trouble in the future. Moreover, Xianqing even gave this street a name, Penglai Sea City. In the future, there were markets in the cultivation world. It was a place for cultivators to trade. Penglai Sea City had the same function. However, it was built on the sea, so it was called Sea City. Fellow Daoist, please wait. Outside Penglai Island, Feng Zichen stopped for a while, and was about to step in. Suddenly, an anxious shout came from behind him, making him stop in his tracks. Feng Zichen recognized the owner of the voice. It was Mo Yang. This person was very fond of him. Therefore, after Xianqing established Penglai Sea City, he handed it over to him to manage. And he did not let Xianqing down. He managed Penglai Sea City in an orderly manner without the slightest bit of trouble. Therefore he gave Mo Yang face and stopped in his tracks. Fellow Daoist, this is your first time in Penglai Sea City, right? Flying in front of Feng Zichen, Mo Yang bowed and asked. However, although he used the question as a question, his tone was full of certainty. Chapter 321. Feng Zichen recognized Mo Yang, but Mo Yang didn't recognize him. Because Mo Yang knew Xianqing. He had never experienced two bodies at once, so he didn't know the mystery. What's the matter? Without answering Mo Yang's question, Feng Zichen asked in amusement. His cultivation had already reached the realm of returning to his original state, and his aura didn't leak at all. If a celestial immortal looked at him, he would be a celestial immortal. If a golden immortal looked at him, he would be a golden immortal. If a Tai Jinxian looked at him, he would be a Tai Jinxian. Therefore, in Mo Yang's eyes, Feng Zichen was a relatively unfamiliar Tai Jinxian cultivator. Otherwise, how could he dare to stop Feng Zichen and call him fellow Daoist? Fellow Daoist, you might not know, but ahead is the forbidden area of Penglai Sea City. Without the permission of the immortal venerable, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Moreover, outside the forbidden area, there is a connate formation protecting it. Its power is so strong that even if the Daoyuo Taoist priests came, it would be difficult for them to end well. If you take another step forward, you will step into the formation. At that time, the danger will be unpredictable. Penglai Sea City was outside Penglai Island. Others didn't know the exact location of Penglai Island, But as the steward appointed by Xianqing, how could Mo Yang not know? Today he came to patrol the various sea areas as usual. He happened to see Feng Zichen standing outside Penglai Island, so he hurriedly ran over. In fact, with Xianqing overseeing 3 Immortal Island, even if someone entered the formation by mistake, Xianqing could rescue them in time. It was impossible for Mo Yang to not understand. Therefore, he was not really worried about whether Feng Zichen would be in danger after falling into the formation. What he was worried about was that if Feng Zichen entered the formation by mistake and disturbed Xianqing, that would be bad. This was Mo Yang's goal. It had to be said that Xianqing had chosen the right person to be the steward. When he did things, he was both attentive and careful, saving Xianqing a lot of trouble. Haha, you're very interesting. I want you to know that Poor Wei and your immortal venerable are good friends, Feng Zichen said with a smile. How could Mo Yang's thoughts be hidden from him? At the end of his speech, he even slightly revealed a wisp of aura. I didn't know that the Taoist priests would come, and offended the Taoist priests. I hope the Taoist priests can forgive me. After being exposed by Feng Zichen, Mo Yang was originally a little embarrassed. But after feeling the unique aura of the Daoyuo Taoist priests, his face completely changed. Without time to think, Mo Yang hurriedly apologized. What had he done? To address the Daoyuo Taoist priests as fellow Taoist? Do you want to die? You're too arrogant. This is nothing. The Poor Wei still has something to ask Xianqing. You can go and do your thing. Waving his hand, Feng Zichen let Mo Yang leave. At the same time on Penglai Island, Duobao, the goddess of golden spirit, the goddess of Wudong, the 3 Xiao, Zhao Gongming, and other famous immortals of Jie school were invited by Xianqing to gather and discuss the Tao. During this period, there was endless laughter. It was very happy. Junior brothers and sisters, I have a close friend who has arrived. I need to go and welcome him. Please excuse me for a while. Please forgive me. Just as everyone was talking, Xianqing suddenly spoke and interrupted everyone's conversation. Oh, senior brother's good friend? Senior brother is so extraordinary. I think senior brother's close friend should also be a stunning figure in the primordial world. I wonder if we can have the honor of meeting him? Just as Xianqing finished speaking and was about to leave, the goddess of turtle spirit suddenly spoke. They had never heard Xianqing mention that he had any close friends. Now that one had suddenly appeared, everyone was naturally very curious. Yes, senior brother will bring him over later and let you meet him. Xianqing nodded and agreed. Just as Feng Zichen was about to arrive, Xianqing gathered the disciples of Jie school to rush over for a gathering. He wanted Feng Zichen to get familiar with everyone so that it would be convenient for his future plans. Could it be? Suddenly, Duobao's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the identity of the person who had come. He suddenly stood up and shouted at Xianqing excitedly, "Senior brother, let's go together. I'm going as well." That was the sword ancestor, the true master of a Tao in the primordial world. He did not rely on his cultivation realm and strength, but on his supreme wisdom to create his own Tao. That was an achievement that even saints could not achieve. Who in the primordial world did not admire such a person? Now that he had arrived, Duobao naturally had to personally welcome him to express his respect. All right, let's go together. With a wave of his sleeve, Xianqing led the people of Jie school and rushed out of Penglai Island to welcome Feng Zichen. Feng Zichen. Haha. Good friend, we haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years since we parted in the East Sea. Why don't you go to Kunlun Mountain to see me? I can't leave Kunlun Mountain. Can't you leave the human race? Xianqing complained as soon as he saw Feng Zichen from afar. Do you think everyone is as free as you? I'm very busy. I don't have time to go to Kunlun Mountain to look for you. Feng Zichen shook his head and smiled. As Xianqing and Feng Zichen met, Feng Zichen's true spirit, who was high in Ziwei Star, had a wonderful experience. It was just like in the future, when he controlled 2 alternate accounts to cheat people in the chat group. It was a feeling that he had not felt for a long time. His main body was in Ziwei Star, silently controlling Xianqing, and Feng Zichen to walk in the primordial world for him. In the future, he hid behind the computer and controlled 2 alternate accounts at the same time. Or even more, to rampage on the internet. If the primordial world was regarded as an online world, then wouldn't Feng Zichen's actions be the same? There was no harm in opening more alternate accounts on the internet. Even if the main account was banned, there were still alternate accounts as a backup. It was the same principle to open more alternate accounts in the primordial world. Even if the main body died accidentally, he could rely on the alternate accounts to rise again. It would not be completely hopeless. Feng Zichen, who had suffered from the title in the future, deeply understood this principle. Senior brother, how should I address this fellow Taoist? Yin Xiao asked Xianqing softly. The disciple of a saint was naturally not someone Mo Yang could compare to. Mo Yang could not see Feng Zichen's realm, but the disciples of Jie School could see some clues. In their eyes, Feng Zichen was wearing the 10,000 spirits golden crown and a purple gold robe. Purple energy surrounded his body, making him look like a majestic emperor. When they looked at him, it was as if they were facing the vast starry sky. It was incomparably deep and could contain everything. But when they looked at Feng Zichen again, everything changed again. The previous state of the emperor had completely disappeared. What replaced it was endless sharpness. It was like a peerless divine sword, displaying its sharpness to its heart's content. It was incomparably sharp, as if it wanted to cut through everything. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. There was no need to think carefully. This was definitely a figure who shocked the primordial world. He is. Penga's Zichen clan is also the primordial sword ancestor. With a smile, Xianqing revealed Feng Zichen's background. Chapter 322. Sword Ancestor. Primordial Sword Ancestor. In an instant, the disciples of the Jie school were energized. They stared at Feng Zichen with bright eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. One had to know that the Grand Master of Heaven was not only the ancestral master of the Array Dao, but he was also a mighty figure of the Sword Dao. His Dao weapon was the Qingping sword. Due to this, the disciples of the Jie school more or less knew 1 or 2 sword techniques. Although they could not reach the Dao realm, they were quite proficient. That was not a big deal, but after Feng Zichen established the Khanate sword Dao, all the sword cultivators of the primordial world improved. It was also at this moment that the disciples of the Jie school suddenly realized that the sword techniques that they did not value in the past had suddenly become shockingly powerful. It could be said to be unparalleled in killing. In the blink of an eye, the strength of all the sword cultivators of the primordial world had increased. That was something that even their master, the Grand Master of Heaven, could not do. As such, everyone naturally admired Feng Zichen. Moreover, they were the direct beneficiaries of the birth of the Khanate sword Dao. In that case, all the sword cultivators of the primordial world still owed Feng Zichen karma. And all of that would have to be returned in the future. Jie school has many treasures. Jie school has nothing to do with it. Jie school's Zhao Gongming. Greetings, sword ancestor. After the shock, everyone hurriedly bowed to Feng Zichen. At this moment, they were no longer disciples of the Jie school, but sword cultivators of the primordial world. When they saw the ancestral master, they naturally had to bow. Buzz buzz buzz. The moment the disciples of the Jie school bowed, the divine swords on their bodies automatically appeared and surrounded Feng Zichen, as if they were worshipping him. The divine swords had spirits and spontaneously bowed to the master of the sword Dao. Fellow Taoists, you're too polite. Feng Zichen gently helped everyone up and said with a smile. Alright, this is senior brother's best friend. You don't have to be so polite. Just treat him as your senior brother. Xianqing also said. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. During this period of time, Feng Zichen and the disciples of the Jie school talked about the Dao and exchanged cultivation insights. They lived a happy life. However, as the time for the Grand Master of Heaven's lecture approached, the disciples of Jie school had no choice but to leave and head to Golden Ao Island to listen to the Dao. Thus, only Feng Zichen and Xianqing were left on Penglai Island. This meant that Feng Zichen didn't have to pretend anymore. For a moment, the scene was silent. Let's start. Suddenly, Xianqing and Feng Zichen said at the same time. Then, the first Yuan Dao talisman flew out of Feng Zichen's body and landed in Xianqing's hand. 24 sea calming divine pearls flew out of Xianqing's body and landed in Feng Zichen's hands. The two of them were originally one, so there was no distinction between you and me. Therefore, the two of them shared their treasures and there was no need to refine them a second time. After changing his Dharma treasures, Feng Zichen silently disappeared from Penglai Island. In the next moment, Feng Zichen appeared in the deepest part of the boundless void, in the mysterious unknown place. Let's go. Feng Zichen took out the chaos bead and walked in. He passed through the chaos passageway and arrived in the chaos outside the realm again. With the sea calming divine pearl in hand, he naturally had to repair the chaos bead. And in this world, where was more suitable for the recovery of the chaos bead than the chaos outside the realm? The chaos bead was ultimately a treasure born in the chaos outside the realm. It was like a child of the great Tao, as noble and great as the chaos fiend celestial. Returning here was like a child who had not returned home for a long time. He was loved by his parents and had endless opportunities. It was much better than advancing in the primordial world. If he continued to advance in the primordial world, the heavenly Tao might cause trouble again. That would be troublesome. It was safer to advance in the chaos outside the realm. Go. He took out the sea calming divine pearl and saw 24 azure pearls floating in the air, emitting an ocean-like glow. As the light flickered, it was like waves of waves. Then, Feng Zichen didn't hesitate to put the 24 sea calming divine pearls into the chaos bead. He didn't care about their many years of friendship. He was really cold and heartless. Now the chaos bead was a Khanate cardinal treasure. Its power was boundless and far from what it used to be. When it devoured the other Khanate spirit treasures, its speed was naturally much faster than before. It shook slightly, and the sea calming divine pearl was immediately shattered into pieces and devoured by it. Rumble! Resplendent divine light erupted as vast power surged, stirring up the chaos in all directions, setting off huge waves that surged violently. After devouring the sea calming divine pearl, the chaos bead, which had been on the verge of advancing, finally began to advance. As the chaos bead advanced, the entire chaos outside the realm trembled and resonated with it. The tyrannical chaos chi also became abnormally docile, and spontaneously surged over to help it complete its transformation. At the same time, in the deepest part of the chaos outside the realm, the most mysterious and unknown place in the world, a mighty and vast will awakened. Mysterious and unfathomable. It's the great Tao. What kind of terrifying power was that? In front of it, Feng Zichen felt that he couldn't resist. He felt that he was incomparably small, inferior to even an ant. His performance was even worse than when he faced Panga's power. In fact, Feng Zichen didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. It was as if he took a look at the great Tao, he would be lost in it forever and never be able to turn back. Facing the heavenly Tao, although Feng Zichen couldn't resist it, at least he had the courage to face him. However, facing the great Tao, he had no power at all. He couldn't even think. These were two completely different powers. They were greater, more vast, and more desirable. This was the power of the great Tao, a power that was higher than the heavenly Tao. It was also the power that Pangu had been pursuing. Now he had truly appeared in front of Feng Zichen, displaying his greatness and endless mysteries to his heart's content. Unfortunately, under the impact of the power of the great Tao, Feng Zichen's mind was blank. He had temporarily lost all consciousness. He couldn't see or know anything. This could be said to be the greatest opportunity in the world, but he couldn't see it. However, Feng Zichen had lost consciousness, but the Hongming Daozhong in his sea of consciousness moved. A purple light flashed, and the Hongming Daozhong appeared automatically. It spun in the air, and wisps of Hongming aura spread out, imprinting all the mysteries of the great Tao on its body. As expected of the supreme treasure that could bring Feng Zichen across endless years and travel to the primitive world. It was clearly only a supreme-grade innate spirit treasure, but it had the ability that even innate cardinal treasures couldn't compare to. It could even steal the power of the great Tao. It was as if the restrictions of level and the gap between realms didn't exist in front of it. It was really incredible. But at the same time, Feng Zichen, who was unaware of this magical scene, couldn't detect it. And as more and more of the charm of the great Tao was imprinted on the Hongming Daozhong, a wonderful change happened. Chapter 323. As more and more marks of the Great Path were imprinted, the Chaos Demon God imprints that were previously imprinted on Hongming Daozhong's body suddenly moved. Their movements were not obvious. They were just extremely subtle adjustments. However, this slight movement brought about a shocking change. This movement made the 3,000 Chaos Demon God imprints more in line with the Great Path. It was as if they had resonated with the Great Path, and an inexplicable Tao was born. It was incomparably great and similar to the Great Path. Wisps of Tao flowed, and the Chaos Demon God imprints became more and more real and perfect. It was as if they had come alive and wanted to cross all obstacles and walk out of Hongming Daozhong's body. The Chaos Demon God was originally a creature born from the will of the Great Path. It was the image of the Great Path reflected in the great chaos outside the realm. It was the embodiment of its power outside. Therefore, the Great Path's Tao was a great supplement for the Chaos Demon God imprints. Devouring the Great Path's Tao could make them more perfect. Previously, Hongming Daozhong had imprinted the Chaos Demon God imprints either by relying on their aura, observing their Great Path bodies, or absorbing the Tao shadows in Feng Zichen's memory. With the help of his powerful ability, he deduced the Chaos Demon God imprints from these fragmented remnants. The Chaos Demon God imprints obtained through this method were inevitably somewhat incomplete, and had some flaws. They were not so perfect. Although they were still powerful, he always felt that something was missing. After all, in terms of the Great Path, the slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. The impact of a single flaw was like the difference between heaven and earth. Thus, not even the slightest flaw could be tolerated. The influence was too great, and the more perfect it was, the better. Now, at the moment of the Chaos Bead's advancement, the Great Path had descended. Endless Tao runes covered the chaos, giving birth to endless mysteries, which were recorded and imprinted by Hongming Daozhong. It made up for the flaws of the Chaos Demon God imprints and eliminated their flaws, making them perfect and closer to the Great Path. At this moment, Hongming Daozhong had completely changed. The 3,000 Chaos Demon God imprints chanted in unison, emitting the sound of the Great Path that resounded through the chaos. Endless runes were born, and Tao and reason intertwined, covering the body of the Hongming Daozhong bell. 3,000 laws descended, and the aura of the Tao was deep like an ocean. It warped the chaos and re-established order, and it fully revealed the Xuanqi of the Grand Tao. The Tao Bell, the Bell of Order. After the 3,000 demonic imprints were completed, Hongming Daozhong seemed to have become the carrier of the Great Tao. It was completely composed of Tao and reason. It resonated with the Great Tao and gave birth to its own order. Roar, roar, roar. Phantoms of demonic gods appeared one after another, circling around Hongming Daozhong as they continuously inhaled and exhaled chaotic qi. After being refined by the Chaos Demonic God, the Chaos Qi underwent a wonderful change. The formless properties of the original substance gradually disappeared, and it returned to the state of nothingness. Soon after, a strand of energy appeared, and then it took form, and then it developed substance. In the end, a body was born from both form and essence. These were the cosmos' 5 manifestations, the 5 processes of the birth of heaven and earth. It was also the key to Hongming Daozhong's advancement into a connate cardinal treasure. Streams of chaos qi were transformed by the chaos demonic god's phantoms into the purest cosmos' 5 manifestations. They continuously fused into Hongming Daozhong's body, urging it to transform to a higher level. Creation. This was a great creation. The cosmos' 5 manifestations was formed from the origin that was emitted during the evolution of heaven and earth. It had the power to create something out of nothing and create everything. Even connate spiritual treasures could be created out of nothing. As long as there was enough cosmos' 5 manifestations, even connate god fiends could be created out of nothing. This was one of the greatest powers in the world. It had all the known characteristics and was almost omnipotent. It was the power of Tao. Now, with the help of the Tao aura emitted by the great Tao, Hongming Daozhong had completed its self-improvement. It took the initiative to evolve the Cosmos 5 manifestations to accelerate its advancement, just like its own cultivation. This was of course a good thing. However, this did not mean that Feng Zichen did not need to search for the Cosmos 5 manifestations' origins. The advancement of a connate spiritual treasure required an enormous amount of power. Just like how Daoyuo Jingxian broke through to the sage-to-be level, without the help of external forces, it could only rely on the accumulation of endless years. Therefore, if Feng Zichen wanted Hongmeng Daozhong to become a connate spiritual treasure as soon as possible, he still needed to find the Cosmos 5 manifestations' origins. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a long time. Not necessarily. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Feng Zichen's mind as he thought of a wonderful idea. He could upgrade the primordial chaos Dao Bell without the connate 5 essences. Since the primordial chaos Dao Bell could transform the primordial chaos Qi into the primordial 5 cosmos Qi, it could also transform the primordial chaos origin into the primordial 5 cosmos origin. Of course, chaos origin was also very noble, but Feng Zichen had the chaos bead and the world tree. Every tens of thousands of years he could always gather some chaos origin. In this way, Hongming Daozhong's advancement speed would undoubtedly be greatly accelerated. It would only take 1 or 2 eons to complete. It would not be like before, where it had to rely on transforming chaos Qi to advance. Who knew how long it would take? This method is feasible. Let's give it a try first. Feng Zichen took out the chaos origin he had collected before, and injected it into Hongmeng Daozhong. Rumble. As the chaos origin entered Hongmeng Daozhong, visible to the naked eye, it underwent a drastic change. Precepts were born, like divine chains of order, emitting a terrifying power. At the same time, the shadow of the chaos demon god became more and more real, as if it had flesh and blood. Inexplicable patterns appeared, mysterious and unfathomable, describing the most fundamental principles of the world. It was not until the power of chaos origin was exhausted that the changes in Hongmeng Daozhong gradually calmed down. It works. Seeing this, Feng Zichen could not help but show a hint of joy. This meant that his plan to use the chaos origin to replace the primordial 5 essences was completely feasible. The hope of advancing Hongmeng Daozhong did not need to be pinned on the primordial 5 essences. It was not that he did not want to use the primordial 5 essences to advance Hongmeng Daozhong, but it was too difficult to find. Even if he searched the entire untainted land, he would not be able to find it. The power of this thing was simply heaven-defying, and it was of great use to saints. If it could be found, it would have been discovered and taken away long ago. How could Feng Zichen have the chance to think about it? If it was not for the fact that he was forced to do so, Feng Zichen would not have such a bad idea. Opportunity. Only a heaven-defying opportunity could get the primordial 5 essences. However, there were many kinds of opportunities. Who could say for sure what kind of opportunity could lead to the primordial 5 essences? Take Feng Zichen for example. He had several primordial treasures. His opportunities were great, and his luck was strong. However, he could not get the primordial 5 essences that he wanted and needed the most. What could he do? Chapter 324. Achieving one's wish. That was what everyone hoped for. But in history, no one had ever heard of anyone who could do it. Not to mention a saint, even Pangu could not do it. Perhaps the great Tao could. Perhaps that was why Pangu wanted to prove the great Tao. To him, if he did not achieve the great Tao, he would not be free and would be restricted everywhere. He could not be omnipotent. If Pangu wanted a connate numinous treasure, chaos would naturally sense it and create one for him. If he wanted a connate numinous treasure, although it would be troublesome, chaos could still create it for him after spending some time. But what if he wanted a chaos numinous treasure? Could chaos still create it for him? Obviously he couldn't. However, the great Tao could. Because the great Tao was omnipotent. What Pangu could do, the great Tao could do too. What Pangu could not do, the great Tao could still do. Therefore, Pangu wanted to prove the great Tao to be as great as him, as omnipotent as him. And what Pangu could not do, a saint naturally could not do. Then, it was even more impossible for Feng Zichen to do it. Whether he could obtain the Khanate 5 grand origins, or not depended on his fate. Although Daoyuo Jingxian had transcended the river of fate, and obtained the ability to control his own fate, that was all. What they controlled was only their own fate. Daoyuo Jingxian could change his own fate, and arrange an incomparably bright future for himself. He could even plan the path to becoming a saint, and become a saint through this. However, there was more than one Daoyuo Jingxian. If you could arrange the path to becoming a saint for yourself, then others could too. In this way, the path would be narrow. There were only a few saint positions, but there were so many people competing. They could only rely on their own methods. But without a doubt, the first person to prove Daoyuo Jingxian's Tao would definitely obtain the greatest benefits. That was because no one could compete with him. He could plan everything for himself at will, allowing the future to have countless possibilities and achieve unimaginable achievements. In fact, that was indeed the case. As the first Daoyuo Jingxian to attain the Tao, Tao ancestor Hongjun's achievements were obvious to everyone in the primordial world. Therefore, in the primordial world, being born early was the greatest opportunity. Daoyuo Jingxian, the supreme existence in the legends. However, he was restrained everywhere in the primordial world. He lived even more carefully. How helpless. After a long time, Feng Zichen sighed. It was true that the stronger one was, the more insignificant one felt. Originally, he thought that as long as he became the Daoyuo Jingxian, he would be completely safe. Even if he couldn't dominate the world, he could still live a carefree life. But when he really became Daoyuo Jingxian, he found that there were too many forces in the untainted land that could kill Daoyuo Jingxian. Only demi-saints were truly safe. In theory, Daoyuo Jingxian was great. The eternal 3 flowers above his head, the Chaoyuan 5 qi in his chest, jumped out of the long river of fate, attained the Tao of the universe, and was eternally unique. He was the Daoyuo. As long as he attained the Tao of the Daoyuo, he could be reborn with a drop of blood, and his true spirit would not be destroyed. With a thought, he could destroy the worlds in the heavens. This was the real Daoyuo Jingxian. However, the primordial world was still too powerful. It was so powerful that even saints were not at the peak. Correspondingly, compared to the huge primordial world, the Daoyuo Jingxian was much smaller. Under the shroud of the primordial world's rules, all kinds of abilities could not be used. This caused the Daoyuo Jingxian to be in an awkward situation. However, if the Daoyuo Jingxian were to be placed in the upper-class world, or even the medium-class world, then they would be the supreme masters, almost omnipotent. Whatever they wanted, as long as it was in the world, would automatically appear in front of them. It was as good as it could be. It was more powerful than the saints. Compared to this, what was the point of having one's wish come true? This was the ability that the Daoyuo Jingxian should have. However, that was in the upper-class world, not the primordial world. No matter how exciting these worlds were, the Daoyuo Jingxian of the primordial world would not go there. Because when they got there, their path of the great path would end. The Daoyuo Jingxian was the upper limit of the upper-class world. There was no possibility of going any further. And people were always dissatisfied. After experiencing a higher scenery, who would be willing to look back on the past? The primordial world was the place to achieve the Tao. Boom. Just as Feng Zichen was lost in thought, something happened in the great chaos outside the realm. It suddenly shook and woke him up. This is the chaos bead. It turned out that with the help of the great Tao, the advancement of the chaos bead had reached the most critical moment. One had to know that the great Tao descended for the chaos bead, not for Hongmeng Daozhong. Therefore, the greatest creation naturally had to be reflected on him. In the depths of the chaos, wisps of purple brilliance surged out. They were overflowing with colors and filled with Tao runes. Endless mysteries circulated and merged into the chaos bead. That was the lingering charm of the great Tao. It contained the most essential power of the great Tao. It could help people break through to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It was the carrier of the Tao. At the same time, the surrounding chaos chi crazily surged toward the chaos bead. Wherever they passed, a strong wind blew, causing Feng Zichen to almost lose his balance. It could be seen how crazy they were. Buzz accompanied by a resplendent light. The chaos bead completed its transformation. In an instant, a terrifying power swept out, and the surrounding chaos chi instantly became docile, and was suppressed by the chaos bead. The chaos bead was a supreme treasure nurtured by the great Tao. It had the power to suppress the chaos. Why would the chaos bead be involved in the heaven-splitting tribulation for no reason? That was because Pengu had opened the heavens beside it. Only where the chaos bead was, the chaos bead was the safest. All the violence and chaos were suppressed and became extremely docile. It also became the most suitable for opening the heavens. The chaos bead played a part in Pengu breaking open the origin of the chaos bead. Therefore, it was not wrong for it to be hit by Pengu's axe. How could the karma of the great Tao be so easy to form? The chaos bead was the home of the great Tao. Pengu's opening of the primordial world was equivalent to digging up the corner of the great Tao. Moreover, he used the corner of the great Tao as material to build a home of his own near the great Tao. Pengu's arrogance was so arrogant that the great Tao could not tolerate it. That was why the 3,000 demon gods blocked the great Tao. Pengu died and the great Tao transformed into heaven and earth. The reason why Pengu faked his death and hid in the primordial world without showing his face might be one of the reasons. But more importantly, it was probably to avoid the karma of the great Tao. After all, he had destroyed the home of the great Tao. What a fortune! Standing beside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, a mark of the great Tao appeared on the chaos bead's body. It flickered indeterminately, releasing endless mysteries that were fascinating. Behind the mark of the great Tao, 47 divine chains of order appeared. They surrounded each other as if they were describing the truth of chaos. That was not a connate divine restriction, but a chaos Tao restriction. Chapter 325. The Chaos Tao restriction was a restriction derived from the Great Tao, and was unique to Chaos Numinous treasures. In other words, under the power of the Great Tao, the Chaos Bead transformed from a connate cardinal treasure into a Chaos Numinous treasure, and truly returned to its original form. Even if a cardinal treasure born from the chaos was shattered, it should still be a Chaos Numinous treasure. Why did it transform into a connate cardinal treasure? Obviously, it was suppressed by the primordial world. Even if it was a treasure born from the chaos, it had to follow the rules of the primordial world. The primordial world was that domineering. Although Chaos Numinous treasures and connate cardinal treasures had the same power, there was an essential difference. It was the difference between the heavenly Tao and the great Tao. Chaos Numinous treasures were Dharma treasures born from the great Tao, and could be used in all worlds. In the chaos, they were Chaos Numinous treasures. In the great world, they were connate cardinal treasures. Connate cardinal treasures were different. They were Dharma treasures born from the heavenly Tao. If they left the primordial world and entered the chaos, their power would definitely be limited and inconvenient. Of course, the 3 heaven-splitting treasures were not included. It was a cardinal treasure transformed from Pengu's axe. It was not an issue to call it a Chaos Numinous treasure. However, in order to comply with the rules of the primordial world, it appeared in the world as a connate cardinal treasure. Not bad, this is what the chaos bead should look like. At that moment, Feng Zichen was filled with excitement as he looked at the chaos bead. After becoming a Chaos Numinous treasure, the chaos bead finally had a trace of its former glory as a Chaos Numinous treasure. It was the work of a mighty figure that suppressed the chaos and endless space-time. At that moment, beside the chaos bead, Feng Zichen seemed to have an illusion that he was in the primordial world. It was as if the chaos chi that was wandering around him was not chaos chi, but connate chi. The chaos chi here was too docile. It was as if it had been refined, like the connate chi in the primordial world. It flowed slowly and allowed others to absorb it without any resistance. Suppress the chaos. The chaos chi here was completely suppressed by the chaos bead. All concepts related to chaos were twisted, changed, and transformed in a beneficial direction. The place that was originally filled with danger turned into a cultivation holy land in an instant. It was not inferior to the top grotto heavens of the primordial world. The profundity of creation and the power of the chaos bead could be seen from this. Moreover, the changes in the chaos bead did not stop there. At the center of the chaos bead, where the chaos passageway was located, a gigantic door stood majestically. Space-time Tao rhymes flowed around it, accompanied by the glow of time. It was incomparably terrifying. This was the Chaos Door, a chaos spirit treasure born from the Chaos Pearl, and it possessed the ability to pass through everything. Through him, he could go to any place he had ever been, be it the past or the future. He could travel through time and space, make people go back to the past to make up for their regrets, and make people rush to the future to change their fate. He could also travel through the various great worlds at will without having to see the world walls. This was a space-time attribute supreme treasure. However, the current him was only a phantom and did not have a real body. He was far from having such great power. Now he could only allow Feng Zichen to freely travel to and from the great chaos outside the realm. He had no other abilities. After all, nurturing chaos spiritual treasures was the ability of chaos ultimate treasures. However, the current chaos bead was only a chaos spiritual treasure. Naturally, it could not nurture Dharma treasures of the same level. Just one phantom was the limit of the chaos bead. Otherwise he would be too heaven-defying. Where's the world tree? Suddenly, Feng Zichen's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something and suddenly looked at the world tree. The chaos bead had obtained such a great fortune. There was no reason that the world tree in his body did not obtain any benefits. After scanning the chaos bead with his spiritual sense, Feng Zichen found the world tree in a corner. At this moment, his appearance had changed greatly. It could be said that the world tree before was very big, so big that it was beyond imagination. It was almost as tall as the sky. But now, the world tree's body had shrunk rapidly, becoming the size of an ordinary tree. If it were not for the fact that his body was full of great Tao patterns, like a Tao tree, showing that he was different from the rest, Feng Zichen would have thought that he had seen wrongly. This is? Looking at the world tree, Feng Zichen frowned and thought for a while. Suddenly he revealed his Tao body. In an instant, Pangda's Tao body, which was 1,000,000 feet tall, appeared and stood proudly in the chaos. This was not an illusion, nor was it a divine power, nor was it the celestial phenomenon. It was Feng Zichen's real physical body. That's right, this was his physical body. It was 1,000,000 feet tall physical body. At his level of cultivation, he had long been the embodiment of great Tao. Naturally, he was different from ordinary people. Moreover, Feng Zichen was a Khanate God-fiend. In the primordial world, which Khanate God-fiend's physical body was not enormous and far beyond imagination. With the strength of cultivation, everything would become bigger until it was beyond imagination. This was the final inevitability of the cultivation path. No living creature could escape from it. Because Tao was great, big in all kinds of senses. If it was not big, it was not enough to inherit Tao. Therefore, the higher the cultivation, the bigger it had to be to inherit Tao. If the current Feng Zichen used the supreme divine power of the celestial phenomenon, his body would definitely be unimaginably big. When the size of 1,000,000 feet was magnified tens of thousands, or even tens of millions of times, the visual shock would be unimaginable. Looking at the world tree again, Feng Zichen found something different. In his eyes, the world tree was the same size as before. It had not changed at all. But that was not right. His body was tens of millions of times larger than before. The world tree should be even smaller in his eyes. As if he had thought of something, Feng Zichen's body suddenly changed. His size kept changing while he stared at the tree of world. But no matter how he changed, the figure of the world tree was always the same in his eyes. Primordial chaos as one. At this moment, Feng Zichen somewhat understood. Without him noticing, the world tree had obtained some benefits from great Tao, and had already peeped into a trace of the mystery of the primordial chaos Tao realm. To use an analogy, the realm of the world tree was almost similar to Donghuang Tai. It was only one step away from the primordial chaos Tao realm. This was a great thing. If the world tree really stepped into the primordial chaos Tao realm, then Feng Zichen would have the ability to fight against the saints. When he did things, he would not have to be as restrained as he was today and use all kinds of schemes and tricks. One must know that if one had the strength to dominate everything, who would be willing to scheme all day long? If one used too many schemes and tricks, it was inevitable that one would be affected and become gloomy. What a great harvest! This opportunity came too suddenly. It was completely out of Feng Zichen's expectations. It gave people a dreamy feeling, as if they were in a dream. The chaos outside the realm was really his blessed land. Chapter 326. It seemed that every time Feng Zichen came to the outer realm chaos, he would obtain a shocking opportunity. If one were to think about it carefully, his current achievements were closely related to the great chaos outside the realm. It was not impossible to say that it was the outer realm chaos that made him successful. With this thought in mind, Feng Zichen wanted to stay here until he became primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, before returning. However, that was only his thought. No matter how good the outer realm chaos was, it was not a place for him to stay for long. The primordial world was his foundation. Over there were humans, there were goals that he worked hard for, and there were also people that he loved. These were all difficult to give up. Therefore, he wanted to go back. Without hesitation, Feng Zichen put away his Dharma treasure, passed through the door of chaos, and returned to the primordial world. EC 7 Light State. Youyu Shi, who was in seclusion comprehending the great Tao, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. Two beams of divine light shot out and looked forward. Who is it? A loud shout came from Youyu Shi's mouth. It shook the void and created layers of ripples, as if it was going to destroy everything. It's me. In the void, Feng Zichen walked out with an inexplicable majesty. He destroyed the divine light and shattered the ripples. Everything returned to normal. Greetings, Your Majesty. Seeing that it was Feng Zichen, Youyu Shi hurriedly bowed. But how could Feng Zichen let him bow? Seeing this, he hurriedly stepped forward. Before he bowed, Feng Zichen stopped him with his hand and said anxiously, Elder Youyu, you're too kind. You're an elder and I'm a junior. How can I let you bow to me? Even though Feng Zichen had become the human emperor, he was still very respectful to these first-generation humans. If it weren't for these people who fought for the human race in the primordial world surrounded by ferocious beasts, how could there be the birth of Feng Zichen and other human juniors? Therefore, every first-generation human was worthy of the respect and gratitude of later generations. Youyu clan was the first generation of human beings, and one of the first generation of human beings to be born. After Swerin, there were 3 people from the Cho clan and the Zi clan. He was the 4th human to be born. To be fair, the Youyu clan had contributed a lot to the human race's success. Moreover, when Feng Zichen was young, the Youyu clan took good care of him. When Swerin was busy, he would leave little Feng Zichen in the care of the Youyu family. It could be said that the Youyu family was indeed Feng Zichen's elder. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Seeing that she could no longer bow, Youyu Shi smiled helplessly and asked Feng Zichen. A few days ago, I was invited by a good friend to attend a banquet in the Eastern Sea. Now that the banquet is over, I thought of the 7 Planets Prefecture, and wanted to come here to take a look. I also wanted to discuss some things with you. After returning from the chaos, Feng Zichen thought that since he was already here, he might as well go to the 7 Planets Prefecture to take a look. That was why he appeared in front of the Youyu family. After all, ever since the new 7 Planets Prefecture was built, he had not come to take a look. It was indeed time to go over and take a look. At the same time, he could also build some teleportation arrays to facilitate their contact with the humans in other places. Otherwise, they would become estranged from the humans on the continent after not contacting for a long time. It would hurt the feelings of the humans. What does your majesty think of the 7 planets prefecture? Hearing this, the Yu family asked with some pride. Of course, he had the right to be proud. Under his rule, the 7 planets prefecture could be said to be the strongest force among the branches of the human race. Of course it's excellent. Nodding, Feng Zichen replied. He was very certain of the Yu family's ability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown the 7 luminaries province to the Yu clan after it was built and ignored it. This was the manifestation of his trust in the Yu family. In fact, it was also the case. The current situation of the 7 planets prefecture also proved the ability of the Yu family. The descent of the human king position also confirmed his contribution. Therefore, the Yu family was the human king. Judging from the power just now, Elder Yu is not far from attaining the Daoyuo Dao fruit, right? Thinking of the scene when he was discovered by the Yu family before he could say anything when he approached the 7 planets prefecture, Feng Zichen asked. Even if he did not restrain his aura, with his cultivation base, the Yu family would be able to detect him from so far away. It could be seen that the Yu family's improvement over the years was definitely not small. I have to thank your majesty for this. If not for the human king position refined by your majesty, I don't know how long it would take for me to reach my current realm. At this point, the Yu family's heart was filled with emotions. The opportunities in life were really wonderful. A moment ago, he was still worried about whether he would be able to cultivate to the half-step Daoyuo realm in this lifetime. But in the next moment, the human king position suddenly appeared, allowing him to see the hope of attaining the Daoyuo Jingxian. Fate was indescribably wonderful. The human king position was a Daoyuo Jingxian level position. It could allow its owner to possess the strength and realm of the Daoyuo Jingxian. He had already obtained the Daoyuo enlightenment in advance. If he still could not become the Daoyuo Jingxian, he could only be said to be trash. Obviously, the Yu family was not trash. In the years since he obtained the human king position, his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. He was only one step away from attaining the Daoyuo Jingxian. This was something that the Yu family had only dreamed of in the past. He knew his own situation. He was an ordinary innate life form, far inferior to Swerin and the other two. The perfection of the Tai Jingxian was his limit. However, the appearance of the human king position changed his fate, giving him the hope of attaining the Daoyuo. In this way, how could the Yu family not be grateful to Feng Zichen? The grace of attaining the Dao was greater than the heavens. Elder Yu's contributions to the human race are obvious to everyone. That's why you were recognized by the human king position and became the human king. Otherwise, there are countless disciples of the human race. Why did the human king position choose you? It's because you deserve it. It doesn't have much to do with me. The Yu family had indeed relied on his own ability to become the human king, because the human king position chose its owner. Feng Zichen did not interfere. It was all chosen by them. Whatever your majesty says, it's what it is. Yes, the human king position was indeed obtained by him with his own ability. However, if Feng Zichen did not refine the human king position, no matter how strong he was, what was the use? However, seeing that Feng Zichen did not want to talk about this topic, the Yu family could not say anything more. Instead, he smiled and took the initiative to change the topic. There were some things that he just needed to remember in his heart. There was no point in saying it out loud. By the way, what did your majesty want to discuss with me? It just so happened that Feng Zichen had said that he had something to discuss with him. Elder Yu, have you noticed the recent changes in the East Sea? After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen said. The matter that he wanted to discuss with the Yu family was related to Penglai Sea City. Chapter 327. In order to achieve the Great Tao, one could not lack Dharma, wealth, companions, and land. Among the four, Dharma was the most important. The remaining three were equal. Dharma referred to the cultivation method. Only with a cultivation method could one step into the door of cultivation. This was the beginning of everything. Without a cultivation method, one could not enter the sect. Even if one lived in the Holy Land and had countless resources, it was useless. Therefore, Dharma was the most important. Wealth was divided into internal wealth and external wealth. Internal wealth referred to the capital one possessed, such as Dharma powers, merit, blessings, and so on. External wealth referred to all the expenses needed for cultivation, such as spiritual herbs, pills, and so on. Companions referred to like-minded fellow Taoists. Cultivation was not a safe thing. Therefore, one needed to have one or two friends to support each other on the path of the great Tao and improve together. Land referred to the cultivation treasure trove. It could be a blessed land or a grotto heaven. Of course, the higher the grade, the better. These three were all used to assist in cultivation. Therefore, there was no difference between them. The human race did not lack Dharma. Feng Zichen did not lack Dharma Tao and mystical abilities. He even had several Tao scriptures that were born in the Khanate world. Moreover, he was the primordial sword ancestor, the fiend god Tao ancestor, and had all sorts of inheritances. Even the Grand Pure One had passed down the Tao of the Golden Core to the human race, before he attained the Tao. Therefore, even the Khanate races that were stronger than the human race could not compare to him in terms of Dharma. In the untainted land, only a few hegemon-level forces could suppress the human tribe in the aspect of law. The human race did not lack companions. How should he put it? The human race did not lack people the most. In fact, they were overflowing. Therefore, with the huge base of the human race, it was not too difficult to find a few like-minded fellow Taoists to comprehend the great Tao together. In that case, there were companions. On the ground, the human race had the Zichen Grotto Heaven below them, and the human Tao Imperial Court above them. They were all top-notch holy lands in the primordial world. Therefore, the human race did not lack Dharma either. Only wealth was what the human race lacked the most. In terms of wealth, Feng Zichen could be ranked among the top in the primordial world. But just because he was rich did not mean that the human race was also rich. In the end, the birth of the human race was still a little late. They missed out on too many opportunities because Khanate numinous treasures were everywhere. In addition, it had only been 1,000,000 years since the birth of the human race, and they had not accumulated any deep foundation. Poverty was understandable. Which of the great clans of the great desolate world did not possess countless resources? This was the foundation for the rise of a large clan. In order to achieve the great Tao, magic, wealth, companionship, and land were all indispensable. Similarly, if one wanted to become a big clan, one could not do without magic, wealth, companions, and land. Feng Zichen already possessed all four of them. Humans, on the other hand, lacked wealth. Therefore, Feng Zichen had to think of a way to make the human race rich. If everyone in the human race could use the creation Tao pill to cultivate, in that case, why would the human race worry about not being able to prosper? The birth of the teleportation array disk is a major event that can change the primordial world. How can I not know? Xianqing had caused such a huge commotion in the Eastern Sea. Even if the Yoyu clan was blind and deaf, they would have noticed it. Penglai Sea City. Elder Yoyu, what do you think of it? Seeing that the Yoyu clan did not understand what he meant, Feng Zichen coughed lightly and asked again. As a trade center, Penglai Sea City might be able to help the human race accumulate wealth quickly. Penglai Sea City. That place is indeed not bad. Many treasures that are only rumored can be bought there. It can be said that it is a gathering place for cultivators from all over the primordial world. It can be considered the place with the most complete collection of materials in the primordial world. Obviously, the Yoyu clan had a good impression of Penglai Sea City. His tone was full of praise. He must have bought some treasures that he liked there. Elder, what do you think will happen if I open a Penglai Sea City in the human race? Looking at the Yoyu clan, Feng Zichen asked seriously. This idea was born uncontrollably after he saw the prosperity of Penglai Sea City. If he opened a similar market in the human race, wealth would gather from all directions. It would be difficult for the human race not to become rich. Yes, Your Majesty. It's not like you don't know that the human race lacks resources. The primordial world is dangerous. Without good treasures, who would risk their lives to come to the human race? Therefore, even if this market can be opened, It's useless. It won't attract people. After thinking for a while, the Yoyu clan answered. The Penglai Sea city could be opened because the East Sea was rich in resources and attracted a large number of living beings on land. After that, Xianqing even brought the disciples of the Jie school to set up teleportation arrays in the East Sea, making it convenient for everyone to travel. Only then did the Penglai Sea city become prosperous. But what did the human race have? They had nothing. Not to mention setting up teleportation arrays, they couldn't even take out the resources to attract others. Elder, you must be joking. The human race lacks resources, but the East Sea doesn't. We can sell the resources of the East Sea to the human race to attract various forces. When there are more people, this market will naturally prosper. There are countless living beings in the primordial world. How many of them can go to the East Sea? There must be more living beings who don't know the riches of the East Sea. And these living beings are our targets. Since he dared to say it, Feng Zichen naturally had a complete plan in his heart. He had considered many aspects. What about the teleportation array? The Yoyu clan asked. Compared to the East Sea, the primordial world was more boundless and dangerous. If these problems could not be solved, all of Feng Zichen's plans would be like castles in the air that would shatter at the first touch. This is not difficult. I can ask ancestral Magus Di Jiang to build a teleportation array in the primordial world. He will not refuse such a thing that is beneficial to the primordial world. As for safety, then let's build the market in East City. That place is adjacent to Mount Shouyang, and is right under the nose of the Grand Pure One. I don't believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble there. Feng Zichen was confident. He had a solution to the Yoyu clan's worries. It's good that your majesty knows what to do. Since Feng Zichen was so confident, the Yoyu clan couldn't say anything. Anyway, if this matter failed, the human race wouldn't lose anything. If it succeeded, the human race would make a huge profit. Elder, you're in the East Sea. I'll have to trouble you to collect resources in the East Sea. Take these Khanate creation pills first. If it's not enough, ask me for more. As he spoke, Feng Zichen took out a bottle of Khanate creation pills and handed it to the Yoyu clan. He had taken it from Xianqing. There were about 10,000 creation Dao pills. I have a relationship with the Dragon Palace and Jie School. Take my keepsake. I don't think you will encounter any trouble. Afraid that the Yoyu clan would encounter trouble, Feng Zichen reminded them again. With Xianqing's help on the sea and the dragon race's help under the sea, as long as they didn't encounter a top-notch great divine ability, they could already do whatever they wanted in the East Sea. Chapter 328. It's all for the human race. There's nothing to worry about. Receiving the creation Dao pill, Yu replied. Yu had some understanding of Feng Zichen's wealth. He could refine the vast human Dao imperial court on his own. A mere 10,000 creation Dao pills were nothing to him. Then I'll leave it to you, Elder. I still need to make a trip to East City to discuss the specific matters of establishing the market with the Eong clan. I won't stay here for long, Elder. The resources of the East Ocean could be sold to the land, and the resources on the land could also be sold to the East Ocean. Coincidentally, after all these years of development, the human race was distributed widely and could collect all kinds of resources. If these resources were sold to the East Ocean, they would definitely make a huge profit. With the Jie school and the dragon race, no matter what the human race transported, they would not have to worry about sales. This was a long-term business path that could accumulate a large amount of resources for the human race. And all of these had to pass through Yi City. Feng Zichen planned to turn Yi City into the largest shopping mall in the primordial world. He planned to gather all the factions and develop a business path. The business path, the path of wealth. After mastering this path, it was only a matter of time before he became the richest man in the primordial world. Moreover, with the business path in hand, coupled with the path of currency, it would definitely produce unimaginable changes. Feng Zichen was looking forward to that day. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm here in the East Ocean. The words "I'm here in the East Ocean" represented the confidence of the Yoyu clan. With him around, everything in the East Ocean would be arranged properly. Of course I'm at ease with the elder handling things. Nodding, Feng Zichen took a step forward and rushed towards E-City. Rumble. Outside E-City, the void suddenly trembled as layers of ripples appeared. It was like a huge wave that rose and fell. At the same time, in the depths of the void, in the mysterious unknown place, the river of destiny that had been calm for many years once again stirred. It appeared from the unknown place and arrived above E-City. The river of destiny appeared in the world. Such a huge commotion was rare in the primordial world. Naturally, it attracted the attention of the mighty figures of the primordial world. Who is confirming the Tao? What a huge commotion. It actually attracted the river of destiny to descend. With such a rare phenomenon, his future achievements will be limitless. I'm afraid another great magician is about to rise. For ordinary people, the river of destiny would only tremble slightly when they confirmed their Tao. How could it be like today, directly appearing and descending into the world? Only those who were shockingly talented would receive this type of treatment to show how extraordinary they were. Those who had received such treatment in the past, and had survived until now had all become great mystical abilities and stood proudly at the peak of the primordial world. In other words, the person who had proven his Tao today had the possibility of becoming a great medium. In the untainted land, experts from the early stage to the late stage of the pre-saint realm were called almighty. Experts at the great perfection of pre-saint realm and half-step chaotic primes were known as great divinities. Even the weakest among the great divinities was a great perfection demi-saint. Thus, it could be seen how extraordinary those who had proven their Tao were. As the river of destiny descended, the void outside E-City trembled even more violently. It was like a huge vortex that wanted to tear everything apart. Feng Zichen, who was hurrying through the void, was inevitably affected. Unlucky. With a low cry, Feng Zichen paused and walked out of the void. It's Yang. He's proving his Tao. But how can he be so fast? Also, why is his Tao confirmation phenomenon so grand? Directly attracting the river of destiny to descend is a treatment that only top Khanate godfiends who have proven their Tao. It shouldn't be. As soon as he walked out of the void, Feng Zichen looked up and saw Yang standing in the sky above the river of destiny, receiving the baptism of the laws of heaven and earth. He had proven his Tao. He had cultivated the Daoyuo Jingxian Tao fruit, and was immortal from now on, free and unfettered. But how was this possible? At this moment, Feng Zichen was pleasantly surprised. He was happy that Yang had proven his Tao and added another Daoyuo Taoist priest to the human race. His strength had greatly improved. He was shocked that Yang had only obtained the position of the human king for tens of thousands of years. How could he go from the Tai Jingxian to the Daoyuo Jingxian? This was too fast. It was even faster than Feng Zichen. There was not even a process of accumulation, and he directly became the Daoyuo Jingxian. One had to know that in order to cultivate the 5 Qis unifications and prove his Tao, Daoyuo Jingxian, Feng Zichen had traveled all over the 4 extremities and devoured a large amount of innate essences. Only then was he able to save enough essences. However, Yang seemed to have skipped these processes and directly completed the last step, and he had proven his Tao in the highest state. This was too incredible. A purple light appeared in Feng Zichen's eyes, dyeing his eyes purple. He was extremely noble, and endless laws appeared in them. In an instant, his temperament changed. He became high and mighty, like the heavenly Tao, full of coldness and ruthlessness. Tao-I. The real Tao-I. As the saying goes, Tao gave birth to Wuji, and Wuji gave birth to Yin and Yang. Feng Zichen was the Tao body of Pengu. His eyes were the sun and moon, Yin and Yang, containing the truth of Yin and Yang. As for Xianqing, he had once observed the Khanate treasure Tai Chi diagram, and comprehended the Tao of Tai Chi from it. With the help of Hongmeng Daozhong, Feng Zichen combined the truth of Yin and Yang and the Tao of Tai Chi, understood the true essence of Khanate Yin and Yang, and understood the changes of Yin and Yang. He used the sun and moon to develop Wuji, and used Wuji to develop the heavenly Tao. After cultivating a pair of Tao eyes, He could see through all illusions and see through all mysteries. He had boundless divine power, just like the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Not to mention that Feng Zichen did not understand the heavenly Tao. His North Star clone was known as the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. He controlled the authority of thunder, and had the ability to destroy all things. That was the most essential power of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the Ziwei star was formed from the birthplace of the heavenly Tao. Great Emperor Ziwei was originally from the same sect as the heavenly Tao. With all kinds of karma added together, Feng Zichen's understanding of the heavenly Tao could definitely be ranked in the top 3 in the primordial world, second only to Pangu and Hongjun. This pair of Tao eyes truly had the same ability as the heavenly Tao. However, because Feng Zichen's strength was low, it was far from being as powerful as the heavenly Tao. Under the Tao eyes, nothing could hide. In Feng Zichen's eyes, a layer of golden light appeared on Yang's body, with the charm of immortality. It was gradually changing his Tao body, making it closer to perfection. That was the immortal Tao light. However, this immortal Tao light did not belong to Yang, but to the 9 transformations golden pill. Yang had swallowed the 9 transformations golden pill. What a great opportunity, what a great creation. At this moment, Feng Zichen understood everything. Why was Yang able to attain the Tao of Daoyuo Jingxian so quickly? Moreover, he did not need to accumulate. It was because he had swallowed the 9 transformations golden pill. That was the 9 transformations golden pill that the Grand Pure One used to deduce the Tao of the golden pill. It could be said to be the source of the Tao of the golden pill. It had great merit and great luck. That was not the 9 transformations golden pill. It was clearly a Daoyuo Tao fruit. Anyone who ate it could immediately become a Daoyuo. Chapter 329. Yang had eaten the 9 revolutions golden pill to ascend to the heavens in one step and prove the Tao of Daoyuo. Not only that, this 9 revolutions golden pill was the source of the Tao of the golden core. Eating it was equivalent to becoming half a Tao master of the Tao of the golden core. When the Tao of the golden core flourished in the future, there would be supreme providence gathering. If Yang could seize this opportunity, it would not be difficult for her to become a powerful person. It was from the future that she saw this possibility that the river of fate would descend to show Yang's extraordinariness. What was a heaven-defying opportunity? This was it. Feng Zichen still vaguely remembered that when he asked Yang to go to Mount Shouyang to try the opportunity, Yang's indifferent look. But he did not expect that in the end, this heaven-defying opportunity would still fall on his head. Heaven's will was unpredictable. At this moment, Feng Zichen's heart surged with ecstasy. He was not happy for himself, but for the Yang clan. The significance of the 9 revolutions golden pill was not as simple as proving the Tao of Daoyuo Jingxian. It also represented the fate with the Grand Pure One. After all, this 9 revolutions golden pill was refined by the Grand Pure One. It was the most successful pill that he had refined and represented his highest achievement in the Tao of alchemy. A pill that could allow one to directly prove the Tao of Daoyuo, such a heaven-defying treasure. He did not know if he could still refine it in the future. Now, if Yang went to the 8 Visions Palace to become a disciple, the Grand Pure One might not necessarily refuse. He would most likely agree directly. This was fate set by the heavens. He sat at home while his disciple came from the heavens. It was in line with the Grand Pure One's philosophy of governing by doing nothing. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen moved, and was about to rush to Yang's side to persuade her to go to the 8 Visions Palace to become a disciple. In public, if Yang became the disciple of the Grand Pure One, it would definitely be of great benefit to the human race. Just by relying on the name of the Grand Pure One, she did not need to do anything to intimidate some small fry. In private, as a good friend of Yang, Feng Zichen naturally hoped that Yang would become the disciple of the Grand Pure One. In this way, his future was guaranteed, and he was destined to become a great magician. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it was beneficial for the Yang clan to acknowledge the Grand Pure One as their master. Feng Zichen naturally had to persuade him. Back then, it was also here that the Grand Pure One wanted to take Feng Zichen as his disciple, but he was rejected. On the one hand, He was concerned about the human race. On the other hand, he was worried about Niwa's dissatisfaction. However, these were not the main reasons. The main reason was that Xianqing had already joined the Kunlun mountain. It was one thing to hide one's identity and become a disciple of a sage, but it was another thing to become a disciple of two sages. If the former was the case, considering their many years of relationship as master and disciple, he might just reprimand it would be over. At most, he would be expelled from the sect as a form of punishment. His life would not be in danger. However, if the latter were to be exposed, it would be a huge sin. Wouldn't that be fooling the saints? The three pure ones would explode with anger. They would lose their face and become the laughingstock of the primordial world. At that time, Feng Zichen would have to face the anger of two sages. Oh no, it would be the anger of three sages of the same sect. If the three pure ones joined forces, even Hongjun would be afraid. Heaven and earth would be terrified. Almost no one in the primordial world could compare. If that really happened, even if Feng Zichen achieved the primordial chaos Dao fruit, he might not end up well. Therefore, even if he had countless clones, one was enough for him to acknowledge a saint as his master. If he had more, it would not be acknowledging a master, but causing trouble. After all, no one could guarantee that the clones would not be seen through for the rest of their lives. In the primordial world, nothing could be hidden forever. No matter how well you did, there would always be all kinds of accidents that would expose you. It was simply poisonous. Otherwise, how could there be so many secrets about the world in the legends of later generations? It was better to be honest. If Xianqing had not already acknowledged the Grandmaster of Heaven as his master, given Feng Zichen's temperament back then, when he heard that the Grand Pure One wanted to accept him as his disciple, he would immediately run over and call him master. It was not that he was unwilling, but that he could not. Therefore, seeing that Yang had obtained this opportunity, Feng Zichen was very concerned. Today it would be fine if he agreed. If he was unwilling to acknowledge the Grand Pure One as his master, Feng Zichen would tie him up. If he missed such an opportunity, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. However, before Feng Zichen could reach Yang's side, he saw a large amount of purple gas suddenly surging out of the surrounding void. It was vast and mighty, spanning more than 30,000 miles. The Grand Pure One was here. The purple gas spanned 30,000 miles. Such a phenomenon was the phenomenon of a saint traveling. And the only saint who would descend for this matter was the Grand Pure One. As expected, a white-haired old man appeared beside Yang at some point in time. He stood there quietly and looked at Yang silently without any sense of awkwardness. It was as if he had been there from the beginning. Although this old man looked old, he did not give people the feeling of being old. Instead, he gave people the feeling of being abnormally young and abnormally great. That old was not true old. It was the precipitation of time, the traces of the great Tao. This was the Grand Pure One, the first saint of the 6 saints. He stood there quietly, but he seemed to have become one with the world, and become the center of the universe. Greetings, Grand Pure One. Yang bowed slightly and said, "Are you willing to acknowledge the Poor Way as your master?" After a long while, the Grand Pure One said, "Disciple Yang greets master." Without hesitation, Yang immediately bowed to the Grand Pure One. Acknowledge the saint as your master. Or acknowledge the Grand Pure One as your master. One had to know that the Grand Pure One had never taken in a disciple. If Yang became his disciple, he would be his eldest and only disciple. This was such a great opportunity that others could not even ask for it. Yang was not a fool. How could he refuse? All right. Seeing this scene, the Grand Pure One smiled slightly. Obviously, he was in a good mood. Since you have entered the celestial sect of wonders, the name of the mortal world is no longer suitable. I will give you a new Taoist name. From now on, you will be called Xuandu. After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One said, the current Taoist name was different from the future. In the future, a Taoist name was a Taoist name. It was just a name. However, it was different now. A Taoist name was a divine name. Not only did it contain magical power, but it also contained luck. For example, the 3 pure ones, Dijun, Tai, and others. Their names were all conferred by the world. They all had endless meanings and symbolized the origin of the world. The name Eong was ordinary. It did not have any special meaning, nor did it have any magical power. It was just a name to distinguish him from others. However, Xuandu was different. Xuandu was the Tao. Xuandu was the Tao capital. This was a divine name that only Khanate godfiends had. With the name Xuandu, one could naturally inherit supreme luck. Chapter 330. All living beings in the primordial world, whether they were innate or postnatal, automatically transformed into innate godfiends the moment they became Daluo Jingxian. Innate godfiends might not be able to become Daluo Jingxian, but Daluo Jingxian was definitely an innate godfiend. It had been like this since ancient times. Today, Eong had proven his Dao as Daluo Jingxian. Naturally, he had transformed into an innate godfiend. At the same time, the name Eong had automatically turned into a divine name. However, the name Eong was an ordinary name. Even if it transformed into a divine name, it would not be blessed by the heavenly Tao. It would not have much power, nor would it represent any luck. It would not be of much help to Eong. However, Xuandu was different. This was the divine name bestowed by the Grand Pure One. It represented a part of the origin of heaven and earth. It had a trace of luck innately, and was a karmic position in itself. If Eong obtained it, he would be blessed with innate luck and be able to cut off tribulations. At the same time, it would be of great help to him when he advanced to the quasi-saint realm in the future. In the Khanate era, the heavenly Tao often appeared. The divine name was not randomly given. Every one of them had a great meaning. Sometimes, the divine name could even represent a person's future. For example, the Eastern Emperor Tai. Everything was created by Tai. Therefore, Tai was the Tao, the origin of everything in the universe. Such a meaning created Tai's reputation as the number one in the primordial world. Xuandu? Xuandu, thank you for giving me this name, Master. After chanting it twice and sensing the changes in his body, Eong bowed to the Grand Pure One. The moment the Grand Pure One called out the name Xuandu, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a mysterious premonition. It was as if something good was about to happen to him. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. Sure enough, the moment he accepted the name of Xuandu, a strand of fortune descended from the unseen world and landed on Eong. In a trance, the world changed in his eyes. It was completely different from before. Endless rules appeared clearly in front of his eyes. The mountains, rivers, plants, and trees were all displayed in the form of Tao patterns. At this moment, the essence of the world was no longer a secret in front of him. If Eong had this perspective in the past, he would have become a Daluo Jingxian long ago. Why struggle so bitterly in the Tai realm? This was the benefit of luck. As the number one treasure in the great desolate world, the most essential function of providence was to aid in cultivation. Its effect was related to the amount of providence one possessed. The more providence one had, the more obvious the effects would be. Eong had only obtained a wisp of heaven and earth fate, but it had such an obvious effect. From this, one could see the power of fate. Not bad. The more he looked at Eong, the more satisfied the Grand Pure One was. My disciple, you are busy with worldly affairs. It is not suitable for you to head to the Eight Visions Temple to cultivate. Master has a great pure Tao scripture here. Take it and comprehend it to your heart's content. It won't be too late for you to go to Eight Visions Palace after the matter with the human race is settled. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One tapped Yang's glabella and imparted the Grand Pure Tao Sutra to him. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. I will definitely work hard to cultivate so that I can attain the Tao as soon as possible and live up to your expectations. After accepting the Grand Pure Tao Sutra, Eong bowed to the Tao. Only when a master imparted the Tao could they truly be considered as master and disciple. Otherwise, what was the point of acknowledging a master if he did not impart the Tao or teach? Only when he imparted the Tao could he be considered a true master and disciple. For example, when Tao ancestor Hongjun preached the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace, 3,000 Khanate godfiends came to listen. Although these people were not accepted as disciples by the Tao ancestor, they still had to respect the Tao ancestor as their teacher. It was because they had obtained the Tao of the Tao ancestor. If you have anything you don't understand in your cultivation, feel free to go to the 8 Visions Temple to find me. In recent years, I will not leave that place. After nodding at Yang, Taoist Tai Ching's figure quietly disappeared. Just like when he came, he did not cause any ripples. Yang is Xuandu. That's interesting. In the distance, Feng Zichen could not help but be a little stunned when he saw this scene. No wonder he could not find anyone called Xuandu after searching all over the human race. It turned out that Yang was Xuandu, right under his nose. Who would have thought that? As a human of the future, Feng Zichen had heard of the name of great Taoist Master Xuandu. That was the only disciple of the Grand Pure One of the few great divine abilities of the human race. Therefore, after the Grand Pure One became a saint, Feng Zichen had secretly searched for Xuandu's whereabouts in the human race. In the end, he could not find him. That was because the name Xuandu was set by the Grand Pure One. It did not exist before. Feng Zichen used him to find someone, so how could he find him? Xuandu's identity is really surprising. Looking at Yang, Feng Zichen's eyes were still filled with disbelief. How could he be Xuandu? In the legends of the future, in order to seek the great Tao, Xuandu of the human race worshipped mountains and rivers. He spent tens of thousands of years worshipping almost all the famous mountains and rivers of the primordial world. However, Xuandu's aptitude was too slow. Even though he had worshipped all the famous mountains and rivers, those great divine abilities still looked down on him and refused to accept him as a disciple. Only the Grand Pure One was moved by his perseverance. He personally descended in front of him and accepted him as his personal disciple. In the primordial world, there were countless living beings. Among them, there was no lack of great opportunities and great wisdom. Only those with great perseverance were rare in the primordial world. And Xuandu was one of the few people with great perseverance in the primordial world. Perseverance could not improve one's comprehension ability, nor could it improve one's karmic luck. However, it represented a firm heart to pursue the Tao. The great Tao was long and there were many obstacles ahead. If one wanted to reach the end, one could only persevere, and persevere. To the Grand Pure One, it did not matter if his disciple did not have wisdom. He could open his disciple's wisdom. It did not matter if his disciple did not have an opportunity. He could plan for his disciple. Only in terms of perseverance he could not do anything. Perseverance was something that concerned the human heart. It was the most difficult thing to figure out. Even a saint could not completely grasp it. Whether one had perseverance or not could only depend on themselves. Outsiders could only motivate them. Therefore, what the Grand Pure One lacked was a disciple with great perseverance. And that was the only thing Xuandu had. But what was going on now? In terms of perseverance, Yang had it, but it was far from the legendary level. It could be said that the only thing worth praising about Yang now was his heaven-defying luck. Otherwise, he would not have obtained the 9 Revolutions golden pill. Forget it, why think so much? History has been modified. Who can tell whether it's true or false? Unable to figure out why Yang was Xuandu, Feng Zichen decided not to think about it. Anyway, it did not matter if he thought about it or not. It was a good thing. Haha. Good friend, congratulations. With a loud laugh, Feng Zichen stepped forward and came to Yang's side. He congratulated him from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 331. As the only disciple of the Grand Pure One, Yang's future was destined to be extraordinary. He would definitely become a powerful figure. If one day, something happened to Feng Zichen, Yang would be the last guarantee of the human race. With him, no matter what disaster the human race encountered, he would always be able to preserve a trace of inheritance and a wisp of fire. Yang greets your majesty. Seeing Feng Zichen, Yang bowed slightly. No matter how his identity changed, he was still a human. As a human, he had to bow when he saw the human emperor. Good friend, it is a blessing for the human race that you have proven your Dao, Daoyuo Jingxian. I'll give you this Kane Yin-Yang sword as a congratulatory gift for your Dao. After helping Yang up, Feng Zichen took out a Khanate divine sword intertwined with black and white Dao light, and handed it to him. This was a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Khanate Yin-Yang divine sword. Back then, Feng Zichen had obtained 2 fragments of Khanate spiritual treasures in the ancient ruins. Those 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were both superior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. One belonged to the Tao of Light, and the other belonged to the Tao of Darkness. However, these 2 Khanate spiritual treasures were so badly damaged that their original appearance could not be seen at all. Moreover, it was extremely troublesome to repair them. According to Feng Zichen's calculations, the price to repair them was already enough to pile up a Daoyuo Jingxian. This meant that they were completely worthless to repair. Therefore, Feng Zichen took advantage of the chaos outside the realm to melt the fragments of these 2 Khanate spiritual treasures. Using the Chaos Qi to evolve the Khanate Yin and Yang Qi, and supplemented by his own understanding of the Khanate Yin-Yang theory, Feng Zichen used the opposing forces of light and darkness to evolve the theory of Yin and Yang theory. He forcefully refined these 2 broken Khanate spiritual treasures into a Khanate spiritual treasure. He also sublimated their essence, transforming them from light and darkness attributes to Khanate Yin and Yang attributes. However, Feng Zichen already had the Zichen sword and the myriad sword illustration. It was meaningless for him to keep the innate Yin and Yang sword. It just so happened that Yang had attained Dao at this time, and did not have a suitable spiritual treasure. Feng Zichen simply gave the sword to him. On the one hand, it was to congratulate him for breaking through the Daoyuo Jingxian. On the other hand, it was to give him a decent spiritual treasure to make him look good. Otherwise, how would it look if word got out that the great Daoyuo Jingxian did not even have a single Khanate spiritual treasure? As for Yang, he had already become the disciple of the Grand Pure One. He would definitely not lack Khanate numinous treasures in the future. Yes. But these, what did it have to do with the human race? What did it have to do with Feng Zichen? The Khanate numinous treasure that he gave to the Yang clan was a gift from the human race. The Khanate numinous treasure that the Grand Pure One gave to the Yang clan was a gift from his master. The two were fundamentally different. This, a superior grade innate spiritual treasure. This is too precious. I can't take it. Looking at the Khanate Yin-Yang sword in front of him, Yang seemed a little hesitant. If it was an ordinary treasure, with his friendship with Feng Zichen, he would accept it. But this was a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, which was comparable to a quasi-saint's treasure. He was really embarrassed to accept it. Just take it. Why are you talking nonsense? You are the Taoist priests of the human race. If you don't even have a single Khanate spiritual treasure, wouldn't it damage the reputation of the human race? Besides, you have contributed greatly to the human race's success today. This Khanate spiritual treasure is what you deserve. If you don't accept this sword today, the world will think that the human race treats those who have contributed poorly. Won't that disappoint the hearts of the people? In the future, who will fight for the human race? Seeing that Yang had refused, Feng Zichen's tone could not help but become sterner. His words were even a little alarmist. In fact, it was not alarmist. Now those who worked hard for the rise of the human race were purely for their dreams and did not ask for anything in return. They were a group of lovely people, a group of admirable people, and also people who would be remembered for a lifetime. But people would always change. Feng Zichen had never been afraid to speculate people's hearts with the worst malice. Because people's hearts were the most complicated thing in the world. Even the saints could not understand or see through them. If they could see through people's hearts, Xianqing's apprenticeship would not have happened. When people's efforts and returns were gradually not proportional, it was difficult for people to keep their original hearts. Even if they could keep their original hearts and continue to fight for the rise of the human race, what about the people after that? Who could guarantee that the future generations would be like their predecessors, working hard for an illusory dream? Feng Zichen did not believe that everyone had the determination to give everything for the human race. Therefore, he wanted to set up a reward system in the human race to reward those who had contributed, so as to inspire people's hearts. And Yang was the example he set. He just wanted to let his people know that whoever gave for the human race would be rewarded. Don't blame Feng Zichen for being oversensitive. In the later generations, he had seen and heard too many disputes of interests, causing him to not believe in people's hearts, but only in interests. He always believed that in this world, only interests could move people's hearts. If it could not, it could only mean that the interests were not enough, not that the interests were not enough. For interests, even the saints would fall out with each other, let alone ordinary people. Then, I'll accept it. Seeing that Feng Zichen said it so seriously, as if he would be sorry for the human race if he refused, Yang had no choice but to accept the innate yin and yang sword. Yang was not a fool. Of course, a fool could not be the human king. At first, he might not have understood Feng Zichen's intention to give him the innate yin and yang sword. But Feng Zichen had said it so clearly. If he still did not understand Feng Zichen's purpose, he would be a fool. Therefore, he accepted the innate yin and yang sword. Since Feng Zichen wanted him to be an example to inspire people, he would do it. Because he was the human king, and he had to put the interests of the human race first. He had no reason to refuse such a beneficial thing for the human race. Okay, don't worry about it. This innate yin and yang sword is not of much use in my hands. It's better to give it to you, so that it won't be covered in dust. I think that this sword will definitely be able to shine brightly in your hands. It will not be a waste of your trip to the human world. Looking at the innate yin and yang sword in Yang's hands, Feng Zichen sighed. If this sword was left in his hands, it would probably be of no use other than eating dust in the treasury. On the contrary, in the hands of Yang, it could show its sharpness. As the saying goes, Tai Chi gave birth to Yin and Yang. The Grand Pure One had the Tai Chi diagram in his hands, so he must have amazing attainments in the Tai Chi Yin and Yang Dao. And Yang was his disciple, so he would definitely teach him the Tai Chi Yin and Yang Dao. In this way, the innate Yin and Yang sword could unleash its strongest power in Yang's hands. Perhaps, Yang could also use this to prove the innate Yin and Yang Dao. Chapter 332. Your Majesty, you must be joking. You are the ancestor of swordsmanship. All the swords in the primitive world are proud to be your sword. Any divine sword in the primitive world can shine brilliantly in your hands. It is enough to shine the whole era. At this time, Yang suddenly said seriously. She disagreed with Feng Zichen's words. In the past, the human race had always been proud of Mother Nuwa's creation, because it was the only thing the human race had that was worth showing off. But now, the human clan was proud of Feng Zichen. That was the sword ancestor of the primitive world. The existence that opened up a path with his own strength was like the creation of heaven and earth. He amazed the whole primitive world, and completely covered the glory of the sage. At that moment, he was the protagonist of heaven and earth, the center of the universe. Everything in the world revolved around him. All the glory was bestowed upon him. It was as if there was nothing else in the world except him. The whole primitive world was under his light. He was the only one in the primitive world. He was a living myth, a legend of the primitive world. He was also the pride of the human clan. Therefore, the human clan was proud of Feng Zichen. He was perfect and must be perfect. There was no room for any flaws. Therefore, Feng Zichen's self-modesty was naturally harsh to the ears of the human clan. Haha, let's not talk about this. Seeing Yang's serious expression, Feng Zichen laughed and changed the topic. Good friend, you have now become the Daluo Jingxian. Do you have a candidate in mind to replace you? The human king position was prepared for the Tai Jingxian of the human clan to help them understand the Daluo Dao fruit. Now Yang had achieved great merit. The human king position was naturally useless. The human king bears a heavy burden. It concerns the life and death of thousands of people. It must be a person of great wisdom, courage and virtue. But such a person is rarely seen in a million years. I can't find one in a short time. Therefore, the human king position should continue to stay in the destiny of the human clan. In the future, when a virtuous person is born, the position of the human sovereign will naturally descend. With that said, Eong forced out the position of the king of man, and sent him into the destiny of the human race, leaving him for the fated one. Your Majesty, you should know that the position of sovereign personage is of great importance. You cannot make a rash decision. If there's no suitable candidate, I'd rather leave it empty than appoint someone casually. In the end, Eong advised Feng Zichen. The human sovereign had the power to confer the title of sovereign personage. This was not a secret among the sovereign personages. As one of Feng Zichen's few friends, Eong knew a little about him. She knew that if the humankind was in great danger, with his personality, he would definitely try his best to improve the humankind's strength. Therefore, the Eong clan was worried that Feng Zichen would forcibly appoint some human kings in order to increase the strength of the human race. But if one's virtue did not match the position, it would be a disaster, not a blessing. I know what to do. You don't have to worry. Feng Zichen naturally understood Eong's worries, but with the threat of extinction right in front of him, he couldn't care less. No matter how big the disaster was, it couldn't be compared to the disaster of extinction. However, Eong's choice was not beyond his expectation. Eong's Dao affirmation was more than sudden. It was simply unexpected. He had just ascended to the position of sovereign personage not long ago. Before he had the time to make a grand plan, he directly broke through. He was probably dumbfounded himself. Not long after ascending to the position of sovereign personage, Eong was so excited that he couldn't help but go to Mount Shouyang to take a look. But he didn't expect that as soon as he arrived at Mount Shouyang, the 9 transformation golden pill flew over by itself. This, at that time, Eong's mood was extremely complicated. There was surprise, shock, doubt. All kinds of emotions intertwined in his heart. It could be said that it was the most emotional moment in his life. By the way, Your Majesty, why did you come here? The two chatted for a long time, and Eong finally brought the topic back to business. It's a long story. Then Feng Zichen told Eong about the East Sea and the plan to turn East City into the business capital of the untainted land. That's the general idea. You should think about it for a while. After saying that, Feng Zichen gave Eong some time to think. With such a big plan, Eong had to think about it carefully. It wasn't something that could be done just because Feng Zichen thought it was okay. Of course, whether Eong agreed to this plan or not, Feng Zichen would carry it out. Because this was the will of the heavens. Just as he wanted to borrow the name of the Grand Pure One to protect his business capital, the Grand Pure One had accepted Eong as his disciple. Now there was nothing to worry about at all. With the disciple of the saint here, who would dare to cause trouble? Wasn't this the will of the heavens? Your Majesty, your idea is indeed good, but have you thought about what if Master doesn't agree? Looking at the excited Feng Zichen, Eong pointed out the most fatal flaw in his plan. Everyone knew that the Grand Pure One liked peace and not noise. If Xanadu was established, it would definitely be lively and noisy. In this way, with the personality of the Grand Pure One, how could he be happy? If he wasn't happy, Xanadu wouldn't be established. It doesn't matter. Even if the Grand Pure One doesn't like it, I can establish Xanadu with the Magi. The Magi won't reject my request. How could Feng Zichen not think of such an obvious loophole? He already had a solution. To be honest, in the primordial world, the name of the Magi was much more useful than the name of the Grand Pure One. However, he was worried about the battle between the Magi and the demons. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not establish Xanadu in the Magi. Besides, how do you know that the Grand Pure One will definitely reject it? This matter of promoting communication in the primordial world is of great benefit to the primordial world. The saint has no reason to reject it. After a while, Feng Zichen said again. It was the duty of the saint to let the primordial world evolve further. Feng Zichen established Xanadu with the intention of opening up a trade route that would be of great benefit to the primordial world. Even if the saint didn't like it, he had to accept it. Then, I'll ask Master and see what he thinks. After thinking for a while, Yang said hesitantly, "That's true. This matter concerns the saint. It's better to ask for his opinion. If he really doesn't agree, we'll do something else." Feng Zichen nodded and replied, "If the Grand Pure One said that he didn't like it, Feng Zichen wouldn't ask for a rebuff and establish Xanadu under his nose. It wasn't worth offending a saint for this. Alright, I'll go now. At the same time, I'll ask Master if he can impart the Grand Pure Tao scripture to you. I still remember that Master wanted to take you in as a disciple back then. He should have a good impression of you." After replying to Feng Zichen, Yang turned around and walked towards Mount Shouyang. However, his last words moved Feng Zichen. Yang actually wanted to ask for the Grand Pure Tao scripture for him. This Chapter 333. There's no need for that. The Grand Pure Taoist scripture is the saint's painstaking effort. If he really wanted to pass it to me, he would have done so back then. But until now, the Grand Pure One hasn't made any moves. Obviously, he doesn't want to pass this scripture to me. So, don't ask, lest you make the saint unhappy. After a long while, Feng Zichen said. Not to mention that he already had the Grand Pure Taoist scripture. Even if he didn't, Yang couldn't ask. He had just become a disciple and hadn't done anything yet. But he was already thinking of helping outsiders. Anyone would be unhappy. Feng Zichen was sure that if Yang asked, the Grand Pure One's good impression of him would definitely fall to the bottom. It would be very disadvantageous to his Tao path. Therefore, Yang definitely couldn't ask. A bright future was in the distance. If it was ruined because of this, it would be too much of a loss. But, after hesitating for a while, Yang wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by Feng Zichen. Listen to me, don't ask. I have the inheritance of Goddess Nuwa. I don't lack top-notch Taoist scriptures. You don't have to worry about me. Feng Zichen understood Yang's plan. Therefore he said directly. The Taoist scripture was the scripture of the Great Tao. It was a book that explained the truth of the Great Tao. The Grand Pure Taoist scripture recorded more than just the cultivation method. Of course, if it only recorded the cultivation method, the Grand Pure Taoist scripture would not have become a top-notch Taoist scripture in the primordial world. The most precious thing on it was the Grand Pure One's understanding of the Great Tao. The saint organized his understanding of the Great Tao into books. The books that were formed were Taoist scriptures. To Daoyuo Jingxian, any cultivation method had lost its meaning. They were already the incarnation of the Tao and had reached the peak. If they wanted to improve, they could only deepen their understanding of the Tao and fight for the right to explain the Tao. The saints' insights in the Taoist scripture were resources that could allow them to improve continuously. In Yang's heart, Feng Zichen's aptitude was the best in the primordial world. Few people could compare to him. His luck was enough to shock the world. His perseverance was even more amazing. He was almost perfect. However, Feng Zichen had a fatal shortcoming, which was that he didn't have a systematic inheritance. His foundation was a little shallow. Therefore, he wanted to ask for the Great Pure Taoist scripture for Feng Zichen to make up for his shortcomings. However, Yang did not know Feng Zichen well enough. Putting everything else aside, just the 3 enclosures Tao Sutra passed down by the Emperor Star was already the top Khanate Tao Sutra of the primordial world. It was not weaker than the 3 pure Tao Sutra, and was close to the highest Tao Sutra of the Celestial Sect of Wonders, the Yellow Court Sutra. Therefore, Feng Zichen did not lack Taoist scriptures. His foundation was far more than Yang had imagined. Good friend, I am the human emperor, the spokesperson of the Holy Mother in the world. She will not treat me unfairly. Otherwise, without the help of Her Highness Nuwa, how could I have achieved what I have today? Nuwa was Feng Zichen's best shield. If there was anything extraordinary about him, he could push it to Her Highness Nuwa. Anyway, no one could go to the palace of Empress Hua to verify it. Alright, I'll go now. Yang thought about it and nodded. Then she rode a cloud to the 8 Visions Palace. The 8 Visions Palace was on Mount Shouyang, which was next to Yi City. Therefore, Yang arrived in front of the 8 Visions Palace in a moment. Disciple Xiandu is here to pay respects to master. Outside the palace gate, Yang saluted. Come in. Inside the Eight Visions Palace, the Grand Pure One said faintly. At the same time, as his voice fell, the tightly shut palace door opened. Without hesitation, Yang stepped in. When they entered the hall, the first thing they saw was a bright Taoist lamp. It was the Eight Visions Palace lamp, the human lamp of the three lamps of heaven, earth, and man. It was the top primordial spiritual treasure of the primordial world. There was a purple flame in the lamp. It was called the sky-burning purple flame. It had infinite power and could burn the sky and boil the sea. Unfortunately, because the Grand Pure One had many treasures, this lamp was not famous. It was only used for illumination when he was talking about the scriptures. Yang looked down and saw a purple gold gourd. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the purple gold gourd. It was also one of the 7 gourds produced by the Khanate grapevine. It was also a top-grade prehistoric spiritual treasure. It had infinite power, but it was used by the Grand Pure One to refine pills. A few steps forward, Yang saw a Taoist furnace and a fan. That furnace was the Khanate 8 trigrams furnace. It was also a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure. It was the furnace that the Grand Pure One used to refine pills. The fan was not an ordinary item. It was a supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasure, the Khanate banana fan. Legend had it that when the world was first created, there was a Khanate banana tree on Mount Buzhou. After thousands of years, it obtained the fortune of the world and produced 4 banana leaves. They were divided into earth, fire, water, and wind. When the banana leaves matured, they turned into 4 banana fans. They were all supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. Among them, the fire attribute Khanate banana fan was taken away by the Grand Pure One to fan fire. The wind attribute Khanate banana fan was taken away by Taoist Mingyi. This fan was the banana fan of the future. As for the earth attribute and water attribute banana fans, they were taken away by the other 2 great divine abilities. As they lived in seclusion, they completely disappeared from the primordial world. Looking carefully, Yang could not help but fall into shock. The incense burner, the meditation cushion on the ground, the surrounding screens, and the murals hanging on the wall were all releasing Khanate Tao runes. Clearly, they were all Khanate spiritual treasures. Good boy. My master has so many supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures. He's so rich. Yang clicked her tongue when she came back to her senses. With just a rough glance, she discovered 4 supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, and more than 10 ordinary Khanate spiritual treasures. These Khanate spiritual treasures added up were more than the Khanate spiritual treasures she had seen before. Of course, what really shocked Yang was not the number of Khanate spiritual treasures, but their use. Those were supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures, peerless treasures with earth-shattering power. Every one of them was extremely precious, and could attract countless people to fight for them. However, such treasures were placed in the hands of the Grand Pure One. They were used to light up the fire, and nourish the pills. They were completely ordinary things, which completely subverted Yang's understanding. Saint. This was a saint. The supreme-grade Khanate spiritual treasures that they regarded as treasures were dispensable in the eyes of saints. In the end, their realms were different, and their understanding had undergone a huge change. The difference was too great. At this moment, the pride that Yang had because of Daoyuo Jingxian was completely shattered. Daoyuo Jingxian was not strong enough. Above him, there was still the sage to be and the primordial chaos Dao realm. In a trance, Yang had undergone some kind of transformation, and her heart to pursue the Tao became more determined. On the other side, the Grand Pure One, who had been paying attention to Yang, noticed her change and could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. Chapter 334. Xindu, I already know why you're here. I understand your worries. The Eight Visions Palace is a world of its own. As long as I don't want to, no one can disturb me. So just do it. Don't worry about me. Just follow your heart. How could Yang's intentions be hidden from the Grand Pure One? As soon as he thought about it, the Grand Pure One understood the cause and effect. If saints were so easy to scheme against, they would not be called saints. Of course, Feng Zichen was an exception. He had Pangu to conceal the secrets of heaven, and could do what ordinary people could not. Even if he schemed against saints, saints would not be able to sense it. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Yang knew in his heart. Shangdu was done. Shangdu was built near Mount Shouyang. Even if the Grand Pure One denied it, the world would not believe that Shangdu had nothing to do with him. Moreover, the manager of Shangdu was his only disciple. You're from the human race and don't have any Dharma treasures. I'll give you this treasure to protect yourself. Looking at Yang, the Grand Pure One suddenly said. Then, a red light flew out from his body and landed in Yang's hand, turning into a small red flag. This was the floating flame flag. It was formed from the lotus leaves of the chaos treasure, the green lotus of creation. It was one of the Khanate 5-element flags, a supreme-grade Khanate merit numinous treasure, the southern floating flame flag. This was one of the strongest Khanate numinous treasures, second only to Khanate cardinal treasures. Thank you, Master. Yang said excitedly as he touched the treasure flag in his hand. He had heard Feng Zichen mention the origin of the Khanate 5-element flags, so he knew that it was the top Khanate numinous treasure of the primordial world that could suppress providence. The southern floating flame flag was extremely powerful. It could mess up yin and yang, reverse the 5 elements, and make all evil retreat. Alright. If there's nothing else, you can leave. After bestowing the Dharma treasure, the Grand Pure One began to chase him away. Then, Master, I'll take my leave first. Suppressing his excitement, Yang stood up and walked out. The Grand Pure One has agreed. Just as I expected. In Yi City, the moment the Grand Pure One nodded in agreement, Feng Zichen sensed it. Just as he had thought, the Grand Pure One did not refuse. Of course, he had no reason to refuse something that was beneficial to the development of the primordial world. Although the saints were stronger than the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, they were not as carefree and free as they were. They were restricted by the heavenly Tao everywhere. Your Majesty, Master has agreed. After a while, Yang came back and said to Feng Zichen with a happy face, I already know. Feng Zichen nodded and indicated that he already understood. Then he asked Yang curiously, Look at how happy you are. Did you get some treasure from the saint? Just now, when he gave Yang the innate yin and yang sword, he didn't hide it at all in front of everyone. The Grand Pure One naturally saw it clearly. That was another reason why Feng Zichen gave Yang the treasure. Look, although the human race is poor, we still took out a superior grade Khanate numinous treasure as a gift for Yang's Tao attainment. As his master, the Grand Pure One wouldn't be stingy, right? The treasure that he gave out must be extremely precious. Otherwise, if word got out, he would be ridiculed by others. It would really be embarrassing. Your Majesty, look. When he first obtained the treasure, Yang also had the intention to show off. He took it out excitedly and let Feng Zichen have a look. He still remembered how Feng Zichen sounded when he mentioned the Khanate 5-element flags. Floating flame flag. Xianqing had lived in Kunlun Mountain for a long time, so he was naturally familiar with the treasures of Kunlun. Therefore, Feng Zichen recognized the origin of this treasure at a glance. Seeing this item, Feng Zichen knew that he had achieved his goal. Although he didn't know what treasure the Grand Pure One had given him after Xuandu became a disciple, Feng Zichen was sure that it was definitely not the floating flame flag. Such a treasure was formed from a chaos treasure, and contained a trace of the mysteries of the Great Tao. It was very useful to saints and would not be easily given away. This flag is a Khanate merit numinous treasure. It has the ability to suppress providence, and also has a trace of heaven providence. It's your fortune to be able to obtain it. In the future, as long as you don't go against the heavens, you can expect to reach the Great Tao with this treasure. After the excitement in Yang's heart passed, Feng Zichen said, I know. You once told me the origin of this flag. The moment Yang obtained the floating flame flag, he knew that it was a treasure that could help people attain the Tao. It's good that you know. Just as he was about to nod, Feng Zichen glanced at the floating flame flag again from the corner of his eye. Suddenly, a throbbing feeling surged in his heart, disturbing his mind. This was something that had never happened before. Feng Zichen was no stranger to the floating flame flag. That was when he was at Kunlun Mountain. There were many treasures of the 3 pure ones for him to play with, and the floating flame flag was among them. However, in the past, when he often came into contact with the floating flame flag, there was no abnormality at all. However, when he saw this flag today, his mind was in a mess. It was really strange. "What's wrong?" Seeing Feng Zichen's expression suddenly change, Yang asked worriedly. "Nothing. I just need to rest for a while." With that, Feng Zichen closed his eyes and used the Khanate 8 trigrams with all his strength to find the reason for the throbbing. On the other side, on Penglai Island, Xianqing also temporarily put down the things at hand and used the Tao derivation technique to deduce. It's it. The green lotus of creation. With the addition of Xianqing, Feng Zichen, who was originally clueless, found the source of the abnormality in an instant. It was the lotus seed born by the Khanate cardinal treasure, the green lotus of creation. The green lotus of creation. I see. In a trance, Feng Zichen understood the cause and effect, so he put away his divine power and ended the deduction. The green lotus of creation was the most orthodox descendant of the 36th grade green lotus of creation. It was far from what the 4 great lotus platforms and the Khanate 5-element flags could compare to. Even if the green lotus of creation was inferior to these 9 Khanate spiritual treasures in terms of level, orthodoxy was not based on level, but on origin and inheritance. The green lotus of creation had the most complete inheritance of the chaotic green lotus, and it was also the treasure that was most likely to evolve into the chaotic green lotus. Therefore, it was the most orthodox. After obtaining the green lotus of creation, Xianqing had not touched the Khanate 5-element flags. Therefore, there was no abnormality at all. Today, Yang brought the southern floating flame flag to Feng Zichen's side. At the same time, on Penglai Island, Xianqing also happened to come to the Chaos Spirit Pool. Under such a coincidence, through Xianqing and Feng Zichen, the green lotus of creation sensed the aura of the Khanate 5-element flags and the 4 lotus platforms at the same time. Chapter 335. As if a certain condition had been met, the green lotus of creation seed suddenly underwent an inexplicable change. However, it also seemed to be afraid of something. This change was forcefully suppressed by itself. It did not cause any abnormalities, so Xianqing did not notice it at all. Perhaps it was unwilling, or perhaps it was something else, but the green lotus of creation seed still made an effort in the end, causing a trace of abnormality that Feng Zichen noticed. The green lotus of creation seed actually has such an ability. What a heaven-defying creation. He learned of its purpose from the green lotus of creation seed. Feng Zichen sighed, and was also a little shocked. But more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. The green lotus of creation seed wanted to grow. That was its purpose. Ever since Xianqing obtained the green lotus of creation seed, he had been idle in the treasure vault. He had never paid any attention to it, let alone helped it grow. Of course, it was not that he looked down on it, but that he had not thought of how to cultivate it. After all, it was a lotus seed born by the innate cardinal treasure, the green lotus of creation. The innate lotus flower that grew was at least a superior grade innate spirit treasure. However, a superior grade innate spirit treasure was obviously not enough to satisfy Feng Zichen. Therefore, he was waiting. He was waiting for him to find a suitable treasure to improve the innate origin of the green lotus of creation seed and bloom an innate lotus flower that was at the supreme grade innate spirit treasure level. However, before Feng Zichen could find a suitable innate spirit treasure, the green lotus of creation seed could not wait any longer and took the initiative to grow. Of course, there were conditions for its growth, and they were very harsh. Otherwise, it would not have alarmed Feng Zichen. As mentioned earlier, the green lotus of creation seed was the most orthodox descendant of the chaos green lotus. It held its most complete inheritance, and was also the treasure that was most likely to turn into the chaos green lotus. Therefore, after sensing the world-cleansing white lotus and the floating flame flag at the same time, the two treasures that were transformed from the remnant body of the green lotus of creation, the aura of the chaos green lotus that was hidden deeply in the green lotus of creation seed was revived. At that moment, the green lotus of creation seed had the desire to devour these two spirit treasures. However, it was worried about the heavenly path, so it suppressed this desire and did not dare to reveal it. But in the end he was unwilling to give up just like that. Therefore he attracted Feng Zichen. As long as it devoured all the connate numinous treasures transformed from the remnant body of the chaos green lotus, the creation green lotus would be able to transform back into the chaos green lotus. This was the conclusion that Feng Zichen deduced, and it was also the message that the green lotus of creation told him. This, faced with such shocking news, how could Feng Zichen remain calm? That was the chaotic green lotus. It was said that even the birth of the great god Pangu was greatly related to him. Creation was one of the most miraculous powers in the world. It could make the impossible possible. If Feng Zichen obtained the chaos green lotus, he could use it to transform into a chaos demonic god. At that time, the true great Tao could be expected. The primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was nothing. Innate gods were the seeds of Daoyuo Jingxian. Chaos fiend gods were the seeds of the great Tao. Feng Zichen didn't know if he could really attain the great Tao. However, the chaos fiend gods would definitely become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. On this point he was certain, because the imprints of the 3,000 chaos fiend gods had already proven this. Among them, none of them were inferior to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Unfortunately, this can only be thought of. It's completely impossible to succeed. After a moment, Feng Zichen came back to his senses from his beautiful fantasy. He shook his head and sighed. This matter seemed simple, but it was even more difficult than him achieving the primordial chaos Tao realm. The chaos bead still had a chance to recover, but the chaos green lotus was absolutely impossible. For some reason, the heavenly Tao's fear of the chaos green lotus had almost reached a pathological level. It was not enough to split it up. He even arranged for each of the connate numinous treasures to have an extremely powerful master. SKT, the demon ancestor, the three pure ones, Zhuan-Ti, Daoist Mingi, Jade Pool. These people were not to be trifled with. Snatching the connate numinous treasures from them was simply despairing. Especially the four connate numinous treasures, the Qingping sword, the three precious jade Rui scepter, the coiling dragon scepter, and the golden lotus of merit. It was completely impossible to snatch them. The first three were the sacred artifacts of the three pure ones, and the last was the supreme treasure of the Western sect. If they were touched, even the saints would go crazy. As for the rest, he could plan. I don't have the ability to get their main bodies, but I can give a try to get a wisp of their connate origin. After thinking carefully for a while, Feng Zichen thought of a possibility. What the green lotus of creation wanted to devour was nothing more than their connate origin to strengthen its connate origin and achieve the goal of promotion. Since it wanted the connate origin, it would be thick-skinned to ask for a wisp. Although the effect of doing so was countless times worse than devouring a complete connate numinous treasure. However, there was still a possibility. It was not as hopeless as before. When Feng Zichen gathered the connate five-element flags, the connate origins of the four lotus platforms, and the pure white lotus in his hand, he might be able to let the green lotus of creation devour it. It might be able to restore it to a connate numinous treasure. That was enough. It might not be a good thing to restore it to a chaos numinous treasure. A few days later, Xianqing suddenly came to the Eight Visions Palace and asked the Grand Pure One for a wisp of the connate origin of the floating flame flag. Since he was putting on an act, he naturally had to go all out. The green lotus of creation was with Xianqing, not Feng Zichen. Why do you want the connate origin of the floating flame flag? In the Eight Visions Palace, the Grand Pure One asked curiously. If Xianqing asked for the floating flame flag, he would not be puzzled. However, what was a wisp of connate origin? Even a saint could not deduce something that involved a chaos numinous treasure. I accidentally discovered that the Khanate numinous treasure transformed from the remnant body of the Chaos Green Lotus can promote the advancement of the Green Lotus of creation. Therefore, I came to ask for a wisp of Khanate origin from you. There was nothing to hide about this, and it could not be hidden. When the Green Lotus of creation was born, all karma would appear. At that time, nothing could be hidden. Hiding it from the three pure ones now was to bury a mine for the future. Therefore, Xianqing told the truth. It should be your good fortune. After listening to Xianqing's description, the Grand Pure One was silent for a long time before he said, the Green Lotus of creation had been in the hands of the three of them for some years. However, no matter how they studied it, they could not discover the secret within. It had only been given to Xianqing for a short while, but he had discovered the secret within. Wasn't that his good fortune? It's a pity that you're too late. I just gave the floating flame flag to your junior brother. Even if I wanted to give it to you, I can't. The Grand Pure One shook his head and smiled. That's okay. Where is junior brother? I'll use other treasures to exchange with him. Xianqing said nonchalantly. Chapter 336. It's just a small matter. You can discuss it among yourselves. There's no need to bother me. The Grand Pure One waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and said impatiently, it was better for the elders not to interfere in the matters of the younger generation. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. The mirror of primordial beginning was right in front of him. The Grand Pure One would understand this principle. All right, then I'll take my leave. With that, Xianqing bowed to the Grand Pure One and turned to leave the Eight Visions Palace. Good friend, I need your help with something. In Yi City, Feng Zichen suddenly said to Yang, what is it? Your Majesty, just say it. I'll do my best. Yang was a little surprised that Feng Zichen wanted to ask him for help. It's not a big deal. I have a good friend, your eldest senior martial brother, Taoist Xianqing, the Nine Heavens Celestial Lord. He wants to ask for a wisp of the floating flame flag's Khanate origin from you. But he's not familiar with you, so he asked me to help. In order to save trouble, Feng Zichen did not let Xianqing come forward. He directly talked to him himself. It's just a small matter. Senior brother can just say it. There's no need to trouble your Majesty. With that, Yang took out the floating flame flag and pulled out a wisp of Khanate origin from it. Is this enough? Yang asked as he handed the Khanate origin to Feng Zichen. It seemed that if Feng Zichen said it was not enough, he would immediately pull out another wisp. Enough, it's enough. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly said. He could not let him continue. After losing a wisp of Khanate origin, the Khanate spirit light on the floating flame flag had dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he lost another wisp of origin, it would most likely hurt the foundation of the floating flame flag, causing his level to drop. It was not worth it. Yang, take this mass of merit chi. Xianqing said that as his senior brother, he can't let his junior brother suffer. Feng Zichen took the pre-world essence, then took out a sphere of black and yellow natural virtues and handed it to Yang with a smile. Not to mention his relationship with the Yang family, even Xianqing, as his senior, could not let him suffer. Otherwise, not only would it ruin the relationship between fellow disciples, it would also be bad for the reputation of the sect if word got out. Therefore, the merit that Feng Zichen gave to Yang was definitely more valuable than the innate origin. Anyway, what Xianqing lacked the most now was merit points. He didn't care about the extra 1 or 2 points. Virtue was created by the source energy of the world. It contained all sorts of mysteries, and could be said to be an omnipotent treasure. It was extremely precious. Using it to offset the losses of the Yang family was the best choice. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Nodding, Yang didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the merit points. Okay, this matter is over. I should also go to the Wu tribe and ask ancestor of sorcerer Di Jiang to help me set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land. I'll have to trouble you to set up Xanadu and communicate with the Yu family. With the innate origin in hand, Feng Zichen brought the topic back to his original purpose. Without the teleportation formation, even if Xanadu was really set up, no one would come. Therefore, setting up the teleportation formation was especially important. And among the people that Feng Zichen knew, only ancestor of sorcerer Di Jiang had the ability to set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land. As the master of space and the leader of the Wu tribe, in Untainted Land, Di Jiang had an advantage that even the sages could not match. If he were to set up the teleportation formation in Untainted Land, it would not be difficult. Okay, I've wasted a lot of time. I'll leave now. With that, Feng Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Yang. See you off, Your Majesty. Yang murmured softly, then turned and left to gather people. After leaving Yi City, Feng Zichen first handed a wisp of the connate origin of the floating flame flag to Xianqing. Then, he took out the sorcerer token and went directly to the Pango Hall. On the other side, after Xianqing took the connate origin, he flew straight to Kunlun Mountain. There was the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, which was in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. According to what Feng Zichen knew, the connate 5-element flags each had their own masters, and were in the hands of 5 great divine abilities. The southern floating flame flag was in the hands of the Grand Pure One. The central Wuji apricot yellow flag was in the hands of the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The eastern green treasure lotus flag was in the hands of Saint Jia-yin, and the northern mystic essence water control flag was in the hands of Taoist Mingyi. Feng Zichen was confident that he could get a wisp of the connate origin from each of the 4 flags. Only the western white cloud-bound flag was in the hands of Tao ancestor Hongjun, or the Jade Pool Golden Mother. He was not confident that he could get it. Ever since the Tao ancestor merged with the Tao, the Purple Cloud Palace had been hidden in the depths of the chaos beyond the heavens. Only saints could see it. Feng Zichen was just Daoyuo Jingxian. He did not have the ability to go to the chaos beyond the heavens to find the Purple Cloud Palace. If he could not see it, how could he exchange it? On the other hand, he was confident that he could get their connate origin from the square lotus platform. The pure white lotus was in his hands. He could get as much connate origin as he wanted. And back then in the Archean ruins, the Black Lotus of Destruction had a lotus seed that was born from its origin and was snatched by him. In this way, the connate origin of the Black Lotus of Destruction was already in his hands. As for the connate origin of the Red Lotus of Hellfire, when Huda turned into reincarnation, he could plan a little and exchange it with the connate origin of the Xianyuan water control flag from Taoist Mingyi. The 12th grade Golden Lotus of Virtue was the most precious treasure of the Western sect. It was very precious to him to receive the 2 saints' Yuanti, and could not be easily touched. It was simply impossible to separate a wisp of congenital origin from him. However, these were not problems for Xianqing. One had to know that Xianqing was a spiritual supremacy, the master of the spirit clan recognized by heaven and earth. He controlled everything in the spirit clan. The main body of Saint Juanti was the first Bodhi tree in heaven and earth. He was also considered to be from the spirit clan. Over the years, the spirit clan's situation in the primordial world had become more and more difficult. There was not even a Daoyuo Jingxian in the clan. They were almost at the bottom of the primordial world. But even so, Saint Juanti did not appear to help. It was as if he could not see the situation of the spirit clan at all. Speaking of which, the spirit clan's ending today was not unrelated to Saint Juanti. There was a limit to the luck in heaven and earth. If someone gained a point, there would naturally be someone who lost a point. When Saint Juanti attained the Tao, most of the luck of the spirit clan fell on him. The luck of the rest of the clansmen naturally decreased accordingly. Originally, after Taoist Juanti became a saint, he should have vigorously developed the spirit clan, and made the spirit clan prosper. He could gather more luck, and let the clansmen benefit together. You can't just kick others away after you've gotten the benefits, right? Then would he be worthy of the clansmen's efforts? How could he still have the face to stay in the primordial world? But who would have thought that Taoist Juanti would really do that? After he became a saint, he did not care about the life and death of the spirit clan at all. Instead, he focused on the Western sect. More than half of the luck of the spirit clan fell on the Western sect. Chapter 337. The spirit race's fortune had already fallen greatly after they had ascended to the Tao. After this incident, their fortune was almost completely depleted, and they were on the verge of complete decline. It could be said that there was a huge karma between Taoist Kundi and the spirit clan. Moreover, the more suffering the spirit clan suffered, the more miserable their outcome was, the greater the karma. If the spirit clan was exterminated, it would be fine. Everything would be over when people died. All the karma would be settled. Taoist Kundi could rest easy, just like ancestor Hong Yun. However, the current situation was that although the spirit clan's outcome was miserable, they had been living half-dead. As a result, the karma between Taoist Kundi and the spirit clan grew as time passed. Of course, this was nothing to Taoist Kundi. The karma between him and the spirit clan was like a loan. The spirit clan was his creditor. There were two ways to repay money. One was to take the initiative to repay it, and the other was to wait for the creditor to ask for it. With Taoist Kundi's personality, he naturally would not take the initiative to settle the karma with the spirit clan. After all, the price was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of the Western sect. The situation of the spirit clan was more complicated. Their clansmen were scattered all over the primordial world, and their cultivation levels were not high. This meant that the spirit clan lacked cohesion, and did not have a powerful person to be in charge. This meant that no one could represent the spirit clan to go to Mount Meru and find Taoist Kundi to settle the karma. Taoist Kundi was happy. No one from the spirit clan came to Mount Meru to settle the karma with him. He could not wait for no one to come. In this way, he could sit back and relax. If Taoist Kundi did not return it, no one from the spirit clan would come to ask for it. This karma was put aside. As time passed, this karma was gradually forgotten by the world. Even the spirit clan gradually forgot about this matter. After all, Taoist Kundi's background was considered a secret in the primordial world. Very few people knew about it. It was far from the three pure ones. Everyone in the primordial world knew about his background. After a long time, under Taoist Kundi's intentional blockade, it was normal for the spirit clan to gradually forget about this matter. However, being forgotten by the world did not mean that this matter did not exist. Now, Xianqing had established the Qi-Dan lineage and received the support of tens of thousands of spirits. He was conferred the title by the heavens and earth and became the leader of the spirit race. He was the ruler of the spirit race. In other words, Xianqing was the leader of the Ling clan. If he went to Mount Meru to settle the karma, Taoist Kundi would have to pay him back. Where there is a cause, there is an effect. And once there was karma, it had to be repaid. This was an iron law in the primordial world. Even saints could not violate it. Either Taoist Zhuan-Ti returned the karma or Xianqing died. Other than these two paths, there was no other way to end the karma. Because of the karma, Taoist Kundi had no chance of attacking Xianqing. If he did not want to return the karma, he could only hope that he had died by accident. With a thought, karma was born. Just as the thought of settling the karma with Mount Meru surfaced in Xianqing's mind, Taoist Zhuan-Ti sensed it. Not good. Disaster is coming. Taoist Zhuan-Ti, who was comprehending the great Tao beside the 8 treasures merit pool, suddenly shouted. Black lines suddenly appeared on his body, locking his true soul. In just an instant, his connection with the world was weakened several times. At the same time, Taoist Zhuan-Ti also discovered that the heaven-earth rules that were usually clearly visible seemed to be covered by a layer of gauze and gradually became blurry. After trying to cultivate, the great Tao of heaven and earth also became obscure and difficult to understand. If he wanted to comprehend it, he needed to put in hundreds of times more effort than before. Everything seemed to have returned to before he achieved the Tao. Karma lock. Junior brother, what happened? How did you form such a huge karma with someone? You actually attracted the karma lock. Taoist Jieyin, who was at the side, could not help but frown and ask when he saw Taoist Zhuan-Ti's abnormality. His tone was filled with confusion. Clearly, he recognized the origin of the item. As the saying goes, karma is a cycle and retribution is not good. The retribution of good and evil follows like a shadow. Even the people of the celestial sect of wonders had to think of a way to resolve the karma with others. Not to mention the Western sect, which valued karma the most. The black line was the karma line, the manifestation of the Tao of karma in the world. It was tangible but intangible. It could not be touched or touched. It did not harm the human body, soul, or true spirit. It did not harm people at all. There was only one use, and that was to isolate the great Tao of heaven and earth. The karma line wrapped around one's body was like a connate true spirit that was blinded. It was completely isolated from the world, and could not comprehend the great Tao, let alone cultivate. In other words, if Taoist Zhuan-Ti could not resolve this karma, it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve in the future. This is the karma of the spirit race. I didn't expect that he would come looking for me when I was about to forget about this matter. What a disaster! With a thought, Taoist Zhuan-Ti knew the reason for this matter, and could not help but sigh. This karma was not easy to resolve. Over the years, the spirit race had suffered a lot and suffered a lot. With the accumulation of endless resentment, the karma was far from what it was in the past. Junior brother, I've troubled you. At this moment, Taoist Jie Yin said apologetically. If not for the Western sect, Taoist Zhuan-Ti would not have formed such a huge karma with the spirit race. This was all because he was dragged down by the Western sect. Senior brother, you don't have to do this. This is junior brother's own choice. You can't blame others. Because he had planted it himself, no matter what kind of bitter fruit it produced, he had to grit his teeth and swallow it. Daoyuo had no regrets. Saints had no regrets. Wait and see. That young celestial venerable of the Xian sect is coming. In this world, only Xianqing could trigger the karma of the spirit race. Taoist Zhuan-Ti naturally knew who was coming. In just a few days, Xianqing asked for a wisp of the connate origin of the central Wuji apricot yellow flag from the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. After that, he rode a cloud and rushed to the west. Uncle Master, Xianqing has something to see you about. Outside Mount Meru, Xianqing shouted loudly. Come in. A golden rainbow bridge flew out of Mount Meru and landed under Xianqing's feet. Thank you, Uncle Master. After bowing, Xianqing stepped onto the rainbow bridge. Uncle Master, Xianqing came today to ask for a favor. After entering the mountain and arriving in front of Taoist Zhuan-Ti, Xianqing did not bother with formalities and said directly, What is it? Knowing that Xianqing came with a certain purpose, how could Taoist Zhuan-Ti be happy? I would like to request for the golden lotus of merit. I hope Uncle Master can fulfill my request. The square lotus platform was different from the connate five-element flags. They were not as simple as connate spirit treasures. They were also connate spirit roots. Therefore, Xianqing only needed one lotus seed to obtain the connate origin of the golden lotus of merit. There was no need to directly extract the connate origin like the connate five-element flags. In that case, if the foundation of the golden lotus of merit was shaken, Taoist Zhuan-Ti would fall out with him on the spot. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.